Martial Peak, Chapter 52-19, Narrow Victory. If Yang Kai had a choice between fighting against a territory lord or an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple, he would definitely choose the latter. Although an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple was the more unpredictable opponent between the two when it came to battle tactics and thus was harder to guard against, Yang Kai still preferred facing an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple over a territory lord. After all, he had his Cow Punch secret technique that used space principles to specifically target the enemy's small universe. It was a secret technique that enabled him to win even if his strength was lower than his opponent's. Among all the cave heavens and paradises, there were several secret techniques that targeted the small universe of open heaven realm masters, but after all the years, Yang Kai had never found one with effects as superb as his Cow Punch. Unfortunately, this secret technique of his relied on the use of space principles, so no one else apart from him could cultivate it. Plus, as purifying light and purifying black ink pills were distributed to all the great passes, the number of black ink disciples on the battlefield steadily decreased, and the human secret techniques that targeted the small universe lost their utility. The Black Ink clan did not have a small universe, so such secret techniques would be useless against them. It had been years since Yang Kai last used his Cow Punch secret technique. If he recalled correctly, the last time he used it was back in the Shattered Heaven when he fought Bloodcrow. Several hundred years later, he was using it once more. Although it had been a long while since he first created Cow Punch, the strength of this secret technique increased as he grew stronger. From the moment Yang Kai noticed that his opponent was an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple, he had counted on using Cow Punch to win the battle for him. As for his previous display of struggling to keep up in the fight, some of it could be chalked up to his genuine weakness against a stronger opponent, but some of it was on purpose as well. He wanted to lull his opponent into a false sense of security so that the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple would let his guard down. While the secret technique was fairly powerful, it took time to implement. The profoundness of the Cow Punch secret technique was in the way it traced back and targeted the core source of the opponent's world force, which was their small universe. It was a time-consuming process to perform this trace. With his cultivation being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai needed approximately an incense stick of time to accomplish this against an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple. So, the battle between them thus far lasted for approximately that amount of time. Now was his chance. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven realm master to survive an incense stick worth of time against an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple, so this secret technique would become meaningless the moment they failed to continue holding out. But once Cow Punch was successfully used, it meant that the battle outcome had been decided. The 8th Order Black Ink Disciple wanted to use brute force in lieu of strategy, but Yang Kai chose to engage in a battle of wits, which was the real key for someone of a lower order than their opponent. When the long sword pierced into Yang Kai's chest, all the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple had to do was ruthlessly flick his sword. Then, he would be able to cut Yang Kai in half. However, he no longer had the chance to do so. Just as the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple wanted to finish Yang Kai off, a wave of fierce and intense force exploded inside his small universe. All at once, his small universe was thrown into chaos and began shaking violently. All of the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's strength dissipated due to the instability of his small universe. In that instant, he could barely even hold onto his sword. Yang Kai was not about to miss his chance. His fist swung out with great force and smashed it straight into the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's head. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, combined with the terrifying physical strength that his dragon vein bestowed upon him, as well as the proximity between him and his opponent, the Black Ink Disciple's head would certainly explode if struck by such a blow. However, his opponent was still an 8th Order master, and in this life-or-death crisis, he still managed a response, causing the huge growth on his shoulder to explode and eject a concentrated mass of black ink strength. The black ink strength swiftly formed into a massive jaw that swallowed Yang Kai's approaching fist. The sudden disruption made Yang Kai freeze in shock for a moment. He never thought that the abnormal growth on his opponent's shoulder possessed such a strange ability. All along, He assumed that the growth was merely a malformity left behind when this black ink disciple relied on black ink strength to break through beyond his natural limits. When Yang Kai's fist entered the gigantic jaw formed by the black ink strength, he immediately felt as if something sticky was clinging to it. The further his fist traveled, the more its strength was weakened. By the time Yang Kai's fist struck the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple's head, the power behind it had been at least halved. Even though it was a weakened blow, though, it still managed to send the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple flying backwards. However, his head did not explode the way Yang Kai had predicted it would. The sword was yanked from Yang Kai's body just as the Black Ink Disciple flew backwards, drawing a grunt of pain and a splash of blood from him. Even so, Yang Kai did not have the time to dwell on his injury. Now that he had finally managed to use his cow punch, everything he had done that led up to this would be wasted if he could not defeat his opponent before the latter was able to recover. Yang Kai estimated that his cow punch's effects would only last another 3 breaths of time. Thus, when the Black Ink Disciple went flying backwards, Yang Kai stepped forward as well, and with a surge of space principles, he followed closely behind. Drawing on the remaining world force in his small universe, Yang Kai summoned a new Great Sunday. The Golden Crow's calls echoed. Yang Kai raised the Great Sun and sent it crashing down on the Black Ink Disciple. The moment the Black Ink Disciple flew backwards, though, he was already wary of Yang Kai's subsequent actions. He was at the weakest he had ever been as his small universe continued to shake and rumble. Never would he have thought that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could push back against an 8th Order Master like him to this extent. It was humiliation beyond compare. None of his previous admiration or appreciation for Yang Kai's talents remained. All he wanted to do now was to take Yang Kai's life to make up for the indignity he felt. His opponent charged at him and once again used his divine manifestation that appeared like a great Sunday. The Black Ink Disciple had to admit that this divine manifestation's strength was formidable. Even an 8th Order Master like him dared not underestimate it. However, he had seen this move before and understood its power, so knew how to defend himself from it. He could not wait until his small universe stabilized, so he bit down on his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his sword. The blood essence fully seeped into the sword, and suddenly, the dim artifact glowed radiantly. With his sword empowered by his blood essence, the Black Ink Disciple slashed out at Yang Kai ferociously. This attack was enough to deflect his opponent's Great Sun divine manifestation. Although he would also suffer the aftereffects of using this attack, it was still better than dying on the spot. All he needed was to buy himself a little more time. Once the shaking in his small universe calmed, he would easily be able to crush his gravely injured opponent. However, just as he struck this blow, to his horror, yet another gust of force appeared all of a sudden. If the Great Sun gave off scorching heat, then this force felt like a frigid winter. Together with the dazzling Great Sun, a full moon rose up above his 7th Order opponent's head. The sun and moon appeared together. In all the years that this Black Ink Disciple had lived, he had never seen such a mystifying scene. However, together with his awe, he felt an even greater sense of danger. With a loud roar, he forcefully channeled even more force into his attack, trying to execute it before it was too late. He did not know what divine ability his opponent was using, but he could tell that in his current state, he could not defend against it. All he could do was try to preempt his opponent for the chance of survival. As the Black Ink Disciple's sword slashed towards Yang Kai, he used the cover of the Great Sun to cast water reflects the moon. The Great Sun to his left, the full moon to his right. When they began to revolve around him, yin and yang intertwined, and the sun and moon combined into a spinning kaleidoscope as space principles erupted out. In an instant, a mysterious force manifested. Formless and undetectable, this force seemed from the swirling sun and moon. Space shattered, and time froze. Terror filled the remaining eye of the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple, who had his long sword held out in front of him. At that moment, he could feel his thoughts coming to an abrupt halt as everything around him seemed to warp and distort. He had never felt anything like this before, and the sensation left him petrified. He watched as the sun and moon locked together and spiraled towards him, enveloping him in a kind of domain that he had no way of escaping. That singular moment seemed to stretch out as if it lasted millions of years. As the dazzling light of the sun and moon that had lit up the void slowly died out, the Eighth Order Black Ink Disciple stood frozen in place, his long sword still stretched out in front of him, barely a palm's length away from Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's face was ghostly pale and his aura was completely depleted. Fresh blood continued to flow out of the wound in his chest where the long sword had previously impaled him. There was also a long wound that stretched from his forehead down to his abdomen. His body was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, which made him look completely wretched. What divine ability was that? The Eighth Order Black Ink Disciple suddenly asked. Yang Kai's eyelids hung low as he replied, "Sun and Moon Divine Wheel." A manifestation of space-time strength? The Eighth Order Black Ink Disciple pressed further. Merely scratching the surface, Yang Kai nodded. The Eighth Order Black Ink Disciple did not say anything else. He simply nodded lightly and withdrew his sword before sitting down cross-legged with a half-lidded eye. "Black Ink Eternal," he whispered. As soon as he spoke, his entire being seemed to turn into a statue that had been exposed to the elements for thousands of millennia, crumbling apart and drifting away like dust scattered in the wind. The only thing left was a dim longsword. Corroded by the space-time strength from the sun and moon divine wheel, this longsword lost all spirituality. It was now nothing more than a weapon made out of somewhat decent quality material. The Eighth Order Black Ink Disciple had managed to fake his death to survive the chaotic battlefield earlier, but now, he was well and truly dead. Yang Kai was consumed by a level of exhaustion that he rarely felt before. He could not stop his body from growing weak as he crumbled down. It was a narrow victory. If Yang Kai had failed to kill his opponent with his sun and moon divine wheel, he would not have been able to put up any further resistance as the Black Ink Disciple's small universe would soon recover from the effects of his cow punch secret technique. Once that happened, the Black Ink Disciple would be able to access his full strength once more. Fortunately, the Black Ink Disciple had miscalculated. After seeing the Great Sun, he assumed that Yang Kai was just using his Golden Crow cast the Sun Divine Manifestation. He never expected that the Great Sun was only one half of an even greater divine ability. He spat out his blood essence to deal with Golden Crow cast the Sun, but he was caught off guard by the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. How could the Eighth Order Black Ink Disciple survive when his small universe had been rendered powerless and he was attacked with Yang Kai's strongest trump card? Yang Kai quietly lay in the void, not feeling any joy from this victory. That was because even at the moment of death, that Black Ink Disciple still showed utmost loyalty to the Black Ink clan, even though he was a human by nature. Perhaps Black Ink strength might not change a human's personality, but the corrupted Black Ink Disciples would reject their own nature and willingly be servile to the Black Ink clan. How woeful and lamentable that was. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-20, North-South Army's Casualties. Yang Kai's nearly dried-up small universe slowly began to restore its strength, but the progress was akin to water trickling into a bottomless well. Thus, he mustered the energy to stuff a pill into his mouth to speed up the process. The very next moment, he leaped to his feet and warily observed the surroundings. He sensed the aura of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master somewhere out there, and it was swiftly approaching. However, after realizing which direction the aura was coming from, Yang Kai sighed in relief. The aura was coming from the direction of Great Evolution Pass, and if his guess was correct, the source was one of the North-South Army's 8th Order Division commanders. From the looks of it, the 30 or so humans who returned to the purifying Black Ink battleship via the Universe Array must have reported the news to the higher-ups. As a result, the North-South Army swiftly dispatched one of the 8th Order Masters to check on the situation. Sure enough, just moments later, a short and slender 8th Order Open Heaven Master appeared in front of Yang Kai with a grim expression. He studied Yang Kai for a moment and was secretly shocked by the severity of his wounds. Although he did not know what happened earlier, from the state that Yang Kai was in now, he knew enough to tell that Yang Kai had just fought a desperate life-or-death battle. After looking around and noticing that Yang Kai was alone, he asked, "This old master is Cha Pu, Northern Army, 4th Division Commander. I am here on a rescue mission under the orders of the Army Commander. Are you Yang Kai?" "I am." Yang Kai nodded. "Where's the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple?" "Dead." "You killed him?" Cha Pu was visibly taken aback. That Black Ink Disciple was heavily injured and lost most of his combat ability. "This junior was fortunate enough to eke out a victory," Yang Kai answered. Cha Pu nodded lightly without asking further. "In that case, come with me. We'll reconvene with the rest of the army." He did not ask Yang Kai how the latter managed to kill an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple. Even if the Black Ink Disciple was gravely injured, he was still an 8th Order Master. However, since Yang Kai was still standing here and that 8th Order Black Ink Disciple was missing, it meant that Yang Kai did emerge victorious, so there was no reason to continue probing. "Please wait, sir. There's still one more person," Yang Kai said as his figure flickered and disappeared all of a sudden. Cha Pu raised his brow. "Space principles." Naturally, Yang Kai left to find the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he had pushed out into the depths of the void earlier. He was in no position to take care of anyone else while engaged in a battle against an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple, so he had no choice but to send her far away before the fight began. When he sent her away, though, Yang Kai left a space beacon with her, so it was easy enough for him to locate her. With a ripple of the space principles, he emerged beside the unconscious woman. Yang Kai was slightly heartened to find that she was not harmed by the fight between him and the 8th Order Black Ink Disciple. She was still unconscious and drifting through the void due to the force he exerted earlier. He caught her and swiftly returned. Soon, he was back with Cha Pu. "You did well," Cha Pu praised. "Do you have the strength left to trigger the universe transference law?" "Yes, I do," Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Excellent. Do it and return to the Army's purifying black ink battleship." Cha Pu took the woman from Yang Kai and placed her inside his small universe. He then waited until Yang Kai had successfully left with the universe transference law before using it himself. Once the two of them walked out of the purifying black ink battleship's universe array and stepped foot on the deck, Yang Kai immediately sensed the constant fluctuation of unrelenting forces some distance away. It seemed as if life auras were being extinguished with every breath. It seemed the North-South Army was still pursuing the Black Ink Clan Army, which was fleeing back to Great Evolution Pass. From the way the situation looked now, the two armies had been clashing for quite some time. Mi Jing Luin was standing on the deck of the ship and staring off into the distance with a pair of gleaming eyes. Upon noticing someone's approach, Mi Jing Luin turned around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Kai was alive and well, albeit looking extremely miserable and exhausted. The lower order cultivators might not know of Yang Kai's importance, but as an army commander, Mi Jing Luin was fully aware of the situation. Although Yang Kai was merely in the 7th Order, his presence had a direct correlation with the speed at which the old ancestor's strength could be restored. In this campaign to reclaim Great Evolution Pass, the old ancestor had specifically requested for Yang Kai to come along with them in order to take advantage of his small universe to rapidly recover from her injuries. If a sudden misfortune fell upon Yang Kai, the old ancestor would lose an important source of support. Would that not multiply the difficulty of reclaiming Great Evolution Pass? Earlier on, Mi Jing Luin instructed Yang Kai to stay back and recover because he did not want Yang Kai to join the subsequent fight and endanger himself. How could he have known that there was an 8th Order Black Ink Disciple who had survived by faking his death back at the initial battlefield? Mi Jing Luin had nearly jumped up in fright when he heard the news and had immediately sent Cha Pu over to rescue Yang Kai. Thankfully, Yang Kai was safe. Cha Pu came over to Mi Jing Luin and used his divine sense to give a summarized report of what he knew. Mi Jing Luin's expression became a little peculiar as he nodded lightly. Cha Pu brought out the female 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that he had placed inside his small universe and passed her to one of the nearby soldiers before he jumped back into the battlefield. "You don't need to join the rest of the fight. Just rest and tend to your injuries." Mi Jing Luin eyed Yang Kai and added, "The sword wounds are going to be a little trickier to tackle. Remember to clear out the sword chi and sword intent when you tend to them." Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded and looked out into the distance. Although the battle was fierce, he could not tell what the situation was like for the two armies. So he had to ask, "How are things going, sir?" Mi Jingluan smiled faintly, "Reasonably well." "Can we take them all down?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Mi Jingluan shook his head. "That's going to be a little tough. They still have quite a number of 8th Order Black Ink disciples among them. It'll be hard for us to wipe them out." No one expected to find so many high-order Black Ink disciples here at the Great Evolution Theater. That being said, Great Evolution Pass had been lost for 30,000 years, so it was obvious that the large number of Black Ink disciples who had been corrupted all those years ago had enough time to grow in strength. No one knew what the situation would be like here, and now that they finally noticed this after going up against the Black Ink Clan, it was too late. If the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass don't come over to rescue them, then it's still possible for us to take them all down. But if they do send reinforcements, then we'll just have to avoid the clash for now. The Black Ink Clan army had acted quite strategically. When their commander realized that things were looking bad for them, he immediately ordered a retreat to Great Evolution Pass. Clearly, he wanted to rely on the strength of the Black Ink Clan at Great Evolution Pass to hold the North-South army back. If fresh enemy troops came over to help, the North-South army would be forced to back away. After observing the battle from the deck for a little longer, Yang Kai bowed and took his leave. "This junior will go and tend to the injuries now." "Go ahead." Mi Jingluan waved him off. Someone led the way and helped him settle down in one of the rooms aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship. The room had been reinforced with numerous spirit arrays that blocked out everything, so Yang Kai could tend to his injuries in peace. His impressive restorative powers were now serving their ultimate function. In just a few days, Yang Kai had pretty much recovered from his injuries and cleared out all the sword intent and sword chi that had wreaked havoc within his wounds. All that was left now was for him to slowly continue restoring his depleted strength. As such, Yang Kai did not continue tending to his injuries and opened the door and left. All was quiet, with no discernible energy fluctuations nearby, nor any sound of battle. From the looks of it, the battle had come to an end at last, though he had no idea what the outcome was. After figuring out the right direction, Yang Kai left his room and headed for the purifying Black Ink battleship's conference hall. Along the way, he heard someone calling out to him. He turned to look and spotted a familiar face. It was the 7th Order squad leader of the Profound Wind Squad. "How are your injuries, Brother Yang?" the squad leader queried in concern. "I've almost fully recovered now," Yang Kai said. The Profound Wind Squad leader nodded and said, "That's good. I heard that you stood guard at the battlefield when the rest of the army left and encountered an 8th Order Black Ink disciple who survived by faking his death. We were so worried about you. Later on, we heard that Marshal Uncle Chop personally went over to bring you back." During the earlier fight on the battlefield, the Profound Wind Squad and Snow Wolf Squad, two special operations squads, had worked closely with Yang Kai. Yang Kai took the lead, and the two squads stuck close by him as they snaked through the battlefield slaughtering their enemies. They had fought side by side and forged a connection through that. Furthermore, the strength of the heritage that Yang Kai exhibited on the battlefield left both special operations squads deeply in awe of him. Thus, despite this being only their second meeting, neither of the two men felt like they were strangers. Such was often the case on the battlefield. Prior acquaintanceships or connections did not matter. Just being comrades in arms was enough to bridge all distances between people. During the main battle, the Profound Wind Squad and Snow Wolf Squad had drained themselves of all their strength and had no choice but to return to the purifying Black Ink battleship. However, Yang Kai continued to weave his way through the battlefield alone and did so multiple times. The two special operations squads stood aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship and witnessed everything clearly. They sorely wished they could rush out to fight alongside Yang Kai, but they did not have any strength left in them. Not being able to stand with him till the end was an immense regret. "Pardon me for asking, but may I know how I should address you, senior brother?" Yang Kai asked a little apologetically. They had fought a life-or-death battle together, but Yang Kai still had no idea what the other man's name was. The Profound Wind Squad leader chuckled heartily. "I forgot to tell you my name. Brother Yang. I am Ma Gao. So it is Senior Brother Ma. Yang Kai cupped his fist in greeting before asking a little solemnly, Senior Brother Ma, what was the outcome of the battle? As you know, I've been tending to my injuries after my return, so I don't know what happened in the end. Yang Kai had intended to find out from me Jing Luan, but since he ran into Ma Gao, it was easy enough to ask him instead. Ma Gao sighed when he heard the question. Yang Kai's heart lurched at Ma Gao's response. What's the matter? Did things go badly for us humans? Yang Kai felt this was unlikely, having spoken to me Jing Luan before he went to recover from his injuries, as the latter had said that things were going well for the humans. Did something happen after that to turn the tides? No, it didn't go badly for us humans. During the battle, our Great Evolution North-South Army managed to slaughter over 300,000 of the Black Ink Clan army, along with 6 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples. You could say it was a great victory for us. Ma Gao paused for a moment before continuing, but we suffered quite a number of casualties too. How many? 4 8th Order Division commanders, and 3,000 of those beneath the 8th Order, Ma Gao reported sorrowfully. Yang Kai froze for a moment before sighing heavily. Just by numbers alone, the humans did not lose even a tenth of what the Black Ink Clan did. But this was not the way to quantify the battle casualties. Ever since the humans began standing guard on the Black Ink battlefield of all the various Great Passes, there had never been a battle with this many casualties aside from the one where Great Evolution Pass had been lost. The loss of 4 8th Order Division commanders was particularly damaging to the Great Evolution Northern and Southern armies. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-21, Current Situation. One had to know that in a typical war against the Black Ink Clan that spanned 100 years, it was quite normal for none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to die, and usually less than 1,000 human soldiers below the 8th Order would perish. That was because the humans had the Great Passes behind them. They could return to Inner Sanctum anytime and recuperate to prevent a large number of casualties. Usually, there were only 30,000 to 40,000 people stationed at any Great Pass. If too many people were killed in a single war, the cave heavens and paradises from the 3,000 worlds couldn't possibly send enough reinforcements over to make up for the losses. Even though the cave heavens and paradises had deep heritages, it wasn't easy for them to nurture open heaven realm masters that were above the 6th Order. If extensive casualties were the norm, as more people were killed over time, the Great Passes would inevitably be snatched by the Black Ink Clan. With the help of the Great Passes and warships, the humans were able to effectively kill the enemy while protecting themselves during the battles against the Black Ink Clan. However, it was a different case when it came to retaking Great Evolution Pass. They could still rely on warships to engage the enemy, but they no longer had a Great Pass behind them, just like what happened in the previous battle. When the war broke out, the North-South Army had no other choice but to continue fighting the Black Ink Clan regardless of the situation. Hence, it was understandable that there were a larger number of casualties. After the war, 3,000 out of 30,000 soldiers were killed. In other words, they had lost 10% of their forces in a single battle, which was truly heartbreaking. Furthermore, 4 8th Order Division commanders had lost their lives. A martial uncle told me that, in comparison, 8th Order Black Ink disciples pose a greater threat to the division commanders than the territory lords. Ma Gao looked slightly dejected. That's not just because Black Ink disciples are humans, so they're more familiar with our capabilities, but primarily because of their mindset. Regardless of how powerful they are only loyal to the Black Ink Clan. If the territory lords are unable to defeat the division commanders, they will run away. However, the Black Ink disciples are different. Following the territory lords' orders, they're willing to risk their lives to fight against the division commanders despite knowing that they might perish. None of the deceased division commanders were killed by territory lords. It's all because of the Black Ink disciples' madness. Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. 8th Order Black Ink disciples were not as powerful as the true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, if they were not concerned about their own survival, they would still be extremely dangerous foes. That was the reason so many Black Ink disciples lost their lives during the war this time. Following the territory lords' orders, They were willing to sacrifice themselves so that the territory lords had a chance to flee. It was imaginable that even though only 4 8th Order Division commanders were killed, there must be a lot of others who were seriously injured. Those 8th Order Black Ink disciples are all humans, but they've sided with the Black Ink clan and killed their own people. Outrageous. Ma Gao angrily swung his arm, as though there was an invisible enemy standing in front of him. Fortunately, they were well prepared when they were assembling an army to retake Great Evolution Pass. Although there were only 30,000 soldiers in the North-South Army, they had some 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was thanks to this large number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the North-South Army could gain an upper hand when fighting against the top masters from the previous Black Ink Clan Army, which only had between 40 and 50 territory lords, and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples combined. There was no doubt that the humans held an advantageous position in such a battle. If not for the fact that the Black Ink disciples had gone mad during the pursuit and were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the territory lords, which caused the division commanders from the North-South Army to be wary, all of the territory lords would have been killed during the battle. The North-South Army chased after the Black Ink Clan Army for 4 days, but just as the enemy seemed ready to break, the Black Ink Clan reinforcements from Great Evolution Pass arrived. When the Black Ink Army had retreated from the initial battle, they must have sent some people to seek help from the garrison at Great Evolution Pass. Upon learning that the humans had ambushed their clansmen, the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass were shocked. Figuring that the humans would be exhausted from a protracted battle, the Black Ink clansmen from Great Evolution Pass decided to make a move. About a day's travel from Great Evolution Pass, the retreating Black Ink Army and their reinforcements met. The North-South Army dealt with this grouping for a while. However, knowing that they were unable to kill all these Black Ink clansmen, they had no choice but to retreat to recuperate. The North-South Army then established a base about 2 days' march from Great Evolution Pass. They didn't intend to cover themselves up as they blatantly hovered in the void in front of Great Evolution Pass, as if declaring they would attack anyone who dared to come out. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan had suffered immense losses this time. They had lost about 30 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples in total, so they didn't dare to provoke the humans for the time being. Both parties peacefully coexisted for now, but they all knew that it was just the calm before the storm. Perhaps an incident would take place at any moment and shatter the peace. Regardless, this was the situation that those from the North-South Army wanted to see. The previous battle was the most dangerous they had ever experienced, and many were either killed or injured, so they needed time to recover. Hence, they were glad to see the Black Ink clan not make a move for now. After the talk with Ma Gao, Yang Kai had a better understanding of the current situation. Ma Gao had other matters to attend to, so he soon left the place. After watching him leave, Yang Kai continued shuffling towards the conference hall. When he arrived, he waited for the person on guard to inform the army commander about his arrival. Soon, he was told to see the army commander. Upon entering the hall, he saw that Mi Jingluan and Ouyang Lai were having a discussion. They soon made a decision, then Ouyang Lai left the place in a hurry. It was only then that Mi Jingluan had time to attend to Yang Kai. He lifted his gaze and asked, "Why don't you rest for a bit longer? I doubt you've fully recovered." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "I'm fine. I just came here to bid you farewell. The old ancestor and the royal lord must have fought with each other, so perhaps the old ancestor will need my help." Mi Jingluan nodded. "I agree. In that case, you'd better get going now." "Do you have a word that you want me to pass on to others?" Yang Kai asked. After giving it some thought, Mi Jingluan replied with a smile, "Please tell Brother Xiang and Junior Sister Lu that I won't allow the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass to trouble the East-West Army, so they can act without constraints." "I'll be sure to tell them." Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fist again. "Farewell." "Be careful on your way." Mi Jingluan nodded. Yang Kai didn't have to bid anyone else farewell, so after leaving Mi Jingluan's office, he flew off towards the depths of the void. Although he hadn't fully recovered, it didn't affect his mobility. As he manipulated space principles, his figure flickered. He would also try to activate the universe transference law from time to sense the location of the East-West Army's purifying Black Ink battleship. He faced no obstacles along the way. One day later, Yang Kai arrived at the outskirts of the Black Ink Clan's territory. Usually, there would be a lot of Black Ink clansmen in such a place. However, there wasn't even one Black Ink clansman in sight at this moment. He even passed by a feudal lord's fief and realized that there were no living creatures around. It seemed that the Black Ink clansmen had completely vanished. This place was close enough for him to activate the universe transference law and return to the purifying Black Ink battleship in the East-West Army, so he came to a stop before doing so. A glowing array appeared beneath his feet, and by the time the light faded, Yang Kai had disappeared. He was extremely familiar with the universe array and the interior of the purifying Black Ink battleships, so when he arrived, he promptly headed to the space array on the side, and through it arrived on the deck of this purifying Black Ink battleship. There would always be a person guarding the space array of the purifying Black Ink battleship in the North-South Army, and similarly, there was a person guarding this place. The moment this 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Yang Kai, his eyes brightened. Senior Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master quickly followed up. The Army Commander has ordered that you are to immediately see him on your return. I'll head over now. As Yang Kai spoke, he turned to look in a certain direction. When he left the North-South Army one day ago, he told me Jing Luan that the old ancestor and the Royal Lord should have exchanged moves. Now, it seemed that they were still fighting. He could tell because he could still feel the horrifying energy fluctuations coming from the depths of the void even though he was far away from their source. Those were clearly the repercussions of the fight between the old ancestor and the Royal Lord. Many days had passed, but they were still locked in an intense battle. Yang Kai was astounded. Before the North-South Army ambushed the Black Ink Clan army, he had already felt the initial fallout of the beginning of their battle. 7 or 8 days had passed since then, but they were still fighting. It seemed that they were in a deadlock. After giving it a thought, though, Yang Kai realized that this wasn't too surprising. Once powerful beings like the old ancestor and the Royal Lord got into a fight, there wouldn't be an outcome in a short time. If they wanted, they could fight for 7 or 8 years without halting, not to mention 7 or 8 days. However, Yang Kai reckoned that even if the Royal Lord wanted to drag the fight out, the old ancestor wouldn't cooperate. She had asked Yang Kai to join this campaign, so it was apparent that she wanted to make use of his small universe to rapidly recover from her injuries. If he were in the old ancestor's shoes, he would have found a chance to engage in an all-out clash with the Royal Lord with the goal of causing mutual damage. Hence, he supposed the battle would end in no time. He then cast these thoughts away and headed straight to the conference hall. This time, he didn't even need to inform the army commander about his arrival, as the moment a senior brother standing guard saw him coming over, he promptly led him inside. It seemed that the army commander had given orders in advance. Xiang Shan and Lu Jiping, as well as some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, were all inside the conference hall. Upon Yang Kai's arrival, Xiang Shan ended the discussion they were having and asked, "You're finally back. How was the trip?" Yang Kai saluted them. "Greetings, sirs. Fortunately, I've managed to complete my task." Xiang Shan nodded. "How is it going in the North-South Army now?" Yang Kai replied, "They fought an intense battle before I came back. The 30,000 soldiers of the North-South Army intercepted the Black Ink Clan army that departed from Great Evolution Pass. They managed to kill more than 300,000 Black Ink clansmen, including 6 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples." One of the 8th Order division commanders was elated upon hearing that. "That's wonderful." On the other hand, Xiang Shan looked at the matter from a different perspective and asked with concern, "How about their own casualties?" Yang Kai reported honestly, 4 division commanders and 3,000 soldiers below the 8th Order died in battle. Lu Jiping sighed, "That's more or less the same as what we'd estimated." Xiang Shan rubbed his forehead. No one could have expected there to be so many high-rank Black Ink disciples in the Great Evolution Theater. Every territory lord seems to have 2 or 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples serving them. His words suggested that they were already aware of the existence of the excess of high-rank Black Ink disciples. It showed that the East-West Army had at least exchanged moves with the Black Ink Clan already. This saved Yang Kai the trouble of explaining. He initially wanted to report to them about the black ink disciples as a kind of warning, but since Xiang Shan and the others were already aware of the situation, he didn't have to anymore. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-22. Army approaches the city. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that it wasn't surprising. The North-South Army only had to attack the Black Ink Clan coming out of Great Evolution Pass. On the other hand, the East-West Army had to charge through the enemy's territory, so there was no way that the journey would be smooth sailing. Those high-rank Black Ink disciples could be said to be the tumors left behind in Great Evolution Pass 30,000 years ago. Those tumors were the losses that the humans had suffered, and also the obstacles that the humans would face in the future. Sirmi Jingluan gave me a message to pass along, Yang Kai said. Xiang Shan replied, go on. He said for the East-West Army to act freely, and that he will ensure that the Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass won't pose a threat. Xiang Shan nodded, got it. He then examined Yang Kai. Are you injured? Yang Kai replied, I'm fine. Xiang Shan went on to say, since you're injured, you should go back to recuperate now. Good work. It's my duty. Yang Kai cupped his fist and withdrew. After he was gone, Lu Zhiping let out a sigh. It seems that the North-South Army will have to suffer quite a bit to deal with the Black Ink Clan in Great Evolution Pass. Xiang Shan remarked, it's the same everywhere. The situation we're facing is not optimistic either. There's still a long road ahead if we want to destroy the Black Ink Clan and retake Great Evolution Pass. The other 8th Order Division commanders nodded as they understood what he meant. The Black Ink Clan was able to react remarkably quickly to any changes in the war as Black Ink nests were unparalleled when it came to the transmission of information. The plans that Xiang Shan had devised could be said to be immaculate. First of all, they let go of a territory lord in the Wind and Cloud Theater to alert their enemies. Then, they sent a puppet army to Great Evolution Pass to keep the Black Ink Clan focused on that front. Even the Royal Lord had personally headed to that place. That way, the Black Ink Clan's territory would be void of any powerful masters. Without the Royal Lord in charge, the East-West Army could directly storm into their territory. If they could shatter the Royal City and destroy the Royal Lord's Black Ink Nest, it would be much easier to retake Great Evolution Pass. The Great Evolution Army was divided into 2 groups. One of them headed straight to the Black Ink Clan territory, while the other ambushed the Black Ink Clansmen that left Great Evolution Pass. It was a well-thought-out plan. If the transmission of information between the Black Ink Clan wasn't so swift, the East-West Army could gradually weaken the Black Ink Clan's power along the way while they headed to the Royal City. At the very least, they could wipe clean a dozen territory lords' territories, killing off those territory lords and their subordinates one by one. Once that was done, the pressure that the East-West Army would face in the future would be greatly reduced. However, not long after the East-West Army arrived at the Black Ink Clan's domain and occupied a territory lord's home territory, the news that the humans had arrived spread across the entire Great Evolution Theater in an instant. All the territory lords who stayed back led their armies to the Royal City to protect that place. On the other hand, the Royal Lord promptly returned. He was an intelligent person, so he didn't head straight to the Royal City. Instead, he intercepted the old ancestor and got into a fight with her, and their battle was still ongoing till this point. The North-South Army had intercepted the first batch of Black Ink Clansmen from Great Evolution Pass, so the East-West Army fortunately didn't have to worry about being attacked from the rear. Unfortunately, the Royal City must be heavily guarded now, so the East-West Army was sure to face a tough battle. While it was difficult for the North-South Army, it would be even more strenuous for the East-West Army. The moment Yang Kai returned to Dawning Light, his squad members approached him. Seeing that his face was pale, Fengling asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Kai nodded. "I had a fight with someone, but I'm fine. How are things here?" Fengling replied, "We're still heading towards our destination. Supposedly, we're not far away from the Royal City now." They were not able to accelerate their pace with so many soldiers moving together. Therefore, even though the North-South Army had already gone through a great battle, the East-West Army still hadn't arrived at the Royal City. When Yang Kai was coming back to Dawning Light, he already realized that the army was still moving forward. Were there any fights here? Yang Kai asked. Feng Ying replied, there were no proper battles to speak of. When we just arrived at the Black Ink Clan's domain, we managed to take over a whole territory lord's territory. It was a place with a territory lord, who had several 8th Order Black Ink disciples and several tens of thousands of soldiers. However, we effortlessly killed them all due to the huge gap between our forces. The territory lord's territory that was destroyed belonged to Zhicheng. Upon receiving the royal lord's order, he headed to Great Evolution Pass with his own army, and after he departed, another territory lord brought his own army to be stationed in Zhicheng's territory. That was because his territory was on the periphery, so the royal lord had ordered that all the territory lords had to head to the borders to get ready to lend assistance to Great Evolution Pass. After all, there were about 1 million Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass right now, so the place couldn't accommodate any more people. To their surprise, the East-West Army never attacked Great Evolution Pass. Instead, they headed straight to the Black Ink Clan's domain. The unlucky territory lord, who had only stayed in Zhicheng's territory for a few days, was killed by the East-West Army. There was no doubt that luck wasn't on his side. It was peaceful at first, however. In the past 3 days, the Black Ink Clan started harassing us from time to time. It seems that they're trying to slow down our pace as we approach their royal city. As soon as Feng Ying finished speaking, Yang Kai felt some fluctuations coming from a particular direction. It was apparent that some people were in a fight, but it wasn't a large-scale battle. The exchange of moves didn't last for long. Barely a cup of tea's time later, the noises died down. The fight didn't even slow the human army down at all. The Black Ink clansmen were not fools. There were 30,000 human soldiers, 2,000 to 3,000 warships, and 60 or so 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this army. In order to deal with such a horrifying force, they had to mobilize an equal number of territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples, as well as several 100,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. If there hadn't been so many Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, they could have come together and intercepted the East-West Army in order to stop them from approaching the royal city. Nevertheless, there were about 1 million Black Ink clansmen in Great Evolution Pass, with roughly an equal number of Black Ink clansmen left in the Black Ink clan's domain. If they sent several 100,000 people to attack the humans, the defense around the royal city would be significantly weakened. No one would dare to expose the royal city to such a huge risk. It would be wonderful if they could defeat the humans and stop them from advancing further. However, if they lost the battle, they would no longer be able to protect the royal city. It would also be unwise to divide themselves into smaller groups. Only by gathering all their forces together in the royal city would they stand a chance to deal with the humans. Therefore, the territory lords responsible for protecting the royal city told the territory lords who were on their way to hasten their pace and only send some small groups to harass the humans in an attempt to slow them down. Their strategy was indeed effective as, although there were a lot of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the East-West Army, they couldn't be constantly on the lookout for harassment from all directions. These small groups from the Black Ink clan ranged from 2,000 to 10,000 in number and were like vipers that were hiding in the darkness as they waited for a chance and jumped out from all directions to bite the East-West Army. The humans were initially unsuspecting, so they suffered some losses. Nevertheless, the leaders soon adapted. Following Xiang Shan's order, the 8th Order Division commanders scattered around the army to maintain a perimeter. Since then, the harassment from the Black Ink clan became significantly less effective. Every time the Black Ink clan launched a sneak attack, they would suffer immense losses. Presently, the East-West Army hadn't been greatly affected, but they were not sure what would happen when they arrived at the royal city. The leaders would have to make a decision then. Feng Ying and the others were curious about what was going on with the North-South Army, so they asked Yang Kai about it. Yang Kai didn't inform the members of Dawn when he left a while back. Nevertheless, as he remained missing for such a long time, Feng Ying and the others naturally grew curious. After asking around, they found out that Yang Kai had left their army and headed to Great Evolution Pass in order to contact the North-South Army. Since he had returned, it suggested that he had completed his task. Yang Kai told them that the North-South Army had clashed with the Black Ink clan's army. Although they had killed a lot of their opponents, 4 8th Order Division's commanders and 3,000 cultivators below the 8th Order had lost their lives. When they heard this solemn news, all of them fell silent. The moment they joined the Great Evolution Army, they knew that it would be a dangerous journey. Despite that, none of them had experienced any real danger so far. As Yang Kai brought up the number of losses, they realized that it was more dangerous than they had imagined. 4 8th Order Division commanders lost their lives, so how were weaker cultivators like them supposed to protect themselves? Perhaps they would lose their lives in the next battle. With that said, all of them had been cultivating for countless years, and it wasn't the first day they arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. They were all prepared for their eventual demise. As long as they didn't lose their lives meaninglessly, they would have no regrets. The demise of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters made them feel dejected, so they were no longer in the mood to keep chatting. They returned to their own places and cultivated in an attempt to strengthen themselves. For the following days, Yang Kai detected harassment from the Black Ink clan on several occasions, but just like what happened previously, the noises soon died down. What was strange was that at a certain point, all the harassment stopped. Yang Kai had a feeling that they were not far away from the royal city now. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan wouldn't have frequently harassed them and then stopped all of a sudden. They were anxious because the humans were getting close to the royal city and frequently harassed them as a result. However, after discovering that harassment was no longer useful, they decided to stop wasting troops. Just like Yang Kai had expected, one day later, the army was given orders to stop. Yang Kai was recuperating on the deck when he received the order. The messenger was passing on the order to everyone using divine sense and soon left to inform the soldiers at the back. If the East-West Army was compared to a dragon, Dawning Light was located in the Dragonclaw area. Hence, they were able to clearly see what was ahead of them. The moment Yang Kai received the order, he opened his eyes and gazed at the front. From afar, he could see that darkness had covered a large area of the void, and there seemed to be something magnificent in the middle of the darkness. The last time Yang Kai saw something similar, he was outside of the royal city in the Enyang Theater. Therefore, he immediately realized that the darkness was where the royal city was located. At this moment, the East-West Army was in a spot that would only take a person half a day to reach the royal city. The army commanders seemed to be acting rather boldly, as though they had no regard for the Black Ink clan whatsoever. While the North-South Army was stationed 2 days away from Great Evolution Pass, the East-West Army was stationed just outside of the royal city. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-23, Older Ginger is Spicier. The distance between the armies of the two races was short, and the slightest anomaly might lead to a war. Although they were in a place where it would take half a day to reach the royal city, Yang Kai could see a lot of people moving around on the other side. However, he was unable to clearly see it as the distance was still too great. Therefore, he decided to activate the Demon Eye of Annihilation and observed intently. Soon, he could clearly see what was going on over there. The Eye Secret technique was useful in such situations as not only could it help the user see through all falsities and apply pressure to enemies, but it could also enhance the user's eyesight. Within the darkness was indeed where the royal city was located. In the magnificent structure there was none other than the royal lord's Black Ink nest, which looked like a giant flower that was yet to blossom. As the Black Ink nest pulsed, a lot of Black Ink strength spurted out of it and spread across the entire royal city. There was no doubt that the Black Ink clansmen living in this place had the best environment to cultivate in. It was the same for the humans who had occupied the best cave heavens and paradises that suited them. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the royal city was pretty intense. Yang Kai did not only see that there were a lot of Black Ink clansmen moving around in the royal city, but there were also a large number of Black Ink clan soldiers who were stationed outside of the royal city. These Black Ink clan soldiers were brought to the royal city by the territory lords who had rushed over to this place in recent days. Presently, they had set up defensive positions as they prepared to deal with the human race army. The sight prompted Yang Kai to let out a sigh. Although the East-West Army had gotten off to a good start, they arrived at this place too late as the Black Ink clan had ample time to get ready. If the East-West Army had arrived at the royal city earlier, they could have easily destroyed the royal lord's Black Ink nest and retaken Great Evolution Pass. Once the royal lord's black ink nest was destroyed, all black ink nests in the Great Evolution Theater would wither. By then, all the black ink clansmen here would be like a tree without roots or a river without a source. Without black ink nests, no new black ink clansmen could be born. At that point, the Great Evolution Army wouldn't even have to directly clash with the enemy. They could just slowly weaken them and eventually occupy this entire theater. But now, the Black Ink clan had rallied together around the royal city, so it wouldn't be possible for the East-West Army to destroy the high-rank Black Ink nest. Standing beside Yang Kai, Feng Ying asked, "Is that the royal city?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." "That's some really thick black ink strength," Chi Tai Chu sighed. Although they had been fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for 1,000 to several thousand years, it was the first time they were so close to a royal city. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how grand it truly was. The progress against the Black Ink clan in the Blue Sky Theater was pretty swift. It was the first theater where the humans had their own forward base. However, the forward base was still far away from the royal city. The Black Ink clan and Blue Sky Theater were only forced to give up a half of their territory. This was the first time humans had gotten so close to a royal city, putting them practically on the Black Ink clan's doorstep. The thick black ink strength exuding from the royal city astounded the humans. The black ink clouds they had encountered in the past weren't comparable to the ones they were seeing now. They were also awestruck by the high-rank black ink nest. Those mid-rank black ink nests they had destroyed in the past were not comparable to the one in this place. It was like the difference between a grandfather and his grandson. While they were astonished, they were also excited. It was the first time in history that humans had managed to come to the Black Ink clan's doorstep. Although it had been a bumpy journey, it was a breakthrough for the human race. This breakthrough also meant that the deadlock that had been ongoing for countless years on the Black Ink battlefield had finally been shaken. Since they were already in this place, battle would be inevitable. Nevertheless, none of them knew how or when the war would break out. As the leaders had told them to stay in place for the time being, it seemed that they didn't intend to immediately launch an attack on the royal city. This was understandable seeing how the East-West Army had to come all the way to this place while the Black Ink clan were fortifying their royal city's defenses. If the humans launched an attack now, they would be the ones suffering a setback. How would the leaders achieve a breakthrough in such a situation? Yang Kai fell into his thoughts as he pondered on what he would do if he were the army commander of the East-West Army. After giving it a thought, he believed that they'd better get some rest first while it would be ideal if they could lure some Black Ink clansmen out of the royal city. The situation the two races were in seemed to have turned around. Usually, it would be the Black Ink clan attacking the Great Passes while the humans defended themselves. However, this time round, it was the humans attacking the Black Ink clan while the latter was forced to defend themselves. Nevertheless, the royal city was not as sturdy as the Great Passes occupied by the human race. Strictly speaking, the Great Passes were actually enormous mobile palace artifacts that were built by their forefathers, and they had been continuously refined and enhanced over the generations. These safe havens had helped the humans ward off the Black Ink clan countless times. On the other hand, the royal city was different. No humans had ever attacked a royal city before, so the Black Ink clan had never thought about building defenses around it. This was the biggest difference between the royal city and the Great Passes. It was also something that the humans could make use of. Certainly, there were areas where the humans were weaker than the Black Ink clan. Although there were 30,000 people in the East-West Army, several thousand of them were actually craftsmen who specialized in the Daos of artifact refining, alchemy, and arrays. As these specialists were excluded from direct combat, there were only 26,000 to 27,000 people who could go to war, and they had to ensure that there wouldn't be a lot of casualties. When the Black Ink clansmen attacked the Great Passes, they wouldn't worry about the loss of lives. In fact, the territory lords and feudal lords had no regard for the lives of the lower-rank Black Ink clansmen. The humans could never use the same tactic. While Yang Kai was pondering on this issue, he suddenly felt an anomaly happening in a particular direction. He turned his head and saw several rays of lights charging forward in that direction. They were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Where are they going? Yang Kai was puzzled, and the members of Dawn were equally perplexed. Half a day later, they finally got their answer. Once again, some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters leaped into the void and worked together to place down some artifacts. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he watched them. Ning Qiji stroked his chin as he gazed at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were pretty busy now, and asked doubtfully, if I'm not mistaken, they're trying to set up a set of void yin-yang mirrors. Am I right? Yang Kai nodded. Yes, they're yin-yang mirrors. Yang Kai was the one who originally created this set of artifacts, which was then enhanced by Grandmaster Ma Fan. The humans from different great passes had learned how to make them and improved upon the initial design. This new version did not require someone with the knowledge of the Tao of space to use. With the help of this artifact, one could literally flip parts of the void, transferring massive objects across vast distances. The void yin-yang mirrors had allowed for a much more convenient mining of resources, increasing the available resources in the great passes severalfold. It could be said this new version of the void yin-yang mirrors had helped all the great passes amass a large amount of materials. Now that they were setting up a set of void yin-yang mirrors in this place, their goal was obvious. Upon realizing the reason behind it, Chi Tai-Chu commented, "They're trying to build a forward base here. It seems that they've decided to enter a prolonged fight with the Black Ink Clan." It wasn't certain whether the Black Ink Clan had deliberately done it, but the void around the royal city was empty. There wasn't even a single shattered universe fragment, let alone universe worlds. With that said, it was understandable. The Black Ink Nest would consume a lot of resources in order to nurture new Black Ink Clansmen. The universe worlds around the royal city must have been fully extracted and then disposed of. Besides the royal city, it was similar for all the territories owned by territory lords and feudal lords. Therefore, the place where the East-West Army was located was completely empty without any cover at all. Regardless of what they did or what plans they came up with, the Black Ink Clan could clearly see everything. On the other hand, there was Black Ink strength that concealed the entire royal city, making humans unable to peer through the darkness. In order to even the playing field, they had to move a universe world to this place. With a universe world around, they could turn it into a base of operations. Although it wouldn't be as useful as a great pass, it was better than nothing. By doing so, they could exert more pressure on the Black Ink Clan as well. With the humans openly building a forward base right at their doorstep, would the Black Ink Clan make a move? Certainly, the humans hoped that the Black Ink Clan would launch an attack. Xiang Shan and the others would like nothing more than to see the Black Ink Clan leave the royal city. If the enemy did not launch an attack now, it would be harder to deal with the humans when the latter finished building their forward base. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had left this place half a day ago must have been searching for a suitable universe world. This simple move would put the Black Ink Clan soldiers in a tight spot. Yang Kai couldn't help but think that the leaders of the army were indeed like aged ginger, spicier than the young stuff. With that said, if he were the one in charge, he would have made the same decision. It was the best option. It wasn't that hard to arrange a set of void yin-yang mirrors. There were two sets of mirrors, namely the yin mirrors and the yang mirrors. Currently, there were 8 mirrors set up in different places in the void. When the artifacts were activated, the place that was locked by yin mirror and yang mirror would flip like a mirror, initiating an exchange between two places. Shortly after, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were done setting up the artifacts. Now, all they had to do was wait. When the division commanders found an appropriate universe world, they would activate the void yin-yang mirrors. The Black Ink Clansmen were both furious and astounded when the human soldiers marched towards them. However, when they saw that the humans had stopped in a place that would take half a day to reach from the royal city, they breathed a sigh of relief. Certainly, what the humans had been doing couldn't be hidden from the territory lords. However, they had no idea what the humans were up to. Before they ascertained the humans' intentions, they wouldn't dare to make a rash move, nor would they be willing to do so. All the territory lords hoped that the royal lord could defeat or even kill the human old ancestor. Once the most powerful master on the human side was removed from the picture, the humans would automatically lose the fight. Having said that, it wasn't likely to happen, for it wasn't easy to deal with an old ancestor. Initially, They hoped that their fellow clansmen from Great Evolution Pass would come so that they could pincer the humans from both sides. However, the news they heard from Great Evolution Pass enraged them. The cunning humans had left behind an army just outside of Great Evolution Pass. As they clashed, the Black Ink clansmen coming out of Great Evolution Pass were either killed or seriously injured. Left with no choice, they were forced to confront the human race army there. The territory lords looked intently and saw some dots of light flickering in the void. The dots of light were already dazzling the moment they appeared. As the dots of light resonated with each other, they seemed to seal a portion of the void within them. The next instant, layers of ripples started spreading from the void that was locked by the lights. Martial Peak, Chapter 52-24, Can They Tolerate It? The territory lords outside the royal city couldn't help but widen their eyes and watch attentively. At this moment, they were wary of anything that the humans were doing. As they looked intently, more and more ripples spread from the void. As it happened, a phantom image started appearing. The gigantic phantom looked like a universe world. However, the phantom was somewhere between real and illusory, so they were unable to clearly identify it for now. Soon, though, the territory lords could see it with clarity. It was indeed a universe world shadow. Moreover, the shadow was solidifying by the breath, as though it was turning physical. One of the territory lords even recognized this universe world, which would take a person about a day to arrive at from the royal city. It was purely a coincidence. When this territory lord came to the royal lord to attend to some matters more than 10 years ago, he happened to take a rest on that universe world. He had observed the universe world's terrain, so he could still remember it. Therefore, even though it was just its shadow, he could instantly recognize it. The discovery shocked the territory lords. They initially thought that it was just a phantom image, but now it seemed that the humans were using some kind of special technique to move a universe world over. What are the humans trying to achieve? While they were both shocked and doubtful, the void yin-yang mirrors started to flip the void. The universe world that would take a person a day to reach from the royal city now appeared in the void as it hovered in silence. Nevertheless, this universe world was desolate and void of any vitality. All of the universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield looked just like this. Their world forces had been sucked dry by the Black Ink clan, and without world force, those universe worlds would wither and die. After the universe world stabilized, a purifying Black Ink battleship flew towards the universe world under the protection of several battalion-class warships. Following that, a large number of cultivators that came in groups of different sizes stepped out of the purifying Black Ink battleship and battalion-class warships and began dispersing around the universe world. The universe world that was moved to this place by the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters using the void yin-yang mirrors looked like a gigantic sphere. Although it was quite massive, it wasn't hard for Open Heaven Realm Masters to move around it. A 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could circumnavigate the universe world in half a cup of tea's time. The cultivators that had left the warships were all array masters and artifact refiners, 2,000 in total. They soon scattered around the universe world as they examined the terrain and looked for suitable spots. Yangkai and the others could clearly see what they were doing, so at this point, the leader's intention was obvious to them. The universe world that had been moved to this place would be turned into a forward base, just like the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. They had been part of establishing the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater and suppressing the Black Ink clan over the years, and by now it was a robust fortress. Furthermore, the forward base was connected to Blue Sky Pass through a series of universe arrays. Regardless of what the Black Ink clan did, they couldn't remove the forward base anymore. After all, the territory lords from the Blue Sky Theater had suffered immense losses after the war back then, and it wasn't certain how long it would take them to recover. Before they could nurture enough territory lords, the Black Ink clan wouldn't pose a threat to the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. Now, the 8th Order Masters, who were the leaders of the East-West Army, had spent some effort moving a universe world to this place and were planning to turn it into a forward base, which would serve the same purpose as the forward base in the Blue Sky Theater. However, the East-West Army's current location was far more provocative. It was expected that the Black Ink clan would be furious once they figured out what was happening. The forward base in the Blue Sky Theater was still far away from the royal city. However, the East-West Army was camped out right at the Black Ink Clan's doorstep. It was a real question whether the Black Ink Clansmen could tolerate it. While the artifact refiners and the array masters were busy building the new forward base, the leaders of the army told all the soldiers to be prepared for any potential attacks from the enemies. The leaders were apparently wary of what the Black Ink Clan might do. Regardless of whether the Black Ink Clan would launch an attack or not, the humans would be in an advantageous position. If the enemy didn't make a move, the humans would be able to complete their forward base. However, if the enemy rashly attacked, the East-West Army wouldn't be afraid to confront them out in the void. The human race had come all the way here to fight against the Black Ink Clan. Thus, they needed to kill their opponents and complete military objectives to make their sacrifices worthwhile. On the other hand, the Black Ink Clan had no idea how to deal with such a situation. A commotion broke out among the territory lords the moment they realized the humans' intentions. Presently, there were 30 or so territory lords that had gathered together outside the royal city. The number was slightly higher than the number of territory lords in Great Evolution Pass. Initially, there were close to 90 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater, which was higher than average for any given theater. That was because it had been peaceful in the Great Evolution Theater for the past 30,000 years. The Black Ink Clan had ample time to cultivate in peace, so they naturally had more territory lords. From time to time, these territory lords would bring their armies to lend a hand to their fellow clansmen at Wind and Cloud Pass or Azure Void Pass. Although they would always be defeated, most territory lords could come back alive, at the very least. Mostly it would be the high and low-rank Black Ink Clansmen they had brought to the battlefield that lost their lives. Therefore, there had always been some 90 or so territory lords in Great Evolution Theater over the years. The number might vary from time to time, but there wouldn't be a drastic change. However, the humans had deployed soldiers from Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass this time. They were so ferocious that the Black Ink Clansmen in the Azure Void Theater and the Wind and Cloud Theater were soon defeated. Even the reinforcements sent from Great Evolution Theater had lost their lives. In the battle against the Black Ink Clan outside of Wind and Cloud Pass, the East-West Army managed to kill close to 300,000 Black Ink Clan soldiers and 11 territory lords. Those were all territory lords from the Great Evolution Theater. The same thing happened outside Azure Void Pass. All of the reinforcements who had been fighting there from Great Evolution Theater were defeated. As a result, some 20 territory lords from Great Evolution Theater had lost their lives. It could be said that they had suffered tremendous losses. Hence, there were a total of only about 70 territory lords in the Great Evolution Theater right now, and they were divided into two groups. One of the groups was in Great Evolution Pass while the other was in the Royal City. The numbers were basically equally divided. The humans' intentions were obvious, so the territory lords could naturally see it. At that moment, more than 30 territory lords were locked in an argument, with two opposing points of view. One of the groups thought that the human soldiers must be exhausted from the long journey, so now was the time to attack. At the very least, they wouldn't allow the humans to provoke them by building a forward base just outside the royal city. These aggressive territory lords were the majority. This couldn't be helped, as the Great Evolution Theater had been completely ruled over by the Black Ink Clan for the past 30,000 years. Over the years, they had always regarded the entire theater as their territory. Certainly, they couldn't put up with these humans who came out of nowhere and made a scene in their home. Compared to these aggressive territory lords, the other group was more conservative. Through the Black Ink Nests, they had learned about the outcome of the war at Great Evolution Pass. After that war, 6 territory lords, over 28th Order Black Ink disciples, and 300,000 soldiers had lost their lives. The number of casualties was terrifying. In the Great Evolution Theater, the Black Ink Clan had never suffered such immense losses over the past 30,000 years. And all this was also when they were facing far fewer human soldiers. From what they had gathered, only 30,000 humans had fought in that battle in total. Although they had a lot of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and their warships certainly played a big role, the outcome showed that the humans were truly powerful. 30,000 humans could already kill so many Black Ink Clansmen outside of Great Evolution Pass, so the same number of humans outside the Royal City wouldn't be weak either. If they got into a fight, the humans would definitely suffer, but the Black Ink Clan wouldn't be in a better state. They might even come out worse than before. Whatever the outcome, it was inevitable for some of the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples to lose their lives if they fought. Since the stronger Black Ink clansmen all innately feared death, they were worried that they would be the ones getting killed. The conservative Territory Lords knew that by not making a move now, it was like giving the humans a chance to sharpen their blades, and once those blades were sharp enough, it would pose a huge threat to the Black Ink Clan. With that said, they had their own considerations. The battle between the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor hadn't ended. Everything would be fine if the Royal Lord won the battle. However, if the Royal Lord was defeated, and they didn't manage to defeat the enemy at their doorstep, the royal city would be destroyed. Therefore, they wanted to play it safe for now, so that they would remain a threat to the humans. Furthermore, it had been some time since the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor first clashed, so they figured it would not be long before the battle came to an end. Perhaps the Royal Lord would return to the royal city soon, and when that happened, he would decide whether they should launch an attack or hold their lines. Hence, they wouldn't have to worry about anything else, nor would it be a waste of time by not making a move. As they couldn't see eye to eye, the Territory Lords continued to argue. None of them could convince the other side. As a result, they were not able to launch an attack on the humans and could only watch as the enemy made their arrangements on the newly moved universe world. Certainly, the aggressive Territory Lords were infuriated, thinking that they had missed an opportunity. However, without the cooperation from the conservative Territory Lords, they wouldn't be able to launch an attack on the humans. On a barren mountain in the universe world, Xiang Shan looked into the void with his hands behind his back. His gaze seemed able to ignore the restraint of distance and clearly see what the Black Ink clansmen were doing in the royal city. "What a shame," Xiang Shan said impassively. Lu Zhiping, who was standing beside him, turned to look at him. "Senior brother Xiang, do you think the Black Ink clan won't attack us?" Xiang Shan replied, "A long time has passed already. They would have attacked us already if they wanted to. Since they don't seem to have the intention of launching an attack, they won't be coming anytime soon. It seems that none of the Territory Lords is authoritative enough to make a decision." Lu Zhiping replied with a smile. "The Royal Lord is the most powerful being among the Black Ink clan. The Territory Lords working for the Royal Lord have their own territories and subordinates, so while they wouldn't dare to disobey the Royal Lord, they are all on equal footing amongst themselves. It's unlike the strict military structure we have." Xiang Shan nodded gently. Lu Zhiping went on to say, "Regardless, we can seize the chance to get some rest and establish the forward base. Once we gain a foothold here and recover, we can come up with a way to lure the enemies out of the royal city." "You have a point, junior sister. I share the same sentiment." All of a sudden, Lu Zhiping turned to look at him with a pair of bright eyes. "Do you already have a solution?" Instead of replying to her question, Xiang Shan asked, "Why do you think so?" Shaking her head, Lu Zhiping replied, "I just feel that you're quite confident. It's apparent that you've given it some consideration. Otherwise, you wouldn't have told some people to look for a suitable universe world not long after we arrived at this place. Since you already expected the current situation, you certainly have a follow-up plan." Martial Peak, Chapter 52-25, Mutually Wounded. Xiang Shan put on a smile. "I do have an idea that I want to discuss with you." Lu Zhiping felt somewhat dejected. In fact, she was an intelligent person. However, after leading the East-West Army alongside Xiang Shan all this time, she realized that she was nowhere as quick-witted as the latter. When it came to military affairs, while she could see one step in front of her, Xiang Shan could already see 3 to 4 steps ahead. Prior to working with Xiang Shan, who was from Blue Sky Pass, she had already heard a lot about him. It wasn't until she started working with him that she realized the man was truly gifted when it came to military affairs. He was born with this gift, and no one else could imitate him. There were a total of 2,000 arrays masters and artifact refiners who were working together, all of them above the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Before this, the soldiers from the East-West Army had no idea how efficient it would be when so many array masters and artifact refiners worked together, but now they could witness it. Right after the universe world was moved to this place, the array masters and the artifact refiners started collaborating. It took them 2 days to fully survey the universe world's terrain. After that, more than 10 leaders gathered together and came up with a plan. 3 days later, a grand array framework was established on this huge universe world. Although 3 days had passed, the Black Ink clan still remained silent. It was basically confirmed that the Black Ink clan wouldn't launch an attack. If they had the intention of attacking the humans, they wouldn't have waited for 3 days. They would have taken action before the humans could organize themselves. The array masters and the artifact refiners, who were initially in a hurry, became at ease now. Since the framework had been completed, they just had to fill it with different arrays. They also had to continuously modify the connection and coordination between the arrays. This framework was the result of the planning of all the array masters in the East-West Army, and with the help of the artifact refiners, the array masters could quickly get any artifacts they needed. There was basically no wasted time. Although a lot of resources had been consumed, no one would worry about that given the circumstances. Resources and manpower were naturally of utmost importance in a war. Back then, in order to attract the Black Ink clan's attention, Xiang Shan told the artifact refiners to craft several tens of thousands of puppets and send them to Great Evolution Pass. Now, he didn't mind consuming some resources to build this forward base. As long as they could occupy the Great Evolution Theater, they would be able to extract as many materials as they pleased in this expansive void. By then, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of resources. They would be rewarded handsomely in the future for their hard work today. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Over 10,000 individual arrays had been arranged on this universe world, and with their activation, this universe world, which was initially just an ordinary rock, now exuded a dangerous aura. They had made such an achievement in just a few days, so it was imaginable that if these array masters were given enough time, they would be able to turn this universe world into a robust fortress. All this time, the Black Ink clan still didn't take any action. Xiang Shan and the others had already expected it, so they were not surprised. Violent energy fluctuations could still be felt coming from the depths of the void. Although they were far away from that place, everyone could still detect the dangerous aura that came from this fallout. Those were the repercussions of the clash between the old ancestor and the royal lord. It had been half a month since their fight began, but the battle still hadn't ended, and no one knew when it would end. Finally, there came a moment when the continuous shockwaves abruptly stopped and no more energy fluctuations were felt coming from that place. At that instant, both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen couldn't help but look in the direction where the fluctuations were previously emanating from, their hearts all seemingly stuck in their throats. The battle between the two top masters had ended. Who was the winner? Was one of them killed? The outcome of the battle would affect the fate of these soldiers of the two races greatly. As they stared intently, a dazzling light was seen approaching them at full speed from the depths of the void. The moment they spotted this ray of light, it was still far away, but in the blink of an eye, it had moved across millions of kilometers, and by the time they blinked, it had become much closer. While the humans were excited, the Black Ink clansmen were horrified. This couldn't be helped, as a light of such brightness could only belong to the old ancestor. The royal lord could never emit such brilliance. Just like what they had expected, as the light approached, the aura of an open heaven realm master that could overturn the universe spread out imposingly. There was no doubt that it was the old ancestor. The Black Ink clansmen instantly went on full alert. They had no idea what was going on with the royal lord, but the human old ancestor had returned while the former was still nowhere in sight. It was apparent that he was in a terrible state. If the old ancestor decided to make a move on them, they wouldn't be able to counterattack without the royal lord around. In an instant, all the Black Ink clansmen inside and outside of the royal city were panicking. However, they were pleasantly surprised to see that the old ancestor didn't have the intention of attacking them. Instead, she dashed towards the human side and soon disappeared into the universe world. The territory lord's eyes brightened when they saw that. There was no doubt that the old ancestor was badly injured. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ignored them. In that case, the situation wasn't as terrible as they thought. Since the old ancestor was no longer able to make a move against them, what about the royal lord? While they were lost in their thoughts, From the direction where the old ancestor appeared from, a cloud of darkness stealthily approached. Compared to the grandiose display the old ancestor made earlier, the royal lord's appearance was somewhat furtive. These clever territory lords instantly figured out that the royal lord must be terribly injured as well, just like the human old ancestor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so cautiously. When the royal lord was close enough, the territory lords could feel that his aura was indeed unstable. It was obvious that he was heavily wounded. They hurriedly went over to protect the royal lord. At the same time, they reported to him what the human soldiers had been doing and asked him to make a decision on what they should do. While they were at it, the territory lords of different stances argued and accused one another, trying to shift the blame for whatever was to come. The royal lord was already furious to begin with, and seeing his territory lords endlessly pestering him, his fury erupted like a volcano. As he released his pressure, the territory lords instantly shut their mouths. As he swept a dispassionate glance over them, he couldn't help but have the urge to kill them all to vent his rage. He had suffered a huge setback because of the old ancestor. Since he became a royal lord, he had only dealt with an old ancestor once. Therefore, even though he was powerful, he was unable to fully utilize his strength when exchanging moves with a human of the same caliber. Moreover, this old ancestor was like a rabid dog when fighting him, not caring one bit about defending herself as long as she could bite off a piece of his flesh. As a result, he had been badly suppressed during the entire fight. There were even several times when he almost lost his life, and presently, one of the black wings on his back had turned limp. That wing had nearly been torn off his back by the old ancestor. A chill ran down his spine as he recalled that moment. That bitch is insane. Although he had only dealt with a Ninth Order master once prior to this battle, and it happened over 30,000 years ago, he knew that the fights between royal lords and old ancestors almost never resulted in death for either side. No one would really be aiming to kill the other party. Given how strong they were, no one could intervene in their battles, and no one could guarantee that they would be the last one standing. Each strike might also be fatal, thus, they would act cautiously. However, this female old ancestor was different. She seemed determined to kill him the moment they clashed. Fortunately, he wasn't unprepared. He had speculated that the humans intended to retake Great Evolution Pass, and upon learning that the old ancestor that was in charge came from Enyang Pass, he contacted the royal lord from the Enyang Theater through his black ink nest. Although he had never exchanged moves with the old ancestor who was in charge of the invading human army, the royal lord from Enyang Theater was her arch-nemesis. After the conversation, he learned a lot of useful experiences from the royal lord from the Enyang Theater and had at least some understanding of the methods this old ancestor could use. It was thanks to this information that he was able to deal with the old ancestor's violent attacks and preserve his own life. Despite that, he was still badly battered after the fight. Having said that, that crazy woman wasn't in a better state either. It could be said that they were mutually wounded after the battle. He had suffered a setback, but it was negligible in the long run as the other party was in a similar state. He was already furious to begin with, so upon returning to the royal city and being bombarded with his subordinate territory lord's arguments, it was only natural he flew into a rage. The human soldiers were already at their doorstep, so the territory lords should have launched an attack before they established a foothold, but instead, they gave the humans ample time to rest and even build a forward base. Wastes? Although he was infuriated, he knew what the territory lords were worried about. Moreover, it was pointless to blame it on them at this point. Since they had missed the best chance, it was unwise to launch an attack on the humans now. He endured the pain and asked, "Where are the reinforcements from Great Evolution Pass?" Before he left Great Evolution Pass, he had ordered them to send troops to the royal city and reckoned that they should have arrived by now. The territory lords gloomily exchanged glances before one of them with a distinctive hunched back, making him look like an old turtle with a hard shell, reported, "Sir, the reinforcements were intercepted by the humans on their way here. Many were injured or killed, so they had no choice but to withdraw back to pass." The royal lord's brow twitched when he heard that. It seems that nothing is going to go well for me. When he was still in Great Evolution Pass earlier, He heard from Hongdi that there were some human soldiers who were hiding outside Great Evolution Pass. Nevertheless, they were unable to find out their whereabouts. Now, it seemed that the human soldiers had ruined their plans. With their presence outside Great Evolution Pass, it was impossible for the Black Ink clansmen there to lend a hand. In other words, the royal city was in a state of isolation. Fortunately, the humans were divided as well. It wasn't the worst-case scenario yet for the Black Ink clan. The territory lord, who looked like an old turtle, said cautiously, "Royal Lord, please make a decision on whether we should launch an attack or focus on defending the royal city." Marshall Peak. Chapter 52-26, Help with Healing. The territory lords couldn't reach an agreement despite all their fierce arguments. Since the royal lord had returned, he would be the one making the decision. After giving it a thought, the royal lord said, "Defend the royal city at all costs. As long as the humans don't attack us, all of you shouldn't make a move." He then turned to look at the territory lord who looked like a turtle and declared, "Che Kong, you will be given command of this war. While I am recuperating, you will lead the other territory lords to defend the royal city." The territory lord named Che Kong slightly bent his back. "Yes, sir." The royal lord didn't bother to warn the other territory lords that they would be punished for not obeying Che Kong. Without the royal lord's order, these territory lords were all on an equal footing, which left them disunited. However, since the royal lord had given the order, they certainly had to obey. Furthermore, Che Kong, who looked like an old turtle, was among the strongest territory lords when it came to his strength and aptitude. He was a territory lord who took part in the assault on the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass and survived 30,000 years ago. He didn't just take part in a war that was intended to occupy Great Evolution Pass, he had directly exchanged moves with the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass. Although he had only traded 3 moves with that old ancestor, the price he had to pay was 800 years of hibernation. The terrifying-looking cut on the tortoise shell on his back still hadn't healed until now. That was a wound caused by the old ancestor from Great Evolution Pass. As a territory lord, he was a cut above the others in the same realm because he had survived a fight with a human old ancestor. Therefore, the other territory lords had no objection when the royal lord appointed Che Kong to be the commander. Che Kong was one of those conservative territory lords, and it was largely because of his prestige that the aggressive territory lords, who were in the majority, were unable to launch an attack on the humans. After the royal lord issued his orders, he returned to his black ink nest in the royal city to recover. Soon, a massive amount of resources were sent to the black ink nest and thrown into the black ink pool to produce black ink strength. The royal lord's thinking was simple. Since they had missed the best chance to launch an attack, it was useless to do so at this point. From the looks of it, the humans didn't have the intention of invading the royal city immediately. Hence, it would be peaceful for both sides for a period of time despite the inevitable confrontation. He could seize this chance and recuperate. Although he had suffered a setback during the battle, he could recover much quicker than the old ancestor as he had his black ink nest to support him. He had learned a piece of important information from the royal lord from the Inyang Theater. The old ancestor who had come to this place this time practiced a strange cultivation technique that was also rather unique among the humans. It was because of its uniqueness that it would be difficult for her to recover once she was wounded. She needed the help of something called bustling world essence to heal her injuries. In Inyang Pass, the old ancestor had a setup to help her recuperate, but she didn't have such convenience in the Great Evolution Theater. In other words, as time dragged on, he would recover much quicker than the old ancestor. When he fully recovered, it would be easy for him to kill her. By then, he would make her pay the price for wounding him. A high-spirited royal lord fell into a state of deep sleep as he was engulfed in ample black ink strength. On the deck of Dawning Light, Yang Kai looked in the forward base's direction. Certainly, he could clearly see that the old ancestor had returned. As he had come into close contact with the old ancestor before, he could sense that something was off despite her grandiose return. It seems that she is badly injured. Just like he had expected, the reason the old ancestor requested he join this campaign was that she wanted to make use of his small universe to recuperate. Therefore, once the old ancestor clashed with the royal lord, She would go all out despite knowing that she would be injured. As such, the battle between them wouldn't last for a long time. Since the old ancestor had returned, Yang Kai supposed that his help would be needed. At the thought of this, he told Feng Ying to see him, then said, "When I'm not around, all of you have to stay safe should there be a battle." Feng Ying asked curiously, "Do you have a new task?" Yang Kai replied, "Maybe." The moment he finished speaking, a ray of light shot up from the forward base and dashed towards them. Upon arrival, the person revealed himself and cupped his fist. "The army commander would like to see you, senior brother Yang." Understood, Yang Kai nodded. "I'll be going now." He then followed the person and flew towards the universe world. However, they didn't land on the side that was facing the royal city. Instead, they circled around the universe world and came to its other side. It was then the person started descending. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of a mountain valley, where Yang Kai's guide said, "Just keep going forward, senior brother. The army commander is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai thanked him and stepped forward. A while later, he arrived at the entrance of the valley. Xiang Shan and Lu Jiping were waiting for him. Yang Kai saluted them and looked into the valley. However, at this moment, it was covered in clouds. The inside of the valley gave off a dangerous feeling. Apparently, it was shrouded in a grand array. "How is the old ancestor now?" Yang Kai asked. Xiang Shan replied, "Go in and see for yourself." As Xiang Shan spoke, he tossed something to Yang Kai. "This token can be used to control the grand array in this valley. Don't lose it." "Yes," Yang Kai replied, then activated his power to refine the token. A moment later, he lifted the token and waved it at the grand array in the valley. A beam of light shot into the valley, and as the clouds weltered, a portal that led inside was revealed. Yang Kai stepped into the portal, which slowly shut behind him. From the outside, the valley seemed to be filled with clouds. However, the moment Yang Kai stepped inside, he realized that there were no clouds at all. It was just a normal valley. Due to the fact that the entire universe world was desolate, this valley was pretty barren as well. As Yang Kai turned around, he could see Xiang Shan and Lu Jiping standing outside the valley. Nevertheless, he reckoned that they couldn't see him. Yang Kai felt the old ancestor's aura coming from the center of the valley, but unlike how imposing it had been when she returned, it was now weak. He traced the aura and soon saw a petite figure who had curled up on a pile of stones. The old ancestor had turned into a young child, and she looked even younger than the first time Yang Kai met her. When Yang Kai came across the old ancestor in the shopping district of Inyang Pass for the first time, she looked like a kid who was 7 or 8 years old, but now, she looked like she was just 3 or 4. Yang Kai felt his face eyes twitching. It was a rare thing to find an old ancestor who looked like this. The color had drained from her delicate face, and her clothes were soaked in blood. There was also a jade bracelet on her wrist that was full of cracks. Yang Kai had no idea what kind of artifact the jade bracelet was, but it was obviously not ordinary as it was worn by someone like the old ancestor. Presently, the artifact was full of cracks, and most of its spirituality had been lost. It went to show that the previous battle was truly perilous. The old ancestor must have overexerted herself. Yang Kai secretly sighed. Without alerting her, he activated his power and released his world force. The illusory phantom of his small universe spread across the valley with his figure as the center. If a person looked intently, they could see that the illusory phantom of the small universe was full of living creatures and complicated terrains. Countless people were seen moving around all over the place. This was a miniature version of a world. The entire small universe was soon spread across the mountain valley. Considering the fact that the old ancestor was sound asleep, Yang Kai settled her down on a beautiful spirit peak after he was done manifesting his small universe. The spirit peak wasn't majestic by any means, but it had ample world energy, making it a perfect place for quiet recuperation. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a log house appeared where the old ancestor was asleep. It wasn't anything special, but it was good enough to protect her from the wind and rain. After he was done with all that, Kai found a place on the spirit peak and meditated in silence. He had no idea how long it would take the old ancestor to recover, but it definitely wouldn't be a short time. Therefore, he could seize the chance and cultivate. Time slowly went by in the small universe, but the old ancestor didn't seem to be waking up anytime soon. With that said, as the owner of this small universe, Kai could feel that a mysterious force was streaming into the old ancestor's petite figure from all directions. It was the bustling world essence. Initially, he was worried that by placing the old ancestor on such a barren peak, she might not be able to absorb much bustling world essence, but now it seemed that wherever she was in his small universe, it didn't really matter. After giving it a thought, Kai realized that it wasn't so surprising. The so-called bustling world essence was produced from the daily lives of all living creatures. Therefore, his entire small universe must be filled with it. Despite the fact that they were in a remote place, there was still bustling world essence in the air. Of course, the bustling world essence would be more ample if they were in a busy city. Initially, Kai thought that his days would remain dull and uneventful until the old ancestor regained consciousness. However, 1 month later, he opened his eyes and looked towards the bottom of the mountain. There was a village at the bottom of this spirit peak where a dozen or so families had settled, making a living by hunting and felling trees. Hunters would go out to look for prey near the spirit peak, but Kai would normally just ignore them. He didn't intend to interfere in the affairs of his small universe. Although he was the ruler of this world, any rash interference might bring about detrimental outcomes as the world had its own way of operating. Most of the hunters would only do some hunting below the middle of the mountain, and there was a lot of prey around, so they didn't have to worry about bringing food to the table. However, there was one hunter who seemed to be unlucky this time as he hadn't found anything to catch. Therefore, he decided to go further up the mountain. Kai observed the route the hunter took and realized that if he did nothing, the person would soon arrive at the log house where the old ancestor was recuperating. When that happened, the hunter would definitely investigate. Certainly, Kai wouldn't allow anyone to disturb the old ancestor, but just when he was ready to do something to conceal the log house, the unconscious old ancestor suddenly sent him a message. The message was so vague and garbled that he couldn't even figure out its meaning. Apparently, the old ancestor was not clear-headed when she sent the message and simply did so out of instinct. With a frown, Kai hesitated for a bit before deciding to take a wait-and-see approach. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-27, Old Ancestor was abducted. Half a day later, the hunter, who hadn't found any prey, was both exhausted and hungry. He scooped up some water from a spring with his hands to quench his thirst, but while he was drinking it, he became startled all of a sudden. That was because he could see a simple-looking log house in front of him. He didn't remember there being a log house on the mountain. Although this place was far away from his usual hunting area, he had been here before, and he was certain he had never seen this log house in the past. Out of curiosity, he shuffled towards the log house and shouted, "Is anyone inside?" No one responded to him after he shouted several times. Left with no choice, he apologized and pushed the door open before stepping inside. Kai had built the log house in a hurry to put a roof over the old ancestor's head, so there was nothing inside other than a bed, which the old ancestor's petite figure was currently curled up on. The instant the hunter entered the house, he saw the figure on the bed and was both doubtful and wary. Although he was an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, cultivation wasn't a secret on the Void Continent, and the hunter knew that the youngsters in the neighboring village had always wanted to join a nearby sect. The hunter also had such a dream when he was younger. 1,000 kilometers away from the village, there was a sect named Water Moon Pavilion that would recruit new disciples every few years. When the hunter was younger, he traveled all the way to Water Moon Pavilion with that dream in mind and participated in the disciple recruitment in the hope that he could join the sect and become a mighty expert who could fly through the sky one day. Unfortunately, his aptitude was poor, so the senior experts were not interested in taking him in as a disciple. He was swiftly eliminated from the disciple recruitment. After his dream was crushed, the hunter wandered around the continent for several years and eventually, he returned to his hometown and built a family of his own. Compared to the other hunters in the village, He was more experienced as he knew that other than cultivators, there were also some special beings in this world. Spirits. It was said that when some spirits had cultivated long enough, they could assume human forms. Ordinary people couldn't tell the difference, but apparently there was a class of evil spirits known as vixens. Rumor had it that vixens loved turning into beautiful young ladies to seduce energetic young men. Therefore, the moment the hunter saw that there was a strange-looking log house with a young girl inside, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that he might have run into a spirit. He felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as it was said that there were good and bad spirits. However, he couldn't differentiate the good spirits from the bad ones. Upon closer look, though, he realized that the petite figure on the bed was quite pitiful looking. Even if she was really a spirit, she was a frail one. Why would he be afraid of her when he was a fully grown man? With that thought in mind, he stopped feeling anxious. He initially wanted to leave the house in silence. After all, he wasn't sure if the petite figure was a spirit, but just when he was preparing to step out of the log house, he froze for a moment. That was because he could hear that there was something off about the petite figure's breathing. As an experienced hunter, he understood the prey on the mountain fully well. When animals were wounded and dying, they would breathe just like the young girl, intermittently and weakly. There was a tinge of hesitation on the hunter's face. A moment later, he grit his teeth and shuffled towards the bed. What if she's an ordinary child and not a spirit? If no one takes care of her, she'll soon be eaten by the beasts. As he looked down, he realized that the child on the bed was only 3 or 4 years old. Although she was sound asleep, there was a hint of discomfort on her face, as though she was having a nightmare. Moreover, her face was unusually pale. He placed his palm on her forehead and discovered that it was scorching. "She's sick." Without hesitation, the hunter picked up the little girl and dashed out of the house. He had to return to his home as soon as possible. Regardless of where this little girl came from or why she was alone in the log house, she would soon lose her life if she was not treated. The hunter's thoughts were simple. He had to go down the mountain and look for a doctor. The idea of dealing with her parents, if they ever looked for her, never crossed his mind. When that happened, he would just give the child back to them and explain what had happened. After the hunter left in a hurry, Yang Kai, who had been observing them in silence, revealed himself. As he watched the hunter leave, he stroked his chin and fell into his thoughts. The old ancestor was abducted. What should I do? He could have concealed the log house's existence. That way, an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before would never have discovered the old ancestor's whereabouts. However, at the most critical moment, the old ancestor sent him a message. He was unable to figure out the old ancestor's intentions. The message was vague and garbled, so he was unable to ascertain what it meant. It also didn't look like the old ancestor had intentionally done it. Instead, it was like she acted out of instinct while still asleep. Although the old ancestor's message wasn't clear, it was apparent she wanted to stop him from concealing the log house by sending it to him at that moment. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to let nature take its course. Then, the old ancestor was taken away. Since she didn't send Yang Kai any further messages, it seemed that he had made the right choice. With that said, he couldn't just ignore her. Hence, he concealed his figure and tailed the hunter. It took the hunter half a day to go up the mountain, but it only took him 2 hours to go down. The exhausted and starving hunter tripped over and became covered in dust, but he protected the little girl well. After returning to the small village, he kicked the door of his house open and shouted, "Dear, something has happened." Upon hearing his voice, a stout woman came out of the kitchen. An apron was wrapped around her waist, and there was a huge rolling pin in her hand. It seemed that she was preparing dinner. As the sky was turning dark, most people would supposedly have their dinner soon. The stout woman was in stark contrast with the lean hunter. As they stood side by side, the stout woman was 2 times larger than her husband. Villagers were usually straightforward people, so the moment she heard what her husband said, she roared, "What's wrong? Did that guy snatch your prey again? Don't worry, I'll beat him up for you." "No, no, no." The hunter repeatedly shook his head. "I picked up this little thing." Saying so, He dashed into the house. The moment he brushed past the stout woman, she caught a glimpse of what was in his arms. At that instant, she was rooted to the spot. After her husband entered the house, she exclaimed and followed him in a hurry. A moment later, the old ancestor was lying on a simple-looking bed in silence. There were some animal pelts on her figure, and beside the bed, the hunter and the stout woman stared fixedly at her with widened eyes. As the stout woman gazed at the petite and frail child on the bed, the ferocity on her face vanished. "Where did you pick her up?" The stout woman poked her husband with her elbow, accidentally exerting too much force with her arm and almost causing him to fall over. "On the mountain." The hunter briefly explained to her what had happened on this day. The stout woman's expression changed slightly. Why would there be such a thing on the mountain? Could she be a spirit? They had been a married couple for quite some time, so sometimes, before they fell asleep at night, the hunter would tell her stories, including ones about spirits. "I don't think so." The hunter lifted the pieces of animal skin. "Look, she doesn't have a tail." He then brushed back the little girl's hair. "There are no strange-looking ears either. I don't think she's a spirit." The stout woman nodded in agreement. Since the little girl didn't have a tail or some strange-looking horns or ears, she shouldn't be a spirit. The hunter then said, "The clothes she's wearing suggest that she's from a wealthy family. Moreover, she has been unconscious since I discovered her. I guess that she suffers from some kind of incurable disease, so her family members dumped her on the mountain." Tears started streaming out of the stout woman's eyes. She's such a pitiful little thing. How could her parents have the heart to abandon this beautiful baby? "Dear, please get Dr. Kai to come over now and examine this child. It's a life, after all. Since we've found her, we can't possibly watch her die without doing anything." "You're right." The stout woman wiped her tears away as she put down the rolling pin and took off her apron. Then, she turned around and left the house. There wasn't a doctor in the village, but there was a doctor surnamed Kai in a village that was about 20 kilometers away. Although he wasn't really an expert in medicine, he was already the best doctor in this area. The sky had turned completely dark when the stout woman stepped out of the house, and since the two villages were so far apart, Dr. Kai certainly wasn't willing to go over. However, the stout woman never gave him a chance to resist. She picked up the thin doctor with one hand and dashed across the 20-kilometer gap to return home. It only took her an hour to go back and forth between the villages. After the doctor was invited into their house, the couple repeatedly apologized to him in order to appease him so that he could examine the little girl. The couple anxiously watched them on the side. After Dr. Kai was done feeling her pulse, the stout woman asked nervously, "What sickness does she have, Dr. Kai?" Although Dr. Kai wasn't an expert in medicine, he had gained some experience and had sharp eyesight after practicing medicine for years, so he replied doubtfully, "She doesn't seem to be sick." The stout woman rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about, doctor? Look how pale her face is. How could you tell me she's not sick?" Dr. Kai waved his hand. "I've felt her pulse and checked her breathing, so I don't think she's sick. In fact, she's not just healthy. She's more vigorous than most kids. However, it's apparent that there's something wrong with her. This old master has no idea what's going on." He sighed, "Perhaps I'm just not skillful enough. I'm sorry that I'm unable to treat her." Upon finishing his words, he got up and ready to leave. The stout woman got in his way and put on a fawning smile. "Dr. Kai, you're the only doctor around this area. If you don't treat her, she'll die." A helpless Dr. Kai replied, "How do I treat her when I don't even know what's wrong with her?" The stout woman insisted, saying, "Regardless, just do whatever you can to help her. I'm sure the medicine you prescribe will be useful." The hunter nodded repeatedly on the side. Dr. Kai shook his head. "Medicine is not food. How can I prescribe medicine for her when I don't even know why she's sick? If she consumes the wrong medicine, she'll fall ill even though she's healthy now." The stout woman begged him to treat the little girl, but Dr. Kai firmly turned her down. With her patience running out, the stout woman picked up the rolling pin from the side and demanded, "Dr. Kai, I've never received any formal education, so I might be a little rude when I speak. and I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way. However, she's still a child. Will you please be kind enough to lend her a hand?" Dr. Kai felt his brow twitching as he looked at the rolling pin that was thicker than his thigh. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5228, Please Stop Making Trouble, Old Ancestor. In the end, Dr. Kai left behind a prescription slip. Faced with the threat, he didn't think he could reason with the stout woman, who was holding a rolling pin. With that said, he wouldn't dare to prescribe any strong medicine. The herbs on the slip could be easily found on the mountain and were simply meant to nurture one's blood essence. There wouldn't be a problem even if the young girl really consumed them. The hunter personally sent Dr. Kai back to the village, then returned to his home in a hurry. It was the middle of the night, but the stout woman was still seated by the bed as she looked lovingly at the little girl. The hunter felt moved at the sight. It had been over 20 years since they got married, so he was fully aware of his wife's temperament. He had never seen her behaving so gently before. He hadn't had any food for the entire day, and he was exhausted from all the traveling. Hence, he was both knackered and starving, so he said to his wife, "Let's have dinner. I'll get some rest after the meal, and look for those herbs in the morning." The stout woman grunted in agreement and picked up the rolling pin before shuffling towards the kitchen. At the break of dawn, the hunter left the house to do some hunting and looked for the herbs on the prescription. He made a living by hunting on the mountain, so he was also familiar with the herbs in this area. As such, it wasn't hard for him to carry out both tasks, though it did require some experience and luck. The hunter returned before dusk. He was lucky this time as he had captured a roe deer and found some herbs. He passed everything to his wife so that she could prepare dinner and feed the little girl. It was a small village with only more than a dozen families living here. Hence, everyone soon found out that the hunter had picked up a little girl from the mountain and would come over and take a look at her from time to time. Although the villagers had never received any formal education, they were all kind-hearted people. Hence, no one would gossip about this child who came out of nowhere. They just felt sorry that she had to go through so much pain at such a young age. The neighbors were kind enough to lend them a hand. Whenever the other hunters went up the mountain, they would always bring back some herbs and pass them to the stout woman. The hunter also returned to the log house several times in an attempt to search for her family members, but his efforts were in vain. 3 months passed just like that. Although they fed her with herbal soup and broth every day, the child that the hunter had brought back remained unconscious. With that said, the couple was relieved that the little girl now looked healthier than before. Her face was no longer horrifyingly pale as some color had been restored to it. That made them feel increasingly hopeful. For months had passed since the hunter picked up the girl, and one morning, the stout woman was preparing some broth as usual. She then brought it into the room to feed the little girl with it. Meanwhile, the hunter was sharpening his arrowheads in the yard. All of a sudden, the stout woman was heard exclaiming from the room, "Darling!" Shocked, the hunter promptly put down the arrow and dashed into the room before asking anxiously, "What's wrong?" In a dazed state, the stout woman pointed at the bed. The hunter looked in that direction and became astonished as well. That was because the little girl, who had been lying on the bed for 4 months, had sat up at this moment. She stared at them with a pair of eyes that were filled with puzzlement. "She's regained consciousness," the stout woman spoke in a shaking voice. With the bowl of broth in one hand, she grabbed her husband's arm with her other hand using all her strength as she was worried that she was dreaming. The hunter felt dizzy as he was swayed by his wife and called out, "Calm down, you're frightening her." The stout woman came to her senses and put on a harmless-looking smile. With the bowl of broth in her hand, she took a seat by the bed and said gently, "You're finally awake. When did you wake up? How are you feeling?" The little girl seated on the bed didn't seem to hear her, nor did she respond to her. She just stared fixedly at the bowl of broth in her hand. Even after asking a few more questions, the stout woman still didn't get any responses. As she darted her gaze between the kid and the bowl of broth in her hand, she asked, "Are you hungry?" Saying so, she leaned close to her as she wrapped one arm around the little girl's neck and held out the bowl for her with the other hand. In just 10 breaths of time, the little girl chugged down the entire bowl of broth. The hunter was elated on the side. Since she can eat, it means that she's all right. Go get her another bowl of broth. When the little girl was done having the second bowl of broth, she licked her lips as though she was craving more. She looked pitifully at the stout woman. Despite feeling sorry for her, the stout woman still shook her head. You can't drink so much broth since you just woke up. I'll let you eat anything you want when you recover. She then put down the bowl and asked gently, What's your name? Where's your home? The little girl appeared perplexed. After asking several questions, the stout woman still didn't get any replies. She turned to look at her husband and asked worriedly, Darling, do you think she might be a mute? The hunter replied, Perhaps she's just too young to understand what you're saying. Regardless, she's awake now. It seems that Dr. Kai's prescription is useful. We'll have to thank him then. The hunter nodded. That's for sure. Since the herbs are useful, I'll get more from the mountain now. He then went up the mountain while the stout woman told the little girl to stay in the house while she put together a gift. Although the gift wasn't valuable, it could show her sincerity. She then headed to Dr. Kai's house, which was 20 kilometers away. After the couple was gone, the little girl remained seated on the bed in silence. She looked up at the ceiling with her eyes, but no one knew what was on her mind. Yang Kai abruptly appeared beside the bed and looked down at her. A moment later, the little girl on the bed realized that something was off and she turned her head and met Yang Kai's eyes. Instead of being shocked, though, she was just curious about why there was a stranger standing beside her bed. What are you doing, old ancestor? Yang Kai asked curiously. He had been secretly observing the old ancestor for the past 4 months, and during this period, he found something that he couldn't understand. After the great battle with the royal lord, the old ancestor became severely wounded and fell into a coma for 4 months. However, as Yang Kai observed the old ancestor, he realized that there was something amiss with her condition. Nevertheless, he couldn't spell out what was wrong. Faced with his question, the old ancestor remained silent. She grew increasingly curious about this stranger as she gazed at him with a pair of clear-looking eyes. After staring at each other for a moment, Yang Kai sighed, Please stop making trouble, old ancestor. The old ancestor remained silent. She didn't even seem to have the intention of parting her lips. This prompted Yang Kai to frown. The old ancestor didn't seem to be messing with him. Instead, she looked both curious and puzzled, as though she really couldn't recognize him. Yang Kai felt his heart clench up tight. Could the old ancestor be more severely wounded than he thought and had lost her memory? However, he soon dismissed the speculation. As a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was one of the most powerful cultivators alive. Regardless of how badly injured she was, she couldn't possibly lose her memory over some simply physical trauma. Therefore, he reckoned that the old ancestor was either pulling his leg or had used some kind of special technique to seal her memory. Usually, regardless of how horribly injured the old ancestor was, her memory wouldn't be affected after she turned into a kid. Only her temperament would change as she would become somewhat childish. Nevertheless, if she had sealed off her memory, it was only natural that she couldn't recognize him. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai reckoned that he couldn't make a judgment now. Since it would still take the old ancestor a long time to recuperate, he could just keep observing her. Faced with such an old ancestor, Yang Kai wasn't even sure how to communicate with her and could only briefly examine her injuries. Even with his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Yang Kai was unable to detect any injuries on the old ancestor's figure. Upon examination, he realized that the old ancestor was completely fine. It was just that she was weaker than the other kids of the same age. As the stout woman was about to return, Yang Kai could only bid her farewell for now. I'll have a talk with you again sometime in the future. Get some rest for now. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot. When the stout woman returned from Dr. Kai's house and stepped into her home, she saw the little girl wandering around, as though the latter was looking for something. Flabbergasted, she hurriedly picked up the little girl and put her down on the bed before telling her again that she shouldn't move around as she pleased when no one else was at home. When Yang Kai retracted his gaze from the old ancestor, what was happening in the outside world caught his attention. Seated on the rooftop of the hunter's house, he looked up into the void, past the world barrier of his small universe. Some rays of light seemed to be rapidly approaching from the depths of the void. There were only 3 rays of light, but they were traveling in a straight line as they moved forward at great speed. The sight made Yang Kai feel doubtful, as these rays of light didn't seem like they belonged to the open heaven realm masters. Instead, they looked like lights that radiated from spirit arrays. But what kind of spirit arrays could move so quickly? Curious, he activated the demon eye of annihilation and observed more closely. What came into his sight astounded Yang Kai. The 3 dots of light that rushed forward in a line were indeed lights that radiated from spirit arrays that had been set up on 3 round universe worlds. These universe worlds must have been carefully selected as they were neither small nor big. They were respectively 1/10 of the size of the universe world used as a forward base by the East-West Army. Various arrays had been arranged on these universe worlds, and with those arrays in operation, these universe worlds flew over rapidly from the depths of the void and were still accelerating. Yang Kai had no idea where they were coming from, but it was apparent that they had crossed a long distance. They were already moving at the speed of lightning when they came into Yang Kai's sight. Moreover, each universe world exuded a dangerous aura. It was obvious that the arrays on the universe worlds did not just propel them forward, but they also served other important purposes. After examining the universe worlds for a time, Yang Kai figured out what those arrays were for. His face twitched upon that realization. Needless to say, it was another plan that Xiang Shan had come up with to deal with the Black Ink Clan. However, this plan was rather devious, and he wondered if the Black Ink Clansmen could bear it. Additionally, Yang Kai also discovered something that piqued his interest, which was the differences between the sizes of these universe worlds. The royal city was located on a universe world, and the forward base set up by the humans was also built on a universe world. However, the latter was moved to this place by the humans using a special technique. Comparing the two, the universe world the forward base sat on was much larger than the one the royal city was located at, about 3 times larger in fact. Initially, Yang Kai didn't understand why the army commanders had selected such an enormous universe world when it was only meant to be a temporary forward base. It seemed like a huge waste of resources at the time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-29, Attack of the Universe Worlds. After all, the larger the universe world was, the more resources would be needed to set up spirit arrays to fortify it. They should have selected a suitable and less resource-consuming universe world. There were only 30,000 human soldiers, so a much smaller universe world could easily accommodate them. Although Yang Kai was doubtful at that time, he didn't ponder on it as it was just a thought that flashed through his mind. However, the moment he saw the rays of light approaching from the depths of the void, he realized the reason behind it. The forward base where the humans were located was enormous and just half a day's flight from the royal city. This forward base was not just a nail at the Black Ink Clan's doorstep, but it also served as a screen, an obstacle that could obstruct the Black Ink Clan's sight. Presently, Yang Kai was at the back of the forward base, so he could clearly see the rays of light coming from the void. However, on the other side, the Black Ink Clansmen in the royal city would be unable to see what was going on. This gave the humans more room to maneuver. It seemed that by the time the army commanders had chosen to set up a forward base, they had come up with a series of follow-up plans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved such a massive universe world to this place. The Black Ink Clan soldiers were in a rigid formation in front of the royal city. Since Che Kong was told to take command, it had only taken him a month to reorganize the entire army. Presently, there were 1 million Black Ink Clan soldiers surrounding the royal city tightly. Regardless of how the humans launched an attack, they could immediately deal with the enemies. Che Kong had no idea how he should take the initiative to attack the humans, but it wouldn't be hard for him to defend the royal city with this setup. Defense had always been his forte. As the commander of 1 million Black Ink Clansmen, Che Kong was located in the middle of the army so that he could easily react to any potential threats from the humans. After a month of silence, Che Kong all of a sudden felt his chest tightening as an ominous feeling washed over him. This caused him to feel alerted as he lifted his gaze to look at the human side. There were a lot of warships moving around the forward base, but he had no idea what the humans were up to. However, it didn't seem like the humans had the intention of attacking the royal city at that moment. This made Che Kong feel doubtful. Since the humans didn't intend to attack, why did he feel a sense of unease all of a sudden? Could it be a false alarm? He sincerely hoped that it was just his nerves. Before the royal lord started recuperating in the Black Ink nest, he appointed Che Kong to be the commander of the Black Ink clan soldiers and entrusted him to protect the royal city. Certainly, Che Kong could not disappoint the royal lord. While he was lost in his thoughts, a dazzling light suddenly radiated from the back of the human's encampment. The unease Che Kong felt intensified at that moment. The next instant, the light flashed into his sight. It was so dazzling that he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Initially, he couldn't make out what the light was, but as the distance shortened, he quickly realized its true nature. Che Kong, who had been seated at the time, leapt to his feet with widened eyes. The next moment, his roar reverberated across the entire void. Enemy attack! Over the past month that he had been leading the Black Ink army, Che Kong had repeatedly pondered on what kind of strategy the humans would use to assault the royal city. He had also put himself in the shoes of the leaders from the human side and inferred how the war would unfold. He came to the conclusion that, regardless of what devious plans the humans had come up with, they wouldn't achieve their goal as long as he steadfastly protected the royal city. There was no doubt that he was pleased with the expected outcome. However, it wasn't until the humans finally revealed their move that Che Kong realized he had underestimated how cunning his enemy truly was. It never crossed his mind that the humans would attack them using a universe world. The universe world was full of arrays, which were obviously arranged by the humans. After shooting past the forward base, the universe world came straight at the royal city. Che Kong had no idea where this universe world came from, but it had obviously moved across a long distance in the void as it was moving at incredible speed. By the time Che Kong alerted the other Black Ink clansmen, the ray of light was only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the royal city. If they did nothing, the universe world would smash into the royal city in 10 breaths of time. The consequences would be dreadful. The location of the royal city was also a universe world, and although it was gigantic, it didn't have any powerful defenses. It wasn't comparable to Great Evolution Pass in this respect. Great Evolution Pass was an enormous mobile palace artifact, so even without any active arrays, it was still significantly sturdier than a mere universe world. Moreover, be it the humans or the Black Ink clan who controlled Great Evolution Pass, there were various arrays in Inner Sanctum that could enhance its defenses. The approaching universe world that was full of spirit arrays appeared to only be a third the size of the universe world the royal city was situated upon. But if it really crashed into the royal city, everything would be smashed to pieces. By then, not only would the royal lord be disrupted from his recuperation, but the high-rank Black Ink nest would also be destroyed upon impact. If that happened, the royal lord would never let Che Kong off. If they had detected the universe world that was coming at the royal city earlier, they could have easily warded it off given the forces available to them. However, Che Kong was caught off guard as the despicable humans obstructed their line of sight using their forward base. By the time he discovered the strange attack, Che Kong was only left with 10 breaths of time to react. He had no time to mobilize his soldiers, so he personally charged towards the universe world. At the same time, over 30 territory lords took action along with him. All of the territory lords knew that they had to do their best to fend off this universe world attack, for the slightest impact on the royal city would surely disturb the royal lord's recuperation. Black Ink clansmen recuperated by falling into a state of deep sleep. It was the same for the royal lord as it was for everyone else. Once they were disturbed, though, their recuperation would be disturbed, resulting in backlash that could undo their recovery progress or possibly even make their condition worse. The royal lord was the most powerful master they had to rely on, so they naturally wouldn't allow anything to disturb him. All the territory lords shot into the sky. The sight was magnificent as their auras were menacing. Meanwhile, countless feudal lords followed closely behind them. On a barren mountain in the forward base, Xiangshan, Lu Jiping, and other 8th Order Division commanders looked on intently and saw that the Black Ink clansmen from the royal city were charging forward like the moths to a flame. Before they even arrived, they had started sending out violent attacks at the universe world that was coming at the royal city. One 8th Order Division commander asked, "Do you think they can ward it off?" Honestly speaking, it wouldn't require an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to make a move to destroy a universe world. A 6th Order, or even a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, given enough time, could destroy a universe world. After all, an Open Heaven Realm Master had broken free from the restraints of the inner universe. The power they could draw from their small universe was world force. Hence, it wasn't difficult for them to shatter a universe world. Naturally, the Black Ink clansmen of similar strength could achieve the same results. However, the Black Ink clan was not dealing with an ordinary universe world at this moment. It was a universe world protected by various arrays that the array masters had spent a month and massive amounts of resources to arrange. Therefore, it was no longer an ordinary universe world. It was the greatest siege weapon to destroy a city with. "We'll see," Xiang Shan replied impassively. He was just giving it a try to ascertain how effective this tactic was to achieve their objective. Therefore, the East-West Army had not prepared to launch an attack at this moment. As such, the division commanders could just watch what was going on and have a casual chat among themselves. They could see that the Black Ink clan had fully utilized all their powers as all sorts of dark, ominous techniques smashed against the universe world, which caused it to flicker and start breaking apart. There was no doubting the destructive force of several dozen territory lords making a move together. Therefore, even though the universe world was equipped with all sorts of defensive arrays, it couldn't possibly withstand the violent attacks from so many territory lords. Before the feudal lords could even make a move, the universe world had turned dim. The next instant, it exploded into countless fragments that scattered around. The territory lords couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief while at the same time, they were infuriated. It seemed they had been frightened over nothing, as it was just a universe world. After all, even though it was equipped with various arrays, it couldn't possibly pose a threat to them. However, all the territory lords had come forward to fend it off. If the humans launched an attack on the royal city at that moment, they wouldn't be able to protect the city. While such thoughts were crossing their minds, though, another ray of light appeared behind the shattered universe world. "There's more," Che Kong roared. This time, the territory lords did not become flustered. With the earlier experience, they knew how to deal with this situation now. Furthermore, with more feudal lords joining them, it became easier to destroy the approaching universe world. Several breaths of time later, the second universe world became shattered and broke into countless pieces. The next instant, the third universe world was seen coming at them. The territory lords secretly cursed at the leaders of the human race. The series of despicable moves was quite annoying. With dozens of territory lords and innumerable feudal lords working together, they cast an attack together and destroyed the third universe world when it was still millions of kilometers away from the royal city. However, the territory lords didn't lower their guard down. They stared fixedly at the depths of the void, as they were worried that there would be a fourth universe world. Soon, they were relieved that there wasn't a fourth universe world. It seemed that the humans had only gotten 3 universe worlds prepared. Upon making sure that all the universe worlds had been intercepted, and that the royal city was not impacted at all, Che Kong led the territory lords and feudal lords back. Instead of feeling elated, though, Che Kong only felt increasingly worried. Although they had successfully fended off the 3 universe worlds that the humans had launched at them this time, what if there were 4, 5, or even more universe worlds? There would come a time when they were unable to stop the universe worlds, and when that happened, a large number of the Black Ink clansmen would lose their lives, and the royal lord's recovery would be interrupted. It was apparent that the humans were just testing the waters this time, and the next attack would be the real show. Che Kong believed that after the test this time, the human leaders would continue to use such a tactic. Damn it, Che Kong thought. Faced with such a despicable tactic, the Black Ink clan had no other choice but to directly deal with it. They couldn't even imitate it as they didn't have so many skillful array masters on their side. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5230, Xiao Zhao's relative. Since Yang Kai had cultivated the Tao of time and learned a few things from his third disciple, time flowed 4 times faster in his small universe than the outside. Therefore, even though the old ancestor had been recuperating in his small universe for 4 months, only 1 month had passed in the outside world. In just 1 month, the East-West Army was able to carry out such a plan. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire Xiang Shan and the others' farsightedness. After the 3 universe worlds circled around the forward base, Yang Kai was unable to see what happened next as his sight was obstructed. With that said, even though he was in a desolate valley on the opposite side of a universe world, he could still feel the violent energy fluctuations coming from the royal city. He reckoned that the expressions on the territory lords' faces would be interesting when they saw the universe worlds, which were equipped with various arrays, coming at the royal city. However, he didn't think it would be difficult for the Black Ink clan to fend off these universe worlds. After all, there were some 30-plus territory lords, not to mention that they had many 8th Order Black Ink disciples with them. It was unlikely that the universe worlds could harm them. That was indeed the case. The energy fluctuations coming from the royal city only lasted for about 10 breaths of time before they vanished. Again, days went by peacefully. From the looks of it, the human soldiers didn't seem to have the intention of invading the royal city at all. Meanwhile, inside the small universe, the old ancestor was still recuperating in the hunter's home. The couple treated her very well. Although they were not related by blood, they took care of her as though they were her biological parents. Half of the food brought back by the hunter from the mountain found its way into the old ancestor's stomach. Certainly, the couple was surprised at the fact that the little girl they picked up from the mountain had such a big appetite despite being so petite. Moreover, she seemed to truly love eating. The only thing that concerned the couple was that the little girl hadn't grown much in size despite her big appetite. She looked like she was 3 to 4 years old when they picked her up back then. 4 years had passed, but she hadn't changed one bit. This was unusual, for kids normally grew very quickly at such a young age. 4 years was long enough for a toddler to become a child that could freely run around. However, that wasn't the case for Xiao Xiao. Yes, after raising the little girl they picked up from the mountain for 4 years, the couple had given her a name. She was named Xiao Xiao because she would smile brightly whenever there was delicious food for her. Considering the fact that Xiao Xiao was abandoned by her family back then because she was critically ill, the couple believed that her illness was the reason she hadn't grown much. In the past, Dr. Kai had left behind a prescription slip. Using the herbs on the list, the couple spent the next 4 months pulling Xiao Xiao back from death's door. Although her life was saved, she must have been left with a hidden ailment that resulted in her sluggish growth. With that said, they were gratified that Xiao Xiao wasn't mute, unlike what they initially thought. Furthermore, she was an intelligent child who was good at speaking and singing. Additionally, she also seemed to be gifted when it came to hunting. She was only 4 years old when they picked her up, and she was 8 years old now. What could an 8-year-old child do? The hunter had no idea what other 8-year-old kids were like, but Xiao Xiao could already follow him to the mountain and hunt every day. He had even crafted a small bow for her. Over the past 6 months, Xiao Xiao was able to bring back a lot of prey. There was even once when the hunter killed an 800-kilogram wild boar with her help. The wild boar was large enough for all the villagers to enjoy for half a month. All the villagers treated Xiao Xiao well. Knowing that she loved food, the villagers would frequently send her delicious dishes so that she could satisfy her craving. One day, the stout woman was busy doing household chores in the afternoon when she heard some noises outside the house. After opening the door, she saw that her husband and Xiao Xiao had returned. That surprised her because it was only in the middle of the afternoon. Usually, her husband wouldn't come home so soon. What bothered her was that there was a hint of worry on her husband's face. Although she wasn't a typical sensitive woman as she was rather straightforward, she was good at observing her husband's expressions. After all, they had been married for many years. "What's wrong?" she asked. The hunter shook his head and remained silent. Gazing at Xiao Xiao, he said, "Go out and play." After a grunt, Xiao Xiao put down her bow and quiver. "I'll look for Sir, then." Then, she turned around and left the house in a hurry. Worried, the stout woman shouted from behind, "Take it slow. Don't trip. Despite knowing that the little girl could easily move around on the mountain along with the hunter, the stout woman was still worried that she would trip over if she ran too fast. As for the Sir Xiao Xiao had mentioned, he was a scholar who happened to arrive at this place 4 years ago. The scholar seemed to have fallen in love with the environment here, so he decided to settle down. Several years had passed since then. Perhaps he had decided to stay here forever. Though the scholar didn't have other skills, he was a well-read person. They happened to need a teacher in the village, so the scholar decided to help the children learn how to read and write upon the hunter's request. In return, they would give him some food, so he didn't have to worry about survival. Xiao Xiao loved spending time with the scholar. According to her, the young man would always give her treats every time she paid him a visit. The couple had never heard of some of the food she had mentioned. The couple pondered on this issue many times. The scholar received his food from the villagers, so where did he even get some treats to share with the children? However, to Xiao Xiao, anything edible was delicious. After Xiao Xiao was out of sight, the stout woman turned around and saw that her husband was seated by the table. He took a few sips of the tea and sighed. Annoyed by her husband's behavior, the stout woman landed a slap on his back, almost causing him to spit blood. Just spill it. Stop sighing and keeping silent. The hunter let out another sigh before saying, I came across a woman on the mountain today. While glaring at him, the stout woman sneered, Was she beautiful? After becoming startled for a moment, the hunter put on a helpless smile. What are you talking about? Why don't you ask me where I saw her? The stout woman snorted. Where did you run into her? In a grim voice, the hunter replied, In that house. The stout woman fell into a dazed state for a moment, then her expression changed. What do you mean? Gazing at her, the hunter went on to say, You're also aware that I picked up Xiao Xiao from the log house on the mountain back then. Over the years, I go take a look at the house whenever I go hunting in that area. I've never seen anyone there, but today, there was a woman in the log house. Judging from the clothes she was wearing, she should be from a well-to-do family. She also had some servants with her. So what? The stout woman appeared wary. The hunter continued, saying, I asked them what they were doing there, and one of the servants told me that the woman lost something around there a few years ago, so they were looking for it now. The stout woman's expression changed drastically. Have they found it? The hunter shook his head. I never asked her what she had lost. Did she see Xiao Xiao? The hunter replied, No. Xiao Xiao and I separated to run down a roe deer. She wasn't by my side at that time. The stout woman was evidently relieved. The hunter sighed, Dear, I think the woman's appearance somewhat resembles Xiao Xiao. Shut up, the stout woman roared. The hunter was so shocked that he hunched his back. He wouldn't dare to offend his wife when she was enraged. Relentless, the stout woman walked up to the door and placed her hands on her hips before shouting at the clearing outside the house. You have lost her? So what's the point of you looking for her now? You were not heartbroken when you lost her back then. So how could you look for her when she's healthy now? Do you think she'll go back to you? What a heartless woman. She spat in contempt. There seemed to be an invisible enemy outside the house as the stout woman resentfully cursed at it. She didn't have any other skills, but she excelled at cursing at the people she hated. It wasn't until a long time later that her fury slightly subsided. She turned around and stared at the hunter. Go up the mountain and kill that woman with your bow tomorrow. The hunter's forehead was covered with cold sweat. I don't think that's a good idea. What's wrong with that? I'll take all the responsibility. The stout woman appeared determined as she walked towards the table and picked up the teapot. She directly chugged it down to quench her thirst. After she was done drinking it, she landed the teapot on the table with a loud thud. Then, she sat on the chair with a listless expression. She was no longer as feisty as earlier when she cursed at the invisible enemy. A moment later, she covered her eyes with her hands. The hunter stole a glance and asked, Why are you crying all of a sudden? The stout woman was trying to suppress her sorrow when she heard her husband's words. Unable to take it anymore, she started bawling her eyes out. Darling, don't you think that Xiao Xiao is a gift to us from the heavens? No one can take her away from us, right? It had been over 20 years since the couple got married. They were pretty hardworking when they were younger, but for some reason, she couldn't bear a child. When the hunter brought Xiao Xiao back from the mountain 4 years ago, the stout woman thought that the heavens had finally had mercy on her by sending this child to her. Initially, she still hoped that her husband could find Xiao Xiao's relatives so that she could return to her family. However, for years had passed, and the couple already regarded Xiao Xiao to be their daughter. They were not willing to part ways with her now. At the thought of the possibility of Xiao Xiao leaving her, the stout woman was heartbroken. The hunter placated her by saying, "Well, I simply chanced upon a wealthy woman who lost something several years ago. She's just looking for it now. She might not necessarily be Xiao Xiao's relative." The stout woman's vision had turned blurred from all the crying. While sobbing, she said, "You said that the woman resembles Xiao Xiao, and she's looking for something she lost. Who else could she be if she's not Xiao Xiao's mother?" At that, the hunter fell silent. In fact, such a thought sprang into his mind the moment he saw the woman. That was because Xiao Xiao indeed took after her. While the stout woman continued bawling, the hunter remained silent. A moment later, he said, "The child has her own parents. The woman is from a wealthy family. If Xiao Xiao goes back to her, she'll have a bright future. It's much better than staying with us here. In the future, she'll be able to marry a good man." Marshall Peak, Chapter 52:31. I'll bring you something delicious. The stout woman abruptly stopped crying and stood straight up. Glaring at the hunter, she threatened, "If you dare to send Xiao Xiao back to her, I'll break your legs." Saying so, she turned around and shuffled towards her room. When she brushed past the hunter, she landed a kick on the bench that he was seated on. In an instant, the bench broke apart with a crack. The hunter lost his balance and fell to the ground. Gazing at the broken bench, he gulped. Although he knew that his wife was strong, he hadn't expected her to be this strong. Undoubtedly, his leg was not as robust as the bench. As he recalled what she had told him before she left, he decided to keep his mouth shut. There was a simple-looking house at the bottom of the mountain. Despite that, it was jointly built by the villagers and was sturdy enough to fend off rain and wind. This was the residence of the scholar who happened to visit this place 4 years ago. It also served as a school in the village. Other than the kids in the village, the hunters from the neighboring villages would also send their children to this school when they learned that there was a scholar who could teach children how to read and write. Therefore, more than 10 kids would frequently gather together in this small school for lessons. The kids from the mountain villages were reckless and naughty. Initially, the hunters were worried that this frail-looking teacher wouldn't be able to discipline them. They wouldn't want to see their kids causing any trouble. However, they were surprised to learn that regardless of how mischievous the kids were, they would become obedient and studious the moment they stepped into this school. The teacher didn't seem to have any special ways of disciplining the kids. He simply taught them how to read and write. This strange revelation amazed the hunters. At this moment, the teacher, who was giving the kids a lesson, cracked a smile all of a sudden, as though he had discovered something funny. The students were puzzled, but none of them dared to ask him about it because he always had this strange sense of authority about him. With that said, there was still a kid who raised her hand and asked in a clear voice, "Sir, why are you smiling all of a sudden?" The person who asked this question was none other than Xiao Xiao, who looked smaller than the other children. Instead of feeling afraid, the kids all respected the teacher. He had never punished them in any way. However, as soon as they stepped into this school, they would become obedient. Nevertheless, Xiao Xiao was the only one who didn't seem to revere the teacher, and she was the only one who had the audacity to interrupt the teacher when he was giving a lesson. Upon hearing that, the teacher lifted his head and revealed a stalwart-looking face. He replied with a smile, "Nothing. I just thought of something funny." With a tilted head, Xiao Xiao appeared puzzled. The teacher continued with the lesson. The reason he put on a smile was that he had detected what happened in the hunter's home. The way the stout wife reacted was hilarious. In fact, he was aware that there was a wealthy woman in the log house on the mountain. Strictly speaking, she indeed resembled Xiao Xiao in a way. However, one wouldn't have thought so if he didn't have such a preconceived idea. He knew that the wealthy woman had nothing to do with Xiao Xiao. After all, Xiao Xiao was a ninth-order old ancestor, while the wealthy woman was just one of the many living beings in his small universe. It was just a coincidence, and the couple was being too sensitive. When the hunter brought the old ancestor back to his home, Yang Kai followed behind them. Despite realizing that there was something wrong with the old ancestor, he didn't have a way to deal with it. Therefore, he could only pretend to be a poor, wandering scholar and settle down in this village, so that he could keep in contact with the old ancestor and observe her. Over the past 4 years, he had noticed some things that concerned him. First of all, the old ancestor was terribly injured. Otherwise, she would have grown in size after such a long time. Her injury was so deep, though, that even Yang Kai was unable to detect it. When the old ancestor started growing, it would mean that she was on the road to recovery. It was the second point that especially puzzled him, though. It seemed that the old ancestor had indeed lost her memory. It had been 4 years since he started approaching the old ancestor, but she always regarded him to be the teacher in the village. She didn't remember anything that had happened in the past. Yang Kai had a feeling that the old ancestor had sealed her memory voluntarily, but he had no idea why she had done so. Now, he could only cooperate with the old ancestor by giving her the best environment to recuperate and hope that she would recover soon. After the lesson ended, the kids returned to their homes. Yang Kai remained seated in the classroom. A moment later, a petite figure stuck her head out from the door and flashed a smile at him. A helpless Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. Although the old ancestor's memory had been sealed off, it seemed being a foodie was innate to her. He beckoned to Xiao Xiao, who then skipped towards him and obediently stood there. Then, he turned his palm over and revealed a skewer of candied hawthorns before passing it to her. An elated Xiao Xiao said sweetly, "Thank you, sir." In the middle of the night, Xiao Xiao realized that something was off. She extended her hand and discovered that her mother, who was hugging her, was crying. Puzzled, she asked, "Why are you crying, mother? Did father bully you?" The stout woman shook her head repeatedly. "No, I was just having a nightmare." Oh. Believing her statement to be true, Xiao Xiao turned over and snuggled up to the stout woman. As she patted the stout woman's back, she placated her by saying, "Don't worry, mother. I'm here for you." Whenever she had a nightmare in the past, her mother would always pat her back, and she would fall asleep again soon. "I'm not afraid because I know you're here for me," the stout woman replied and hugged the little girl even tighter. The next day, the stout woman dressed Xiao Xiao up and helped her put on the clothes she was wearing 4 years ago when they picked her up. As Xiao Xiao hadn't grown over the last 4 years, she could still fit into those clothes. It wasn't certain what the clothes were made of, but they still looked brand new even after 4 years. The stout woman was on the brink of breaking into tears as she dressed Xiao Xiao up. On the other hand, the hunter squatted outside the house in silence. The couple had not talked about this, but the hunter knew what his wife's intention was the moment he saw what she was doing. Xiao Xiao still remained joyful. After the stout woman was done with it, she looked at the sweet and innocent smile in the mirror and let out a sigh. Xiao Xiao said, "Mother, it'll be hard for me to go hunting in such clothes." The stout woman forced a smile. "You're not going to go hunting today?" With her head tilted, Xiao Xiao asked curiously, "Am I not? I'll look for the teacher then." "You're not looking for the teacher either." The stout woman took Xiao Xiao's hand and rose from the chair. "Your father will bring you to a place. Just follow him." Despite feeling perplexed, Xiao Xiao nodded. The hunter stepped into the house and exchanged glances with his wife before looking away. He beckoned to Xiao Xiao, "Let's go."
Yes.
Xiao Xiao skipped forward, and the hunter followed behind her. All of a sudden, the stout woman shouted from behind, "Xiao Xiao." By the time Xiao Xiao turned around, the stout woman had approached her and pulled her into her arms. Trying her best to stop her tears from sliding down her face, the stout woman said, "You must stay safe no matter what." "I know, mother. Wait for me. I'll bring you something delicious." Xiao Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Go now." The stout woman forced herself to release Xiao Xiao and turned around. She didn't dare to take another glance at her, for she was worried that she wouldn't have the heart to let her go. Behind her, Xiao Zhao's laugh faded into the distance. A while later, the stout woman whirled around, but Xiao Xiao was no longer in sight. She raced forward, but the next instant, she stopped in her tracks and grasped the door frame as she fell into a dazed state. A long time later, she fished out a skewer of candied hawthorns from her clothes and carefully unwrapped the paper before taking a bite. She swallowed it along with her tears. It's sweet. The hunter had walked along the rugged mountain paths countless times, but this time, it was the most difficult walk in his life. They took a break from time to time, and it wasn't until the afternoon that they arrived at the log house. Initially, he hoped that the wealthy woman would have left by now so that he no longer had to feel conflicted. However, he came just as the woman was about to leave. The woman was surprised to see the hunter, but what surprised her even further was that he had brought a young child, who was wearing expensive clothes, with him. While the servants were vigilant, the woman let the hunter get closer to her. "Is there something you want to tell me?" the woman asked. She had a feeling that the hunter had come all the way here to look for her. As she spoke, she took a glance at the child beside him. At that instant, she couldn't move her eyes away. That was because the young child was truly adorable. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was beautiful. The woman came from a well-to-do family, and she had seen many young children from wealthy families, but none of them was comparable to the little girl before her eyes. If the child before her eyes was like a skylark, the ones she had seen in the past were no different from the mud on the ground. She couldn't believe that such a child lived in this remote mountain. The hunter felt heartbroken when he realized that the woman was staring fixedly at Xiao Xiao. I suppose she can recognize Xiao Xiao. After all, Xiao Xiao hadn't changed one bit over the past 4 years. If this woman is her relative, it was expected that she could recognize her. He parted his lips in an attempt to say something, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything in the end. Xiao Xiao was a friendly and outgoing young girl, so she flashed a sweet smile at the woman and asked, "How are you, madam?" The woman put on a smile as well. Such a good child. She beckoned to a servant, who then came forward with a lunchbox. The woman bent her back and passed the lunchbox to Xiao Xiao. "I made this. It's delicious. Give it a try." Xiao Xiao turned to look at the hunter as though she was asking for his permission. Her gaze suggested that she badly wanted the food. This couldn't be helped, as she could never resist good food. However, the hunter had fallen into a dazed state. This was different from what he had imagined. Although the woman seemed to be fond of Xiao Xiao, it didn't look like she had identified the latter to be her relative. Could it be? Agitated, the hunter asked, "Madam, you told me that you'd lost something the day before. Have you found it yet?" The woman shook her head. "I lost it several years ago, and I don't remember where I lost it. I just feel that this place looks familiar to me, so I thought I'd lost it around here. Unfortunately, it seems I was mistaken. In any case, it's not something so important, so I've decided to give up looking for it." The hunter, whose figure was stiff, became at ease in an instant. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5232, Attacking the Royal City. Inside the house, the stout woman was seated on a chair as she embraced Xiao Xiao with a bright smile. She was so ecstatic that it was as though she had retrieved something irreplaceable she had lost. Xiao Xiao felt that her mother was strange on this day, but she was too young to understand the myriad of things in the world. Therefore, she couldn't specify what was odd. Presently, there was a lunchbox in front of her. It was given to her by the wealthy woman on the mountain. The food inside the lunchbox wasn't expensive, just some osmanthus cakes she had apparently made. Villagers like them had never seen such delicate cakes before, let alone eaten them. Half of the osmanthus cakes inside the lunchbox were gone, most of them having disappeared into Xiao Zhao's stomach. "Have another piece, mother." Xiao Xiao picked up an osmanthus cake and held it out for the stout woman. With a smile, the stout woman replied, "I'm not having any more. It's too sweet. Go on and eat it." "All right," Xiao Xiao replied and munched on the osmanthus cake. It was so delicious that she had the urge to swallow her own tongue as well. The hunter was getting ready for the hunting session the next day by sharpening his arrowheads. When he saw the heartwarming scene in the house, he wore a sincere smile. The North-South Army's forward base was located on an asteroid that would take a person 2 days to reach from Great Evolution Pass. 1 year ago, the North-South Army clashed with the Black Ink Clan from Great Evolution Pass. Although they had killed a lot of their enemies, they had suffered some losses as well. The defeated Black Ink clansmen fled back to Great Evolution Pass and received help from their companions. Since then, they had not left Great Evolution Pass. 1 year had passed, and the North-South Army was now locked in a staring contest with the Black Ink Clan stationed at Great Evolution Pass. They were like two beasts that bared their fangs at each other from a distance, but neither could kill the other party, so they didn't attack. After suffering a setback previously, the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't dare to make a rash move again. They were worried that there would be no turning back once they launched an attack. On the other hand, the North-South Army didn't have a way to deal with the Black Ink clansmen who refused to leave Great Evolution Pass. It wasn't until the humans became the attackers that they realized just how difficult dealing with a Great Pass was. Great Evolution Pass provided the best defense for the Black Ink clansmen, so if the North-South Army rashly launched an attack, many of their soldiers would lose their lives. Given the collective power of the North-South Army now, it would be hard for them to retrieve Great Evolution Pass in short order, and once they launched an attack and failed, they would lose their advantageous position. The army commander of the Southern Army, Ouyang-Lai, was an irascible person, so the deadlock they were faced with was giving him a headache. Therefore, he urged Mi Jingluan on a daily basis to come up with a way to lure the Black Ink Clan out of Great Evolution Pass so that they could meet them in battle. Of course, Mi Jingluan didn't have a solution to this problem, or he would have used it already. As long as the Black Ink Clan refused to leave Great Evolution Pass, there was little he could do. Please calm down, Brother Ouyang. We're faced with a stalemate here. Since the Black Ink Clan won't leave the pass, it's hard for us to launch an attack. We have no other choice but to maintain the status quo. Mi Jingluan appeased Ouyang-Lai, who had repeatedly looked for him to discuss the plan to deal with the enemy. Undoubtedly, Ouyang-Lai could understand what the other man was talking about. He was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as well as an army commander after all, so even if he was a hot-headed person, he wouldn't have attained such achievements without being able to understand the bigger strategic picture. Despite that, he could never change his irritable temperament. How long will the confrontation last? For eternity? Ouyang-Lai said furiously. He thought that the Black Ink clansmen were too timid. Despite their vast army, they didn't have the courage to launch an attack and only knew how to hide. It was expected that he was annoyed. Mi Jingluan comforted, "We certainly can't let the confrontation go on for eternity, but the breakthrough we need can't be achieved here by us. For now, we'll have to depend on the East-West Army." Ouyang-Lai darted his gaze around and gave it a thought. He then said, "Brother Mi, you mean?" Mi Jingluan nodded. If the East-West Army can deal a heavy blow to the Black Ink Clan at the Royal City, the Royal Lord will surely become flustered. When that happens, the Black Ink Clan occupying Great Evolution Pass won't be able to keep hiding. They certainly have to head to the Royal City upon receiving the Royal Lord's order, and we'll be able to take action. Upon hearing that, Ouyang-Lai nodded repeatedly. "You have a point. Brother Mi, when do you think the breakthrough will be achieved?" Mi Jingluan replied, "That will depend on how long those from the Royal City can persevere. However, I don't think it'll happen in a short time. The number of soldiers in the East-West Army is roughly the same as ours. Although they have the old ancestor with them, the Black Ink Clan over there have a royal lord. It won't be easy to achieve a breakthrough. Now, what we should do is find a way to contact the East-West Army. It would be best if we could communicate instantly, so that it would be easier for us to carry out any following plans." Ouyang-Lai shook his head. "That will be difficult. This place is too far away from the royal city. It's not hard to contact them, but the exchange of information will be sluggish. We can't make it instantaneous." Mi Jingluan nodded. "It would be best if we could let Marshal Nephew Yang build several universe arrays between Great Evolution Pass and the royal city. However, I'm afraid he's busy right now as he has to help with the old ancestors' healing. Otherwise, given Xiang Shan's far-sightedness, he would have told Yang Kai to do so already. Still, sluggish or not, Being able to share information is essential. Ouyang said, in that case, we should send someone to the East-West Army. Mi Jingluan put on a smile. I've already done so. He should have arrived by now. Upon hearing that, Ouyang couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy only told me about it after he'd done it. It makes me look ignorant. It's taxing to work with such a scheming person. Mi Jingluan looked at the depths of the void. There were two reasons why he had sent someone to the East-West Army. First of all, he really did need to exchange information with them. Secondly, he wanted to find out how the East-West Army was planning to attack the royal city. The royal city was protected by a large number of black ink clansmen, and the royal lord was around, so it wouldn't be easy for the East-West Army to attack given their current strength. Mi Jingluan had put himself in the shoes of the army commanders in the East-West Army and pondered on what he could do. He had come up with some possible solutions, but he didn't think they would be very effective. Therefore, he wanted to find out how Xiang Shan would act. Meanwhile, the East-West Army was mobilizing at their forward base. The warships, which were initially docked on the universe world, rose into the sky and soared towards the void. When the 8th Order Division Commander Cha Pu, who was standing on a mountain, saw that, he appeared surprised and asked the person beside him, "Are you going to attack the royal city?" Cha Pu was the division commander of Northern Army's 4th Division. He was also the person Mi Jingluan had sent to this place to contact the East-West Army. Just like Mi Jingluan had expected, Cha Pu had arrived at this place 3 days ago. He came at a time when the East-West Army was about to carry out a grand plan, so he decided to stay and observe so that he could bring more details back to Mi Jingluan. The reason an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was asked to come to this place was that it was a long journey that was paved with danger. If a 7th Order Master was told to come here, he might not make it. Therefore, Mi Jingluan could only send an 8th Order Division Commander. It had been peaceful on the North-South Army's side recently, so it would be fine even though Cha Pu wasn't around. Additionally, he was the one who came to Yang Kai's rescue after the latter killed an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Presently, the person standing beside him was Xiang Shan's adjutant, Li Xing. Xiang Shan had ordered him to keep Cha Pu company and answer his questions. Now, the soldiers of the East-West Army had been mobilized as though they were going to attack the royal city. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that. This made Cha Pu feel worried. He had seen the defensive formation around the royal city. Given the East-West Army's current power, it would be unwise to directly attack the royal city. Once the two parties clashed, the East-West Army would suffer immense losses. Although he knew Xiang Shan wouldn't do something so foolish, he couldn't help but feel worried. To the side, Li Xing replied, "Don't worry about it, Marshal Uncle Cha. Sir Xiang has said that you just have to keep watching." Cha Pu turned to look at him with a smile. "Oh, did senior brother Xiang say that? It seems that the mobilization of soldiers is just a pretense." Li Xing lowered his gaze. "I wouldn't dare to reveal details about ongoing military operations." He knew everything about the army as he was Xiang Shan's adjutant, but without his permission, he wouldn't break secrecy. Cha Pu didn't intend to make things difficult for him, so after a nod, he said, "Since you've said so, I'll be looking forward to it then. Let's see how senior brother Xiang is going to deal with the Black Ink clan." They fell silent after that. The mobilization of the East-West Army was swift. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers from different divisions, who had been resting and building up their strength for the past year, boarded their warships and soon formed into a fleet. There were over 2,000 warships setting sail, giving off a menacing air. Certainly, what they were doing couldn't be hidden from the Black Ink clan, so those from the royal city instantly detected the anomaly. Che Kong was standing on the deck of his great ship. With a solemn expression, he stared intently towards the front. He had no idea why the humans had suddenly assumed a battle formation, but regardless of the reason, it seemed that a fight was inevitable. Before the royal lord fell asleep, he had ordered that they should defend the royal city at all costs. They could ignore the humans if the latter didn't try to invade the royal city. However, if there was movement, they had to do their best to stop the humans. Therefore, the moment Che Kong noticed the mobilization of the human army, he passed down an order. Soon, 1 million Black Ink clansmen were ready for the war. However, Kong found something odd a moment later. The humans didn't directly come at the royal city. Instead, they were heading towards the left side of the royal city and circling around it. This made Kong feel puzzled. What are the humans trying to achieve? Are they trying to launch an attack on the back of the royal city by circling around it right in front of me? That's ridiculous. Do they think I'm blind? If the humans had the audacity to do such a thing, Kong swore that he would destroy them for their insolence. Chapu, who was watching from the forward base, was equally puzzled. He shared Kong's sentiment. By circling around the royal city without any cover, they couldn't achieve anything other than wasting their time. However, he didn't ask any questions. The leaders of the East-West Army must have their reason for acting this way, so he just kept watching. Mi Jingluan wanted to find out how the East-West Army was going to achieve a breakthrough, so perhaps this battle would be the key. It would only take a person half a day to reach the royal city from the East-West Army's forward base, so by circling around the royal city, the East-West Army's fleet arrived at its left side a bit more than half a day later. They stopped moving forward at this point, and with a battalion-class warship leading the way, the fleet charged towards the royal city in a domineering manner. Marshall Peak, Chapter 52-33, Flanking the Enemy. The East-West Army's fleet was rapidly getting closer to the royal city. Certainly, the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Kong ordered half of the 1 million Black Ink soldiers to head to the left side of the city and prepare to intercept the enemy. This was the right move as well as the only solution. With that said, Kong wasn't a fool, so he didn't send all his soldiers to the left side of the city. He had to be wary of a potential sneak attack from the humans. The humans' fleet was indeed coming at them from the left, but it was just a fleet of warships after all. No one could guarantee that all the humans were on those warships. If all the Black Ink clan soldiers gathered together on the left flank, they would be powerless to deal with the humans if the latter launched an attack from the right. Kong was confident that the fleet was only meant to harass them while the humans' target was the right side of the royal city. Otherwise, they wouldn't have openly circled around the royal city to attract their attention. Therefore, while sending some Black Ink clan soldiers to the left, Kong also told the remaining Black Ink clansmen to keep an eye on any anomaly on the right side. As time passed, an austere atmosphere pervaded the void. Half a day later, the two groups were only 5 million kilometers away from each other. At such a distance, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Territory Lords could start exchanging moves. However, both parties restrained themselves as none of them decided to make a move first. At this point, what was going on with the human warships could clearly be seen. What surprised Kong was that the warships were indeed full of human cultivators. This made him feel perplexed. He initially thought that the fleet only served as a pretense to attract their attention while a massive amount of human soldiers would secretly gather together on the right side of the royal city and launch a sneak attack on them. However, that didn't seem to be the case now. The warships were full of humans. In other words, all the humans had gathered together in this fleet. There wasn't another group of soldiers. Why did they intentionally make a detour? If they're not trying to fool us, what's the point of them circling around the royal city? Could they be avoiding something? Wait, avoiding. All of a sudden, Kong's expression changed drastically as he stared off into the depths of the void, recalling the events from 1 year ago. The 3 universe worlds that flew in a straight line had come at them from that direction back then. The human fleet had perfectly avoided that direction by making a detour. In the meantime, Yang Kai, who was giving a lesson in the classroom in his small universe, looked up all of a sudden. He saw through the barrier of his small universe and gazed at the depths of the void. He was in a position where he could detect the anomalies coming from a certain region of the void before the Black Ink clan could do so. They're coming again. Yang Kai had seen the same scene a year ago. There were some universe worlds coming over from the depths of the void at the speed of lightning as they hurtled towards the royal city. The last time he saw such a sight, the universe worlds radiated a dazzling glow as the arrays around them operated at full capacity. The universe worlds were not so eye-catching this time. In fact, they were rather furtive. Apparently, the array masters had restricted the light from the arrays so that the universe worlds could remain hidden. They were trying to catch the Black Ink clan off guard. However, The three universe worlds were unable to harm the Black Ink clan previously, so what about this time? What are you looking at, sir? Xiao Xiao asked curiously. She followed Yang Kai's gaze and saw that there was an insect that was trying to struggle out of the spider web on the ceiling. Nothing. Yang Kai lowered his head with a smile and continued with the lesson. Meanwhile, the universe worlds, which were equipped with various arrays, skirted past the forward base and flew towards the royal city. Cha Pu, who was watching everything from the mountain, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Is that the trump card all of you have prepared?" Li Xing, who was beside him, replied, "Yes." As Cha Pu gazed at the universe worlds and the place where the East-West army was located, he gasped, "The soldiers and the universe worlds are flanking the enemy. The Black Ink clan can't possibly deal with both sides at the same time. That's indeed an ingenious plan." It was no wonder that Mi Jingluan regarded Xiang Shan highly. It seemed that the man indeed lived up to his fame. The universe worlds were equipped with various arrays, so even an eighth-order open heaven realm master like Cha Pu could feel the dangerous auras exuding from them. It could be expected that if these things smashed into the Black Ink clan's lines, many of them would lose their lives. The only way to deal with these universe worlds was to destroy them before they could get close, which required the powerful masters from the Black Ink clan to make a move. But when they did so, the East-West army could launch an attack and hit the Black Ink clan's exposed flank. However, faced with this situation, could the masters from the Black Ink clan sit back and do nothing? That was impossible. Furthermore, the timing was immaculate. The East-West army was only 5 million kilometers away from the royal city, so they could launch an attack at any moment, and there was no way the Black Ink clan could ignore them. They would have their hands full as they had to deal with an attack from two sides. An idea suddenly sprang into Cha Pu's mind. Since the East-West army could use such a method to deal with the Black Ink clan here, could the North-South army imitate them? However, he soon dismissed the idea and let out a sigh. The North-South army couldn't do the same because Great Evolution Pass was different from the royal city. Although the royal city was the most important place for the Black Ink clan in the Great Evolution Theater, it didn't have powerful defenses or fortifications set up. Therefore, faced with the universe worlds, the Black Ink clan couldn't ignore them. Great Evolution Pass was different as it was extremely sturdy. If the North-South army wanted to do the same by leveraging universe worlds to attack the enemy, the Black Ink clan and Great Evolution Pass could simply ignore them. Even if the universe worlds smashed into Great Evolution Pass, it was questionable if it would suffer any damage at all. To the side, Li Xing explained, "In fact, we sent 3 universe worlds over 1 year ago." "Oh." Cha Pu arched his brow. "What was the outcome?" Li Xing replied, "It wasn't effective. There are many masters on the Black Ink clan side. Before the universe worlds could get close to the royal city, they were shattered." Upon hearing that, Cha Pu said, "Ineffectiveness was the outcome you all wanted to see, right?" Li Xing nodded. "You're indeed intelligent, Marshal Uncle Cha." Cha Pu chuckled. "I'm afraid I don't deserve your compliment. It seems that senior brother Xiang is indeed a far-sighted person." As they spoke, the Black Ink clansmen from the royal city had descended into chaos. Although the lights and outward traces of the arrays were concealed, the territory lords could certainly detect the dangerous auras that were rapidly approaching. They looked over intently and saw a number of universe worlds flying right at the royal city. Unlike the previous time, these universe worlds were not positioned in a straight line, so they could already see 3 universe worlds with their bare eyes, and they believed there were even more would appear soon. Che Kong gnashed his teeth, but after giving it a quick thought, he passed down a new order. The next instant, more than 10 territory lords and over 28th Order Black Ink disciples shot into the sky and charged towards the universe worlds. They had gone through the same incident 1 year ago, so they knew how to deal with these universe worlds. After all, they already had some experiences. As long as they could shatter these universe worlds before they could get close, the royal city wouldn't be impacted one bit. However, back then, all the masters from the Black Ink clan had joined forces to easily ward off the 3 universe worlds. This time, they could only utilize 30% of the manpower they previously had. This couldn't be helped, as the humans' fleet was too close to the royal city and they appeared determined to launch an attack. There was no way Che Kong could ignore this threat. He had to keep 60% to 70% of his forces to deal with the humans to ensure that they could keep the royal city safe. Violent energy fluctuations burst forth as different secret techniques and divine abilities burst forth. The moment these territory lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples made a move, they easily shattered the surrounding space. None of them were fools, so they did not disperse their powers and instead focused on the universe world at the front to destroy it first. Based on their previous experience, they could easily turn a universe world into dust by joining forces. Nevertheless, after they made a move, they realized that this universe world was different from the ones they had dealt with back then. It was far sturdier. Apparently, the array masters had reinforced the universe world with arrays. Therefore, after the first round of attacks, even though the universe had broken into pieces, it didn't explode into dust as they had expected. Furthermore, the moment the universe world came apart, rays of horrifying light were shot from the universe fragments towards the royal city. This was obviously a prearranged effect of these spirit arrays. Once the universe world was attacked, the arrays would start running on their own. It was very unlike what had happened previously. The territory lords and the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples were caught off guard, and although they had promptly made a move, they still couldn't stop the universe fragments from raining down on the royal city. What's more, there were still 2 complete universe worlds behind these fragments. The territory lords roared and fully activated their powers. The Eighth Order Black Ink disciples wouldn't dare to hold back either and cast all the divine abilities and secret techniques they could use. Seeing that, the feudal lords, who were the second layer of defense, quickly rose into the sky to assist them. In just a cup of tea's time, the universe worlds coming from the depths of the void were all shattered. What astonished the Black Ink clan was that there were 10 universe worlds this time, which was more than 3 times as many universe worlds as a year ago. Although they had destroyed all 10 universe worlds, they still couldn't rest easy, for after every universe world was shattered, the preset arrays on it would explode. In order to fend off the powers of those arrays and falling universe fragments, several Eighth Order Black Ink disciples became wounded while many Seventh Order Black Ink disciples and feudal lords lost their lives. As for the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, the losses there were even more significant. Upon receiving the order, they had to do their best to intercept the universe fragments that were falling towards the royal city. More and more of them lost their lives as their auras continuously withered. Despite the Black Ink clan's best efforts, though, they couldn't possibly block or deflect all the universe fragments. Finally, there came a moment when a universe fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located. The moment of impact, all the remaining spirit arrays on the universe fragment detonated and turned into a dazzling light that engulfed all the Black Ink clansmen around it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5234, Hit and Run. The moment the universe fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located, all the Black Ink clansmen froze. Che Kong, who had remained in the center of the army as he had to prevent the humans from invading the city, felt his face twitching. All the Black Ink clansmen appeared horrified. They were not afraid that the universe world where the royal city was located would be destroyed. Although the universe fragment that crashed was huge, the Black Ink clan had launched a series of attacks on it. Hence, it wouldn't cause tremendous damage to the royal city. They were also not concerned that the arrays on the universe fragment would explode and kill thousands of Black Ink clansmen. What they were afraid of was the impact that the crash would bring. While all the Black Ink clansmen were terrified, the dormant will in the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest awakened. It was the Royal Lord. In the end, the Royal Lord, who had been recuperating, was alerted. The will scanned the entire universe world and all the Black Ink clansmen as though he was trying to find out what was going on. Soon after, burning fury exuded from his will. 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen trembled like quails without a home in the winter. The Royal Lord's fury was obviously targeted at them, blaming them for their uselessness in allowing him to be disturbed when he was in a state of deep sleep. All the Black Ink clansmen knew what would happen when a person was interrupted when he was recuperating in a Black Ink nest. All the progress the Royal Lord had in healing over the last year would now go to waste. That was why the royal lord was infuriated. However, he didn't give any orders. Instead, he quickly slumbered off again. In fact, he didn't have time to give them instructions. To him, nothing was more important than his recovery. As long as he could make use of the black ink nest's power and restore his strength before the human old ancestor did, he would gain the upper hand. All the black ink clansmen knew that such a thing could never happen again. Otherwise, many people would lose their heads when the royal lord was done healing. While they were still ill at ease, energy fluctuations could be felt coming from the human army on the left side of the royal city as countless secret techniques and divine abilities were launched at them. At that instant, lights of different colors illuminated the entire void as the horrifying bombardment flew towards the royal city like a storm. Every attack was equivalent to a move made by a seventh-order open heaven realm master. The arrays and artifacts on the warships were meant to maximize the humans' combat power. Therefore, every attack sent out from a warship was at least on par with what a seventh-order master could produce. Simultaneously, a massive number of the divine abilities cast by the 8th Order Division commanders. Che Kong roared as the 600,000 or so black ink clansmen on the left of the royal city intercepted those attacks. Although the number of black ink clan outnumbered the humans 20-1, and they had fully activated their powers, they still couldn't intercept all the attacks. The rays of light clashed with the black ink clan soldiers, and as the powers within the rays of light exploded, many lost their lives. The territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciples, who were positioned on the right side of the royal city to destroy the universe worlds, hurried over to provide assistance. Since all the universe worlds had been shattered, the humans no longer had a trump card. Therefore, they wouldn't have to keep an eye on the right flank any longer. As the humans had decided to launch an attack on the royal city from the left flank, the Black Ink clansmen were forced to engage in a life-and-death battle with them. However, the moment these territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples arrived, they were dumbfounded by what they saw. As the lights of the secret techniques and divine abilities subsided, the humans, who were supposed to be just 5 million kilometers away from the royal city, had actually retreated under the cover of the explosions. Moreover, they didn't seem to have the intention of coming back as they were leaving in a hurry. The territory lords were astounded. Che Kong felt his fury burning in his chest like a volcano that was about to erupt. He was so vexed that he almost coughed up blood. Although he was unresigned, he didn't dare to order a pursuit and was forced to watch the human soldiers swagger away. Ha ha ha. On the mountaintop, Chapu, who had witnessed everything, guffawed. He was so ecstatic that he almost cried tears of joy. What a brilliant move. You all have deceived the Black Ink clan. It's indeed terrifying to deal with someone like Brother Xiang. He gave such a remark from the Black Ink clan's perspective. Like the Black Ink clan, he too believed that the East-West Army would make use of the Universe World's attack to launch an offensive against the royal city. After all, it was indeed a good opportunity. Faced with such an emergency, about 30% of the Black Ink clan's forces had been forced to move to the right flank to deal with the incoming Universe Worlds. If the humans had initiated an attack at that point, they would surely have gained the upper hand. Furthermore, the human soldiers on the warships seemed ready to engage in an all-out battle with the Black Ink clan then and there. However, none of them could have expected that the East-West Army's move was just a pretense. Although they appeared menacing by stopping just 5 million kilometers away from the royal city, they only launched one salvo before running away. They actually ran away, just like that. Chapu wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. It was like the humans had arrived at the Black Ink clan's doorstep and slapped them in the face. Then, before they could react, the humans had scampered off. The Black Ink clan was not even able to counterattack. Anyone would have felt extremely vexed if such an incident happened to them. It was expected that the territory lords were not too happy at this moment. With that said, such a surprising move was the best decision. The humans wouldn't have suffered a setback if they had launched an attack on the royal city at that point and could even deal a heavy blow to the enemy in a short time before withdrawing. However, the humans would inevitably suffer some losses that way. Moreover, the battlefield could be unpredictable. If the fight dragged on, the advantage they had gained by attacking the enemies with the universe worlds would gradually diminish. When that happened, they might not be able to retreat so easily. There were 1 million Black Ink Clan soldiers, some 30 or so territory lords, and 2 to 3 times that amount of 8th Order Black Ink disciples. That was more than the East-West Army could handle. By launching one round of attacks and retreating, the humans could still achieve their objective while preventing any losses. This time, the humans only pretended to have the intention of attacking the royal city. Their only goal was to strike the Black Ink Clan with the universe worlds. But what about next time, and the time after that? With enough time and resources, the humans could repeatedly use this tactic. On the other hand, as long as the Black Ink Clan couldn't leave the royal city, they could only passively defend. Chapu was certain that if the Black Ink Clan diverted too many soldiers to intercept the universe worlds next time, the East-West Army wouldn't mind launching an attack on the royal city and catching them off guard. The Black Ink Clan were aware of this as well, so as long as the East-West Army made a move, the majority of the Black Ink Clan would stay back to prevent any potential incursion. However, with only 30% of their army available to be mobilized, the Black Ink Clan might not be able to protect the royal city from the universe worlds without suffering from any damage, as proven by what had happened earlier. The humans had only mobilized 10 universe worlds this time, but that wasn't necessarily their limit. Perhaps the Black Ink Clan would be greeted with 15 or even 20 universe worlds next time. The East-West Army had devised a solid plan, and as long as they continued implementing it, it was just a matter of time before they could deal a crippling blow to the royal city, if not destroy it outright. Upon learning everything that he needed to know, Chapu said, "Marshal Nephew, since the battle has ended, I'll head back and report to Army Commander Me." Li Xing was slightly surprised and asked, "Don't you want to wait for Sir Xiang's return, Marshal Uncle?" Chapu shook his head. "There's no need for that. Please tell Senior Brother Xiang that the North-South Army will not let the efforts of all of you go to waste, nor will we allow the Black Ink Clan and Great Evolution Pass to come to this place." With a solemn expression, Li Xing nodded. "I'll definitely pass on your words." The next instant, Chapu turned into a beam of light and shot off into the void. Half a day later, all of the East-West Army had returned to the forward base. On this day, the East-West Army had only launched one round of attacks and did nothing else. Without suffering any losses, they managed to kill some Black Ink Clansmen with the 10 universe worlds they had prepared. Although they couldn't get an exact count, the commanders believed that in the end, they must have killed 50,000 to 60,000 Black Ink Clansmen. Of course, such a number was insignificant compared to the 1 million Black Ink Clansmen they were facing. Furthermore, those who lost their lives were weaker Black Ink Clansmen. None of the territory lords or 8th Order Black Ink disciples were killed, while only a small number of feudal lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples, a few dozen at most, had perished. This kind of loss was negligible to the Black Ink Clan. It was nothing more than a flesh wound. With that said, the casualties of the Black Ink Clan were not their biggest victory. They had achieved their main goal for launching the attack, which was to interrupt the Royal Lord's recuperation. After the last universe world was shattered, a fragment crashed into the universe world where the royal city was located. Apparently, the Royal Lord had awakened upon impact. Although the humans were millions of kilometers away from the royal city, they could still detect the menacing will. The main goal of the East-West Army this time was to disturb the Royal Lord. Killing Black Ink Clansmen came second. Presently, both the Royal Lord and the Old Ancestor were recuperating. The Royal Lord made use of the Black Ink Nest power while the Old Ancestor had Yang Kai's small universe. It could be said that both of them had external aids. Therefore, the person who could recover quicker would gain the upper hand. Those from the East-West Army couldn't help the Old Ancestor recover, so they could only set their eyes on the Royal Lord, who could never have thought that the humans would harass him while he was recuperating inside the Black Ink Nest. Although they didn't kill many Black Ink Clansmen, they had attained significant achievements this time. Presently, the East-West Army couldn't attack the royal city because there was a huge gap between their collective powers. By using such tactics, the humans could gradually shorten the gap and wait for a suitable chance before they launched a real strike on the royal city. The Black Ink Clan wouldn't be able to deal with them by then. This was a long process that couldn't be rushed. Better yet, even faced with this provocation, the Black Ink clan wouldn't dare to make a move despite technically having superior forces. They had to protect the royal city, for once they moved out of position, the East-West army would have a chance to invade the royal city and destroy the royal lord's Black Ink nest. Therefore, even though they had figured out the humans' plan, they still didn't have a way to deal with it. The royal city was like a rope that tied all these Black Ink clan soldiers to the spot, rendering them immovable. Faced with the humans' moves, they couldn't take the initiative to launch an attack as they could only passively defend the city. It seemed it was fated that they would be led by the nose in this war. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5235, It's Not the Right Time Yet. This long-term plan that the leaders of the East-West Army had devised would require a lot of resources. Besides the fact that all 30,000 humans needed resources to cultivate, they would also need a massive amount of resources to build the arrays on the universe worlds. Without sufficient resources, those arrays wouldn't be useful. There was no doubt that Xiang Shan, as the army commander, was an expert in military affairs. This was proven after he was put in charge of the East-West Army. However, Lu Zhiping soon realized that he was a spendthrift who didn't seem to be aware that resources were hard to come by. In the initial stage of the East-West Army, the 8th Order Division commanders from different Great Passes had brought with them a large amount of resources to provision the campaign. It could be said that when the East-West Army was being built in Wind and Cloud Pass back then, they had an enormous amount of resources. The higher-ups had made a calculation and concluded that the resources were more than enough for all 30,000 cultivators in the East-West Army to use for 300 years, and there would still be something left over. 300 years was thought to be sufficient for them to retake Great Evolution Pass. As long as Great Evolution Pass was retaken, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of resources any longer. But in fact, resources that were supposed to be enough for 30,000 people to use for 100 years were squandered away by Xiang Shan in just 2 to 3 years. Upon learning that, Lu Zhiping was so frustrated that she almost passed out. After giving it a thought, it was obvious where the resources had gone. A while ago, Xiang Shan told the artifact refiners to craft several tens of thousands of puppets to be sent to Great Evolution Pass in order to attract the Black Ink clan's attention. Those puppets were all destroyed by the Black Ink clan. Now, they had to arrange tens of thousands, if not 100,000 arrays on each of the 13 universe worlds that were thrown at the royal city. All of those projects required a lot of resources. Regardless of how many resources they brought with them, it wouldn't last long given Xiang Shan's wanton spending. Xiang Shan was the epitome of a man who had no qualms about killing or spending money like water. This man, who had been dormant for 3,000 years and eventually returned to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, had both qualities. Lu Zhiping was no match for Xiang Shan when it came to her aptitude in warfare. Therefore, since the East-West Army departed from Wind and Cloud Pass, Xiang Shan had been the one who made all the decisions. Lu Zhiping only assisted him from the side by analyzing the pros and cons of each plan. But this army commander of the Western Army was a woman at the end of the day, so she was naturally an expert in doing accounts and keeping a house in order, which was shown in how delicious the steamed stuffed buns that she made in the marketplace back in Inyang Pass were. Therefore, she directly decided to take control of the East-West Army's finances. Now, all 30,000 soldiers in the East-West Army faced a conundrum. At the rate they were using them, the resources they had could only last them 10 years. None of them could have expected that the first problem they faced in their mission to retake Great Evolution Pass would be about resources. After all, the resources sent to them from various Great Passes were supposedly enough to last them 300 years. They had speculated on what sorts of problems they might face except for the lack of resources. Without resources, they wouldn't be able to cultivate, and the damaged warships couldn't be repaired. Not to mention that their plan to attack the royal city with universe worlds would have to be stopped. Therefore, the first thing Lu Zhiping did after she took control of resource management was to order the soldiers to begin mining the nearby universe worlds. It seemed that the Black Ink clan was determined to defend the royal city, so they wouldn't initiate an attack. Therefore, those in the East-West Army would have enough time and energy to do such a thing. It wasn't hard for the humans to extract resources. They just had to look for suitable universe worlds in the void and use the void yin-yang mirrors to move those universe worlds back to somewhere near the forward base. That way, they could extract resources easily without spreading their manpower over too wide an area. There were 30,000 soldiers in the East-West Army. Even if they took turns, they could mobilize about 10,000 people at any given time. Hence, resource extraction would be very efficient. It would only take them 10 days to half a month to mine out a universe world. The teams responsible for searching for suitable universe worlds to mine could also look out for universe worlds that could be kept and turned into weapons to attack the royal city with. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, when Yang Kai looked out of his small universe, he soon saw shattered universe worlds in the void after they were fully mined, as well as the people busy mining new universe worlds. 10 years had passed since he arrived at this village at the bottom of the mountain. Of course, that was the amount of time that had gone by in his small universe. In fact, only 2.5 years had passed in the outside world. To a successful cultivator, 10 years was a very short time, but to an ordinary mortal, 10 years was an appreciable amount of their lifetime. The world energy in Yang Kai's small universe was ample, with rich vitality and a peaceful environment. Even ordinary mortals could live up to 100 years without too many problems. Some mortals lived up to 150 years old. However, to the hunter and his wife, they had reached the middle stage of their lives. The arrival of Xiao Xiao let them enjoy the happiness of raising a child, as they didn't have one of their own. They had thus given all their love and attention to this daughter of theirs. There was no doubt that Xiao Xiao was intelligent, as she could learn anything fast. At school, she would always be praised by the teacher. She was also a filial child who would always help her mother do some household chores and follow her father to go hunting. The couple had no more regrets in life, as they already had such a wonderful daughter. However, what concerned them was that Xiao Xiao hadn't grown one bit due to the illness she had since she was younger. When the hunter picked her up from the log house on the mountain, she looked like she was only 3 to 4 years old. Now, 10 years had passed, but Xiao Xiao hadn't changed one bit. She didn't look like the other kids her age who were now in their teens. While the hunter was grateful to the heavens that they were blessed with a child, he and his wife also prayed for mercy and hoped that they would be punished in Xiao Xiao's stead as long as she could grow up to be a healthy person. However, their prayers were unanswered. To be precise, it wasn't the right time yet. Others had no idea what was wrong with Xiao Xiao's body, but Yang Kai had somewhat figured it out. The old ancestor's recovery this time was quite odd. Not only did she seal off her own memory, but she also instinctively stopped Yang Kai from concealing her whereabouts. It seemed that she had the intention of truly becoming a part of this bustling world, with a local identity and all. The couple's child was her identity. Yang Kai speculated that the reason she hadn't changed one bit after 10 years was that it had something to do with her injury. Before she recovered, her body would not change. In other words, when she started growing, that would mean that she was on the mend. Yang Kai felt that it was such a shame. He had secretly examined the old ancestor's body, but he couldn't discover any kind of injury. Perhaps the old ancestor had concealed her wounds using a secret technique. This couldn't be rushed. The old ancestor must have gone all out to deal with the royal lord, so she must be terribly injured. It was expected that it would take her quite some time to recover. It was a small village with only a dozen or so families living here. They were all kind-hearted hunters, and the neighbors would always help each other out. However, in this bustling world, it was expected that there were devious people out there. The anomaly with Xiao Xiao's body eventually caused trouble for her. Yang Kai had already detected it, but he decided to ignore it. Since the old ancestor had to experience life in this bustling world to recuperate, it would be beneficial to her if she could go through some of the things ordinary mortals would experience. There were still a little more than 10 kids in the small classroom. The first batch of children had grown up and stopped studying here. They had returned to their homes to help their families earn a living. These kids were the new batch of students. Xiao Xiao was still one of the students, and her appearance didn't look different from those of the other kids. Nevertheless, after all these years, she was now just as capable and intelligent as the other teenagers. Therefore, she was like the teacher's assistant now. Whenever the teacher became dazed and stared off into space, she would be the one who taught the kids how to read and write. Every morning, she would come over to help him out for 2 hours, then she would follow her father to go hunting. With the book in her hand, she told the kids to repeat after her. Then, she took a glance at the teacher, who was asleep on a chair with a book covering his face, and sighed in a way as though she was a mature person. The teacher was too indolent. She revered him when she was a child because he would always give her some delicious food. However, as time passed, she eventually discovered the teacher's true colors. The light was shaded at the door all of a sudden, and the kids stopped reading out loud. Xiao Xiao turned her head and saw two people standing at the door. One of them prompted her to frown as a look of disgust appeared on her face. This couldn't be helped, as the person was a hunter who lived in a village that was 30 kilometers away. She and her father came across this person on the mountain on multiple occasions. The last time they ran into him was several days ago. They were chasing after the same prey at the same time. In the end, Xiao Xiao was agile enough to kill it first with an arrow. However, that person insisted that he was the one who discovered the prey. Left with no choice, Xiao Xiao's father had to share half of the prey with him, and the matter was settled. It wasn't the first time such a thing happened. The other hunters in the village had also experienced this before. The hunters wouldn't have given in if that person were just any other commoner. However, Xiao Xiao heard from her father that this hunter had a relative who cultivated in Watermoon Pavilion. He held a pretty important position, so the average person wouldn't dare to offend him. Therefore, the hunters could only hold their fury down and let this person throw his weight around. It wasn't certain what this person was in the school for, and the man beside him looked a little unusual. He was unlike the other hunters who had rough and tan skin from working under the sun all day. Instead, he was somewhat similar to the teacher. They both gave off a strange feeling. Xiao Xiao couldn't tell what this feeling was. However, the first time she saw the teacher, she had a feeling that he was different from others. It's her. The hunter pointed at Xiao Xiao. Look, Uncle Wenyuan. This girl must be a spirit. The word spirit made Xiao Xiao feel furious. In the past, the kids in the village would secretly call her spirit because she never grew up, but she was unusually strong. Despite the fact that she only looked like she was 3 or 4 years old, she could follow the adults to go hunting. Sometimes, she could get even more prey than the adults. However, after the adults disciplined them, the village kids never dared to call her that again. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5236, Someone from Watermoon Pavilion? Although the kids had stopped calling her that, the name had spread to other places. The hunters in the neighboring villages were aware that there was a girl who never grew in size here. Despite her petite figure, she was skillful in hunting and could always get more prey than many of the experienced hunters. When Xiao Xiao and her father came across other hunters from the other villages, they would look at her with curious glances. However, only this deplorable guy would call her a spirit right to her face. The person, whom the hunter called Uncle Wenyuan, was a fair-skinned and tall young man. He was clad in a green robe, and standing beside the young man, the rough-looking hunter looked like a chicken beside a swan. From the looks alone, the hunter appeared to be the older one, but in reality, the young man was his elder. As a cultivator, the young-looking man was constantly nurtured by world energy, so he didn't age at the same rate as a mortal would. He swept a glance over Xiao Xiao and shook his head. Although the young girl in front of him was adorable, she didn't exude any evil chi. It was obvious that she wasn't a spirit. He was confident in his ability to make such a judgment. After all, he was fairly powerful now after years of cultivating. Seeing that the young man shook his head, the hunter said anxiously, Uncle Wenyuan, don't be fooled by her appearance. Although she looks like she's 3 years old, she already looked like this 10 years ago. No one knows how old she really is. Perhaps she's a very old spirit. It's said that powerful spirits are able to assume human forms. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but bare her teeth at the hunter. The moment she was called an old spirit, she was furious for some reason. She had the urge to tear his mouth apart. It wasn't certain why, but she seemed sensitive to the word old. Oh. When Yuan arched his brow, she already looked like this 10 years ago? It's true. The hunter nodded repeatedly. Everyone around this area knows this. You can ask around. When Yuan stroked his chin, that's interesting. When he heard his nephew say that there was a spirit in this place, He decided to come over to have a look as he had a duty to kill off harmful beings that might disrupt the world. If there was really a spirit, he could just kill her with his sword. However, the moment he saw the little girl, he knew that she wasn't a spirit. Even the most successful spirit couldn't perfectly conceal their evil chi, unless their power vastly exceeded his own. He was now an origin king, so a spirit would need to be in the Tao source realm, at the very least, to deceive him. Such spirits were incredibly rare across the entire Void continent, so how was it possible that there was one in this remote village? With that said, when he learned that the little girl had remained the same for the past 10 years, he grew curious. Just when he was about to ask the little girl if he could examine her, he felt a shadow engulfing him from behind. When he turned around, he saw a stout woman with a chubby face who was glaring at him. Behind the stout woman stood over 10 hunters and their wives with bows and farm tools in their hands. They didn't look very friendly. It was a small village, so they could easily see that a hunter from another village had brought a young man with him as they stood in front of the classroom door. It was apparent that they were up to no good. No one had to shout to inform everyone about it. The moment the adults from this village saw it, they came over in a hurry. The hunter from the other village felt timid when he saw so many people glaring at him, but as he recalled that he had a powerful backer with him, he straightened up and stared back provocatively at them. "Is something the matter, madam?" Wen Yuan asked curiously as he gazed at the furious stout woman. With a grim expression, the stout woman landed a slap on his shoulder and replied, "Nothing is wrong. I just want to know what you're doing here." Although she had exerted a lot of force with her hand, she realized that the thin-looking young man was completely unfazed. There wasn't even a look of pain on his face. She was confident that she could have broken a piece of wood with such strength. Suddenly realizing something, she glanced at the young man with a solemn expression as she decided to push him away instead. The young man played along by stepping aside. The stout woman stepped into the classroom and turned around. Her burly figure was like a tower that fended off all the rain and wind from her daughter. Behind her, Xiao Xiao stuck out her head and pointed at the hunter. "Mother, that guy called me a spirit." The stout woman glowered at the hunter and snapped, "You're a bastard, Zhang Jin. Are you sick of living? What right do you have to call my daughter a spirit? I think you and your family members are the actual spirits instead." The hunter named Zhang Jin said smugly, "How dare a peasant like you make a scene in front of a senior expert from Watermoon Pavilion? My uncle will find out if she's a spirit." "He's from Watermoon Pavilion?" The stout woman turned to look at Wen Yuan. Earlier, she had speculated that the person was a cultivator, and now it seemed to be the case. Regardless, she couldn't appear to be weak as she said grimly, "So what if he's a senior expert from Watermoon Pavilion? That doesn't mean you can defame my daughter." Cultivation wasn't a secret to the common man on the Void continent, and although no one in this village had cultivated before, they had at least heard about it. Therefore, the stout woman wasn't afraid even though someone from Watermoon Pavilion was right in front of her. When Yuan put on a helpless smile, "Please calm down, madam. I've never said that this child is a spirit." The stout woman glared at him. "What are you doing here, then?" When Yuan was rendered speechless. The reason he was here was that he had to be cautious by ascertaining if the girl was a spirit. Now, it was hard for him to explain himself. After giving it a thought, he replied, "Madam, I'm sure that your daughter has drawn a lot of criticism over the years because she's thought to be a spirit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become so angered today. I am a deacon from Watermoon Pavilion, and although I'm not among the most powerful cultivators in my sect, I'm confident in my vision and judgment. I hope that you'll allow me to examine this child's body. I'm sure that it will have a positive impact on this child if I can confirm that she's not a spirit, and others will stop calling her that. What do you think?" Initially, the stout woman was displeased with Wen Yuan, but after what he said, her expression turned milder. Regardless of anything else, this cultivator didn't try to oppress them with his strength. Instead, he looked like a kind-hearted and reasonable person by offering to help. She wouldn't have given in if this person were mannerless. However, since he had spoken politely, she couldn't just rebuff him. With that said, she shook her head. "Xiao Xiao is not a spirit. I've been raising her for 10 years, so I'm fully aware of that. She needs no examination. Even if she was a spirit, who cares? She's my beloved daughter, and no one can humiliate her. Surprisingly, the moment she finished speaking, Xiao Xiao pulled the stout woman's clothes and lifted her face. Mother, I'd like to be examined. The stout woman looked down at her and crouched down. With a benevolent expression, she asked, Why do you want to be examined? You're the best child in the world. Xiao Xiao turned to look at Wen Yuan. What if anyone still calls me a spirit after you examine me and confirm that I'm not? With a solemn expression, Wen Yuan replied, I'm sure my judgment will trump all the rumors. As an origin king, he had full confidence in his authority. Xiao Xiao nodded. Go ahead, then. With a smile, Wen Yuan said, Show me your hand. Xiao Xiao obediently extended her hand. Wen Yuan stuck out 2 fingers and felt her pulse before circulating his Saint Qi to examine her. A moment later, a myriad of expressions came over his face. The stout woman was extremely nervous, as she was worried that the young man would say something that might harm her daughter's reputation. She secretly decided that if this guy dared to say something unpleasant, she would give him a punch in the face and break his teeth. It only took Wen Yuan a little effort to examine the little girl, but his expression was somewhat awkward. With her head lifted, Xiao Xiao asked, Am I a spirit? Wen Yuan shook his head, No. In an instant, Xiao Xiao stared at the hunter named Zhang Jin, who was standing at the door. Did you hear that? If you dare call me that again, I'll shoot you with my arrows. An anxious Zhang Jin said, Uncle, please look carefully. There must be something off about this girl. Upon hearing that, Wen Yuan, who was busy with his own thoughts, turned to look at Zhang Jin with a solemn expression and declared, I have determined she is not a spirit, so stop slandering her like this from now on. Zhang Jin had never expected the helper he had found would clear the annoying little girl's name instead. At that instant, he could only remain silent in embarrassment. Wen Yuan was his elder as well as a cultivator, so he couldn't disobey him. The stout woman and the hunter outside the classroom breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. What's your name, little girl? Wen Yuan gazed at Xiao Xiao with an amiable expression. Xiao Xiao replied, Mother named me Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, Wen Yuan nodded gently. Just then, the stout woman said sheepishly, Sir, since you're a cultivator, can you tell what's wrong with Xiao Xiao's body? Why hasn't she grown over the years? She had asked Dr. Kai about it, but the latter only said that it was due to the illness Xiao Xiao had suffered from when she was younger, so it was incurable. Since Wen Yuan was a powerful cultivator, though, perhaps he had a solution. After pondering on it for a moment, Wen Yuan replied, There's nothing wrong with her body. As for why she has never grown in size, I have no idea. However, she might have the aptitude to cultivate. Huh. The stout woman was astounded. The hunter outside the classroom appeared agitated. He had a dream of becoming a cultivator when he was young, and he had taken part in the disciple recruitment of Water Moon Pavilion. However, he was eliminated quite early on in the process as he didn't have the necessary aptitude. After his dream was crushed, he returned to his hometown and became a hunter. Upon learning from Wen Yuan that Xiao Xiao might have the aptitude to cultivate, he was naturally excited. The reason Wen Yuan insisted on examining Xiao Xiao after already confirming that she wasn't a spirit was that he felt she might have an extraordinary aptitude. Nevertheless, he wouldn't dare to make a quick judgment when it came to this matter, so it required further examination. Although he had already checked, he still couldn't confirm if Xiao Xiao had an extraordinary aptitude or not. That was why he said she might have the aptitude to become a cultivator. It was because after the examination, he realized that Xiao Xiao's aptitude was somewhat odd. It seemed that she had an excellent aptitude, but it also felt as if she had a terrible aptitude. He had never come across such a strange situation before. Xiao Xiao might have the aptitude to cultivate? The stout woman was dumbfounded. Wen Yuan said cautiously, I can't make a judgment yet. Perhaps I don't have good enough insight when it comes to such matters. How about I return to my sect now and ask an elder to come over and look into it? That way, we'll be able to come to a conclusion. The next instant, He turned around and left the classroom before disappearing into the sky. He was certainly an efficient and decisive person. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5237, Can't See It Through. 1,000 years ago, the Void Tao Temple appeared out of nowhere and sent a shockwave across all cultivators on the continent. Before the appearance of the Void Tao Temple, the cultivators on the continent believed that the Emperor Realm was the peak of the martial Tao. Any sect with an Emperor Realm Master assuming command could be considered first class. If there were 2 Emperor Realm Masters in charge, it could be considered a top sect. However, there were not a lot of Emperor Realm Masters at the time, perhaps 20 or so public figures, while those known as third-order Emperor Realm Masters were even rarer. Therefore, in the past, cultivators believed that the Emperor Realm was the end of the martial Tao, and it became every cultivator's dream to reach this highest realm. Nevertheless, only those third-order Emperor Realm Masters had a feeling that there was an even higher realm above the Emperor Realm. Unfortunately, regardless of how hard they tried, they were unable to spy upon the secrets above the Emperor Realm. Suddenly, there came a day when the world energy on the Void Continent changed drastically. No one knew why such a change took place, but all the cultivators benefited from it. More and more people gained the aptitude to cultivate, and many more talents and geniuses were born. At the same time, there was a dramatic increase in the number of Emperor Realm Masters. Even the cultivators who had low aptitude before seemed able to reach higher heights now. It was a few hundred years later that the Void Tao Temple appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't until then that the cultivators on the Void Continent realized that the Emperor Realm wasn't the end of the martial Tao. After reaching the peak of an Emperor Realm, one could condense a Tao seal from their own Grand Tao, then refine the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements and split heaven and earth apart within their body to create their own small universe. Doing so allowed one to reach the open heaven realm. Upon that revelation, the people who had been stuck in the Emperor Realm for a long time became excited as they yearned to ascend to the open heaven realm one day. The secret to splitting heaven and earth apart and creating a small universe in a cultivator's body was inside the Void Tao Temple, so as long as they could step into it, they would have a chance to reach a greater height in the martial Tao. However, not everyone had the right to enter the Void Tao Temple. To all the cultivators on the continent, the Tao Temple was like a holy land, and it was very selective when it came to a cultivator's aptitude, caring nothing for one's realm. Perhaps a little girl in the initial element stage, who was considered a mere newborn in cultivation, would be accepted into the Tao Temple to continue cultivating. On the other hand, a gray-haired third-order Emperor Realm Master, who had been stuck in the same realm for countless years, might not have a chance to get close to the Tao Temple regardless of how hard he tried. Time and location didn't matter when the Tao Temple selected cultivators. This holy land seemed like a self-contained world with a mind of its own, so as long as a cultivator was talented enough, he or she would be accepted into the Tao Temple by a mysterious force. Therefore, in the early days after the Void Tao Temple appeared, the people on the continent could frequently see some cultivators being invited to the Tao Temple. These cultivators who were accepted came from various sects across the continent. To the sects that had nurtured such cultivators, the Tao Temple would reward them. The rewards were good news to the experienced Emperor Realm Masters who were unable to ascend to the open heaven realm. That was because the rewards given by the Tao Temple included the way to condense a Tao seal and refine the powers of the 7 elements into them. There were also a lot of common cultivation resources that could be used by the disciples of those sects. 1,000 years had passed, so the sects on the continent had gotten used to the existence of the Void Tao Temple, and they had acknowledged that it was the most important place in this world. It was every sect's goal to nurture a disciple who would have the right to be accepted into the Tao Temple. Therefore, these sects were fervent when it came to recruiting talented young disciples. If they could get a disciple with an extraordinary aptitude, that would be wonderful news for the entire sect. That was the reason when Yuan returned to his sect in a hurry. Despite being an origin king, he was unable to identify whether Xiao Xiao had an excellent aptitude or not. Therefore, he had to invite an elder to come over and have a look. If they could get a disciple who would be accepted by the Tao Temple, Water Moon Pavilion's status on the continent would be greatly enhanced. Water Moon Pavilion wasn't a major sect. The sect master, who was the most powerful among them, was only in the First Order Emperor realm, and the elders were only in the Tao Source realm. Such a sect would have been considered outstanding 1,000 years ago, but it was too mediocre these days. It was 800 years ago when the last disciple from Watermoon Pavilion was invited to the Void Tao Temple, and the massive amount of cultivation resources given to them as a reward hugely benefited the disciples of Watermoon Pavilion. The leaders of the sect still couldn't forget about that time. Over the years, they had been trying to take on disciples with amazing aptitude, but their attempts so far had been futile. After when Yuan was gone, the hunter named Zhang Jin wouldn't dare to stick around. Embarrassed, he ran away as the stout woman cursed at him. The stout woman's husband wanted to humiliate Zhang Jin, so he shot an arrow at the latter as he was running away. The arrow skirted past Zhang Jin, which caused him to scream and tumble to the ground. The people behind him laughed at him. It wasn't until this moment that the teacher, who had been lying on the chair with a book covering his eyes, awakened. When he saw so many people outside the classroom, he asked Xiao Xiao in puzzlement, "What are they doing here? What happened?" An exasperated Xiao Xiao glowered at the teacher. "You should just keep sleeping, sir." The teacher scratched his head while appearing perplexed. The cultivators from Watermoon Pavilion were quick, probably because taking on disciples was an important matter to them. When Yuan soon returned to Watermoon Pavilion and found the elder closest to him. Upon learning what was going on, the elder rushed over to the village. Only 1 hour had passed since when Yuan left the village. Therefore, when Xiao Xiao was done having her breakfast and was ready to follow her father to go hunting, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of their door. One of them was Wen Yuan, and the other was an amiable-looking elderly man whose face radiated a healthy glow. "Is it this child?" The old man saw Xiao Xiao the moment he landed on the ground. When Yuan nodded, "Yes, it's her." With a curious look, the elder said, "Even you were unable to see through her aptitude, so there might be something special about this girl. I'll have a look." When Yuan glanced at the hunter and the stout woman, then said, "This is an elder from Watermoon Pavilion. I invited him to come over and take a look at Xiao Xiao's aptitude. Please rest assured that she won't be harmed in any way." The hunter nodded gently. "Many thanks for the effort." Upon getting the hunter's permission, the elder said to Xiao Xiao, "Little girl, show me your hand." When Yuan had done the same thing to her before, so Xiao Xiao directly extended her hand. The old man stuck out 2 fingers and felt her pulse. As he ran his fingers through his beard, he focused on examining her. A moment later, he opened his eyes and gazed at Xiao Xiao. "Little girl, are you willing to join Watermoon Pavilion?" Xiao Xiao directly shook her head. "No." The old man was surprised. He initially thought that since he had said so, the little girl would readily accept his invitation. After all, most mortals yearn to be cultivators. It never crossed his mind that the young girl would directly turn him down. This had never happened to him before. Nevertheless, she was just a young child who didn't know the benefits of becoming a cultivator. So after giving it a thought, he asked, "Why don't you want to join our sect?" Xiao Xiao turned to look at the couple. "I want to be with my father and mother. I don't want to leave them." Upon hearing that, the couple felt warmth in their hearts. The elder nodded gently. "I see. However, you'll grow up one day. It's not possible that you can stay with your parents forever." Xiao Xiao tilted her head. "I don't want to grow up then. That way, I won't be separated from my father and mother." The couple felt their hearts melting, thinking that they had no more regrets in life by having such a daughter. The elder broke into laughter and thought that this child was indeed innocent. Regardless, he kept persuading her by saying, "How are you going to provide for your parents when they grow old if you don't want to grow up?" "I can go hunting." Xiao Xiao lifted the petite bow in her hand. It was specifically made for her by the hunter. The old man shook his head. "You might fall into danger one day by frequently wandering around on the mountain. Moreover, the amount of prey on the mountain is not infinite. However, if you can cultivate, you won't have to hunt with a bow and arrows. You can easily capture prey by using a secret technique. When you're able to fly, you can go around the continent and take in different views. You'll have a brighter future that way. Isn't that better than if you stay in this village?" There was no doubt that his reasons were sound, but Xiao Xiao still shook her head. The elder wasn't in a rush. Although he was speaking to Xiao Xiao, he knew that her parents would be the ones who would make a decision. Despite the little girl's lack of interest in cultivation, it was apparent that her parents were tempted. As parents, they certainly wanted the best for their child's future. The right to cultivate was the best gift anyone on the Void Continent could have. Therefore, he wasn't only reasoning with Xiao Xiao, but also her parents. He believed that the couple would make the right choice. He decided to stop persuading her and passed her something. Take this. When you decide to start cultivating one day, you can burn it. Someone will come over to pick you up. Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. When Yuan cupped his fist at the couple, then left with the elder. After leaving the village, when Yuan asked, "Elder, does the child really have an extraordinary aptitude?" The elder shook his head. "It's embarrassing to admit, but I can't see through her either." When Yuan was astounded, "You can't see through her aptitude?" Then, he asked in puzzlement, "In that case, why did you decide to take her on?" The elder chuckled. "That's exactly the reason I have to recruit her. Since we can't see it through, we can only let her prove her worth. If her aptitude is truly excellent, we'll gain a gifted disciple. However, if her aptitude is terrible, we won't lose anything but a few resources." Upon hearing his reason, when Yuan replied, "You're indeed intelligent, elder." He was still in a dilemma over the little girl's aptitude, but the elder had already come up with a solution. Regardless of whether the young girl had an amazing aptitude or not, they just had to accept her into their sect. They would find out the truth in the future. As long as she was a part of Water Moon Pavilion, her aptitude would no longer matter. After the elder and when Yuan were gone, Xiao Xiao looked down at the thing in her hand. It was an incense stick that didn't look special at all, but it was significantly shorter than the commonly seen incense sticks, as it was only as long as an adult's finger. Moreover, it seemed that half of it had been burned. Only half of it is left. That old man is stingy. How could he give me something that someone else had used before? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5238, Emotional Parting. Xiao Xiao eventually decided to join Water Moon Pavilion. She wasn't willing to part ways with her parents, but a conversation with her father changed her mind. When she became a successful cultivator who could fly freely through the sky, not only could she take in all the different sights of the continent, but she would also be able to enjoy all kinds of rare delicacies from all over the world. Her father had explored different parts of the world when he was young, and his descriptions of the food that Xiao Xiao had never heard of before were very tempting to her. She was unable to resist enjoying delicious food. Therefore, she decided to become a part of Water Moon Pavilion in the end. Her thinking was simple. She just had to cultivate in the sect for several years and come back. By then, she wouldn't have to be separated from her parents again. Furthermore, when she became a successful cultivator, she could bring her parents to different places and buy them delicious food. Despite being reluctant to part ways with Xiao Xiao, the couple kept their emotions to themselves as they wanted the best for their child's future. The incense stick, with only half of it left, was lit, and soon, when Yuan rushed over from Water Moon Pavilion and picked Xiao Xiao up, watching the petite figure, who had stayed with them for the past 10 years, leave, the stout woman squatted and broke into tears. The hunter came over to console her, but his eyes had reddened as well. Standing in front of the school, Yang Kai felt somewhat speechless as he looked up. If Xiao Xiao wanted to cultivate, he could have taught her. However, considering the fact that the old ancestor was here to recuperate, it would be good to let her live freely to experience the bustling world as a mortal would. Therefore, Yang Kai had never thought about teaching Xiao Xiao how to cultivate. It never crossed his mind that those from Water Moon Pavilion would have a hand in this. He didn't find it appropriate to interfere, though, so he decided to watch in silence. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was certain that Xiao Zhao's future performance would shock those from Water Moon Pavilion. She was an old ancestor, after all. Although she had sealed off her memory, her aptitude in cultivation could never be concealed. When Yuan and the elder couldn't see it through because their vision was simply too limited to understand what they were seeing. The secrets within the old ancestor's body were far beyond what they could comprehend. Those from Water Moon Pavilion were unable to judge if Xiao Xiao had an extraordinary aptitude. Therefore, even though Wen Yuan had invited her to the sect, he just let her cultivate along with the other new disciples with no special treatment for her. These new disciples ranged from 7 to 10 years old, so Xiao Xiao seemed to be the youngest as she looked like she was only 3 years old. Xiao Xiao suffered a huge setback at the start of her cultivation journey, but it had nothing to do with her aptitude. Since she was a child, she had never been separated from her parents. Therefore, she wasn't used to it as her parents were no longer by her side. Water Moon Pavilion was far away from her village, so whenever she thought about her parents at night, she would secretly weep. This kind of melancholy stayed with her for an entire month. Although Yang Kai could easily settle this issue, he decided to sit back and watch. That was because he had discovered something interesting. Xiao Xiao, who had never grown in size for the past 10 years, grew a little 3 days after she arrived at Water Moon Pavilion. The growth was so negligible that even her parents wouldn't have noticed it, but it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to. The revelation allowed him to relax. Based on his previous observation, the reason the old ancestor hadn't changed one bit over the years was that her injury was too severe. Her body was currently using all its power to treat her wounds, which was the reason she never grew bigger. Once she started growing, that would mean that she was truly starting to recover. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai noticed this, he knew that the old ancestor was fine and it was just a matter of time before she would fully recover. This kind of change couldn't just be a coincidence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened at this exact moment. Initially, Yang Kai thought that it was because the old ancestor had been living in the village for far too long, but after an investigation, he realized it wasn't the case. This kind of change had nothing to do with where she lived, be it the village or Water Moon Pavilion. It had to do with her emotions. After leaving her parents and the village she had lived in for the past 10 years, she was overwhelmed by a myriad of new emotions. That was the reason that prompted her to start growing. Parting with one's loved ones was something everyone in the bustling world had to experience. Yang Kai had never expected that such a change would take place after Xiao Xiao joined Water Moon Pavilion, but it seemed that he was right to refrain from interfering in this matter. Now, it seemed that it would be useful to the old ancestor's recuperation to let her experience more of life. Xiao Xiao went on to be dejected for a month, but at the same time, she started showing her remarkable aptitude in cultivation. In just half a month, she had successfully sensed world energy and drawn it into her body. Since then, she had set off on the martial Tao and was now a budding cultivator. Wen Yuan, who had been secretly observing her, was thrilled and promptly told the elder about it. The elder was a much calmer person and simply told Wen Yuan to keep observing Xiao Xiao. They would only make a decision based on her future performance. 2 months later, Xiao Xiao successfully achieved a breakthrough and ascended to the initial element stage. After another 2 months, she made it to the Qi transformation stage. Another 2 months later, she ascended to the separation and reunion stage. In just 1 year, she had broken through several great realms. Her cultivation grew from 0 to the immortal ascension boundary at an unimaginable speed. This kind of cultivation speed was unheard of on the entire Void continent, let alone the small Water Moon Pavilion. No prodigy in history had ever achieved several breakthroughs in such a short period of time. This was indeed unusual. The leaders of Water Moon Pavilion were ecstatic. The sect master and the elders pinned all their hopes on Xiao Xiao, thinking that she would be accepted by the Tao Temple and continue cultivating there soon. That way, Water Moon Pavilion's reputation would soar. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to have used up her potential after her first year. For the next 3 years, her cultivation didn't improve one bit. The leaders of Water Moon Pavilion, who had high hopes for her, were naturally disappointed. Although they had done their best to solve this issue, their attempts were futile. 4 years after Xiao Xiao joined Water Moon Pavilion, she was allowed to visit her parents. In the past 4 years, she was never allowed to leave Water Moon Pavilion. This couldn't be helped, as her initial performance was too astonishing. The leaders of Water Moon Pavilion made sure to hide her from public view as they were worried that the larger sects would snatch her from them. Such incidents had happened before. Even though the smaller sects could sometimes find talented disciples, they couldn't always keep them. Xiao Zhao's initial performance was too heaven-defying, so it was expected that the leaders of Water Moon Pavilion had to keep her a secret. It wasn't until they confirmed that her potential had been used up that they allowed her to return to her little village. After leaving the sect she had stayed for the past 4 years, Xiao Xiao rushed over to the village as she couldn't wait to go home. When she returned to the familiar village and pushed the door of her home open, she saw the stout woman, who was handling the prey in the yard. In an instant, Xiao Zhao's eyes were soaked in tears. Noticing her presence, the stout woman looked up and saw her daughter standing at the door. Pleasantly surprised, she turned her head and shouted, "Darling, Xiao Xiao is back." The next instant, Xiao Xiao crashed into the stout woman's arms and hugged her tightly. Upon hearing the noises, the hunter left the house and saw this heartwarming scene. All 3 of them were celebrated that night. A pot of broth was made from the prey the hunter had caught that day, and they enjoyed their meal together. The hunter chugged down the wine that Xiao Xiao had brought back from Water Moon Pavilion and soon became intoxicated. Since Xiao Xiao was now a disciple of Water Moon Pavilion, she would never get rid of this identity. However, she was no longer treasured by the leaders of the sect. Moreover, she was currently just in the Immortal Ascension boundary, so the leaders didn't bother trying to restrain her. Furthermore, given the uniqueness of her appearance, they had never given her any missions for the sect. Although she had started growing in size since she became a part of Water Moon Pavilion, only 4 years had passed. Presently, she only looked like she was 7 or 8 years old. It wasn't like they could expect such a child to carry out any important tasks. Therefore, even though Xiao Xiao was still a disciple of Water Moon Pavilion on paper, she could stay in this village for as long as she wanted, and no one would criticize her for that. This was exactly what she had always wanted. The reason she even agreed to join Water Moon Pavilion back then was that she was a filial child. What she really yearned for was to stay by her parents' side. After helping her drunk parents to the bedroom that night, Xiao Xiao didn't immediately think to rest. Instead, she headed to the mountain and arrived at the log house where the hunter had picked her up in the past. Although more than 10 years had passed, the log house had always remained there. Many hunters would rest here whenever they went hunting on the mountain. Xiao Xiao set up a barrier around the log house before she entered it and started cultivating. She had been hiding a secret from the leaders of Water Moon Pavilion. She wasn't really in the Immortal Ascension boundary, but instead the Origin King realm. Furthermore, her potential still hadn't been used up. The reason she was able to pretend to only be in the Immortal Ascension boundary and have used up her potential in front of the leaders of Water Moon Pavilion was that she accidentally obtained a certain technique in the Scripture Pavilion of the sect. In the first year after she joined the sect, her performance was astounding, and it was then she realized that the more astonishing her performance was, the more unlikely she could leave the sect. Before Xiao Xiao was accepted into the Void Dao Temple, those from Water Moon Pavilion would never allow her to leave. Once she entered the legendary Void Dao Temple, she would never have a chance to return to the village. Therefore, she thought that it would be wonderful if there was a secret art that could help her conceal her cultivation. That was the reason she headed to the Scripture Pavilion, where she had really found such a secret art. She secretly memorized the secret art and started cultivating it. What surprised her was that it was extremely effective. Since she started cultivating that secret art, even the sect master and elders of Water Moon Pavilion were unable to find out the truth. All of them thought that she was still in the Immortal Ascension boundary when in fact, her cultivation had never stopped improving. Instead, it increased significantly day by day. It never crossed Xiao Zhao's mind that the secret art she had discovered would be so amazing. She headed to the Scripture Pavilion again to look for it, but she could no longer find the secret art. It was as though the secret art had appeared at that point just to grant her wish, and then disappeared. After concealing her cultivation for years, she finally achieved her goal and returned to the village. Xiao Xiao decided that she would never leave her parents again. Since her return, the couple had never asked her anything about cultivation. For years of separation didn't make them feel distant from each other. Instead, their bond had become even stronger. However, the couple could sense that Xiao Xiao was already different from the past. The most noticeable change was that she would frequently disappear for 1 or 2 hours, and when she returned, she would bring back a lot of delicious food. Whenever they went hunting, she could always detect the prey before everyone else did. And so, the days went by peacefully. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5239. A familiar scene. As time passed, Xiao Xiao grew into a young woman, and the homespun clothes she was usually seen wearing could never conceal her stunning beauty. People from neighboring villages would come over and propose marriage to her all the time. However, Xiao Xiao would always sweep them out of her house. Initially, the hunter and his wife would watch it with pleasure, thinking that those rough brats didn't deserve to marry their daughter. It served them right that they were beaten up. Nevertheless, as Xiao Xiao grew older, they couldn't help but start worrying. When they picked up Xiao Xiao from the log house on the mountain, they were already in their 40s. In the first 10 years, Xiao Xiao never grew in size. It wasn't until she became a disciple of Water Moon Pavilion that she started growing. Now, she looked like she was in her early 20s, but it had been about 30 years since the hunter first picked her up back then. Presently, the couple was already in their 70s. There was no doubt that they were pretty old now. Although the mortals on the Void Continent who had never cultivated before could easily live up to 100 years old, there would inevitably come a time when the couple passed away. After they were gone, Xiao Xiao would be left alone. Wouldn't she feel lonely when she had no one else to rely on? Therefore, despite their reluctance, the couple still hoped that their daughter would get married soon. They had talked to her about it on several occasions, but she would always dismiss it with a smile, stating that she didn't intend to get married. She just wanted to keep her parents company until they passed away. The couple was gratified, and they decided to stop bringing this up. Although Xiao Xiao had never shown them any moves usually used by the cultivators, the couple knew that, since her return from Water Moon Pavilion, she was no longer a normal mortal. She was as exquisite as a phoenix now. Certainly, those brats from neighboring villages shouldn't even dream about marrying her. Even if their daughter wanted to look for a husband, only a successful cultivator would be worthy of her. The students in the classroom came and went, but the teacher remained the same. Xiao Xiao would frequently visit the teacher and bring him some delicious dishes she had acquired from who knows where. She never forgot that when she was younger, the teacher would always bring her delicious treats that she had never heard of out of nowhere and give them to her. Now that she was a fairly powerful cultivator who could fly around freely, she decided to repay his favor. However, there was one thing that made her feel puzzled. Many years had passed, but the teacher didn't seem to have changed at all. He was just as young as when he arrived at this village 30 years ago. Xiao Xiao suspected that he was also a cultivator, but even after secretly inspecting him, she couldn't discover anything. While feeling perplexed, she speculated that the teacher was just someone who aged slower than normal. On the other hand, her parents had clearly grown old as time passed. She had tried to collect some spirit herbs that could lengthen their lives. Nevertheless, she knew that, as mortals, there would come a day when they passed away. Therefore, she valued the time she got to spend with her parents dearly and felt content with each passing day. As Yang Kai watched everything, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Xiao Xiao, who was actually the old ancestor, had set off on her cultivation journey in this new life, but she had never forgotten about the hunter and his wife who had raised her. In fact, she did everything she could to break free from Water Moon Pavilion's restraints and return to the couple. Rarely would cultivators do this. To cultivators, once they embarked on the martial Tao, their biggest goal became walking further on it. Familial bonds, friendship, and love all came second. However, Xiao Xiao was different. Family had always been of utmost importance to her, and everything she had been doing was intended to bring her closer to her family. Naturally, it was Yang Kai who put the secret art that Xiao Xiao accidentally discovered in Water Moon Pavilion. In truth, the secret art wasn't really that effective. It was just that Yang Kai made a move in secret to ensure that those from Water Moon Pavilion wouldn't notice the changes in Xiao Xiao's cultivation. It wasn't hard for him to achieve such a thing in his own small universe. Usually, he wouldn't have a hand in Xiao Xiao's life experiences. However, since she had shown such an intention, he definitely had to satisfy her needs. After she returned to the village, Xiao Xiao grew even faster, which showed that the old ancestor was truly recovering. Now, Xiao Xiao was a young woman who didn't look different from the old ancestor. It was just that her temperament was different. The Xiao Xiao in Yang Kai's small universe was innocent and inexperienced, unlike the old ancestor who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. Yang Kai supposed it was the reason she had sealed off her memory. This life was the catalyst in helping her recuperate. While everything was going well for the old ancestor, the East-West army in the outside world never gave up on attacking the royal city. Half a year ago, the East-West army launched its third attack on the royal city. After several years of accumulation, the East-West army had mined a lot of resources. However, before Lu Zhiping could put those resources to good use, they were all swiped by Xiang Shan and sent to the artifact refiners and array masters to arrange arrays. This time, the East-West army had set up more than 10 universe worlds, which consumed all of the resources they had accumulated over the years. Lu Zhiping was speechless. She finally realized that Xiang Shan didn't care whatsoever about numbers, as all he saw was the royal city. Regardless of how many resources there were, he would squander them away in a short time. If she hadn't intercepted some of the resources, the soldiers in the East-West army wouldn't have anything left to cultivate with after the battle ended. Even without the portion she reserved, though, the materials they had collected over the years were still enough for the East-West army to prepare more than 10 universe worlds. Things were not so different from when they launched an attack on the royal city for the second time back then. The East-West army, which had remained dormant for several years, suddenly mobilized, their warships rising into the air and inching closer to the royal city. Although the territory lords had experienced this before and expected it to happen again, they were still both shocked and furious when they saw it playing out just as before. They were also astonished that the humans could launch an attack again so soon. They knew that the humans had been mining many universe worlds over the years, so it was apparent that the latter didn't have sufficient resources. They initially thought that it would take at least 10 to 20 years for them to gather enough to launch another assault, so the royal city would enjoy some peace for a while. Nevertheless, it had only been 5 years since the last time the humans attacked the royal city. They were furious because the humans were so haughty that they didn't even change their tactics at all. Things were going just like what had happened previously. The humans were basically telling them that they would attack the royal city from the left side, while the universe worlds would fly at them from the right side. Now, the ball was in the Black Ink Clan's court, but what else could the Black Ink Clan do? Just like what happened previously, they had to split their forces to defend both sides. 30% of them would form up on the right flank to ward off the incoming universe worlds, while 70% of them would remain on the left to prevent the humans from invading their city. Nothing had changed. It was as though they had gone back to 5 years ago. Since they were well prepared, the territory lords on the right side of the royal city could detect the universe worlds sooner than the last time. In the meantime, the East-West army reached a place that was only 10 million kilometers away from the royal city. The timing was precise as the humans managed to make sure that the Black Ink Clan would be distracted. The Black Ink Clansmen on the right flank started sending out attacks towards the universe worlds, which had traveled a great distance through the void and were coming right at the royal city. Black ink strength dyed the void dark as the lights of secret techniques cast by the Black Ink disciples expanded. The universe worlds were subsequently shattered, but every universe world was full of arrays, and the universe fragments scattered around as the arrays were activated. At that instant, the void on the right side of the royal city was filled with bright colors, as though fireworks had been set off. Beneath the facade of this magnificent view, more and more Black Ink Clansmen, who did their best to intercept the universe worlds, lost their lives. 30% of the Black Ink Clansmen and their subordinates were on the right side, including more than 10 territory lords, twice that number of 8th Order Black Ink disciples, and even more feudal lords. However, the moment they clashed with the universe worlds, they were unable to fully fend them off regardless of how hard they tried. There were even more universe worlds this time than previously, and as the powers of those strange arrays exploded, the Black Ink Clansmen were caught off guard. The most powerful Black Ink Clansmen were unable to stop the universe worlds alone, so they could only order the weaker Black Ink Clansmen to block them. Previously, there was a universe fragment that struck the royal city, which caused the royal lord's healing to be disturbed. Faced with the latter's burning fury, the Black Ink Clansmen were horrified. None of them were willing to experience the royal lord's wrath again, so they would rather sacrifice their lives than fail this time. Countless black ink clansmen charged forward like moths to a flame and somehow managed to intercept those universe fragments. The territory lords roared while the Eighth Order black ink disciples went all out. Compared to their comrades on the right side, the black ink clansmen on the left side were rather safe at this moment. All of them were glaring at the humans who were inching closer to the royal city in their warships. As they listened to their clansmen groan and shriek before their deaths, they felt truly vexed. Undoubtedly, Shay Kong was the most furious of them all. He had suffered a setback previously. Initially, he thought that the humans would seize the chance and launch an attack, but surprisingly, the humans only launched one barrage from a safe distance and then ran away. The Black Ink clansmen didn't even manage to counterattack at all. This was undoubtedly the most vexing situation on the battlefield when one was hit, but could not hit back. Therefore, Shay Kong decided that they would make a move before the humans did this time. As long as the human warships were close enough, the Black Ink clan would launch a series of attacks and make them pay the price for what had happened previously. Both parties were less than 10 million kilometers apart, so the Territory Lords and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were already able to make a move, but that wasn't enough. The Territory Lords and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were both the pillars of strength on their respective sides, but although they were powerful, there were not a lot of them. Therefore, they had to wait for the humans to come to a place that was only 5 million kilometers away, so that the feudal lords could make a move as well and retaliate against the humans. They're getting closer. Shay Kong's order was on the tip of his tongue. As soon as the humans moved forward for another 1,000,000 kilometers, he would teach them a lesson. Just then, though, the human warships abruptly stopped and started withdrawing. They were so swift that they had moved backwards 1,000,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye, and the next instant, they were already 10 million kilometers away. Shay Kong widened his eyes in disbelief. He was so enraged that he almost spat blood, but he had no way to vent his fury. He felt as if he had gotten ready by lifting a hammer, but his target had run away all of a sudden before he could swing it down. Bastards! I'll kill all of you! Shay Kong's angry roar reverberated across the entire void. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5240. They're gone? Certainly, the Territory Lords were furious at the humans' despicable moves. They couldn't help but wonder if they had made the wrong decision by hunkering down in the royal city and defending it at all costs. The Black Ink clan, who could do nothing but defend, were like beasts without fangs as they posed no threat to the humans. Even though the humans had set up a base right at their doorstep, they were unable to do anything. If they were able to launch an attack, they wouldn't allow the haughty humans to come and go as they pleased. However, such an idea only remained in some of the Territory Lords' heads as they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was the royal lord's order that they should do their best to defend the royal city before he fell into a state of deep sleep. Regardless, the Territory Lords were relieved that the humans didn't manage to disturb the royal lord this time. Although there were even more universe worlds this time than previously that came at the right side of the royal city, they were all intercepted and shattered as the Black Ink clansmen did their best to block them regardless of their losses. Hence, no damage was caused to the royal city. Nevertheless, the price they had to pay was that there were even more casualties than the previous time. This was unavoidable. Compared to disturbing the royal lord, the Territory Lords would rather let more of their subordinates die. However, after the same thing happened twice, the Black Ink clan finally figured out the humans' plan. With the help of those universe worlds, the humans could cause damage to the Black Ink clan without suffering any losses on their side. After these two attacks in recent years, the Black Ink clan had lost about 100,000 soldiers. If the same thing kept on happening, there would come a day when all 1 million Black Ink clan soldiers would be gone. By then, how were they going to ward off the humans? Could the Territory Lords and Eighth Order Black Ink disciples do it all on their own? Although they were powerful, the humans had Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of roughly the same number. As this dragged on, the Black Ink clan would be in an increasingly disadvantageous position. Now, they could only pin their hopes on the Royal Lord, who was recuperating. As long as he could recover before the human old ancestor did, they would be able to turn things around. It would be wonderful if those at Great Evolution Pass could come over and lend them a hand. By then, they could pincer the humans and make sure the latter had nowhere to run. After the third time the humans made use of the universe worlds to attack the royal city, they would do the same thing every few years. However, generally speaking, the intervals were getting longer. The third attack was 5 years apart from the second time, but the fourth attack was 7 years after the third. As for the fifth, it was 10 years after the fourth. This situation was totally understandable. Although there were countless universe worlds in the void, only a small number of them were suited to cover in arrays and attack the royal city. After all, the size of the universe worlds mattered. If they were too big, it would require too many resources to arrange the arrays, but if they were too small, they wouldn't pose a threat to the Black Ink clan. An appropriate size was what the humans were looking for in universe worlds. While it took time to look for suitable universe worlds, it was equally time-consuming to extract enough materials to carry out such a resource-intensive plan. Since all the universe worlds nearby were already fully mined out, the humans had to venture further afield. That was why the intervals were getting longer. Nevertheless, the leaders of the East-West Army were set on repeatedly using this tactic. Over the last 20 years since they established a forward base at the Black Ink clan's doorstep, they had launched 4 major attacks on the royal city. The East-West Army had never suffered from any losses as they had never directly engaged the Black Ink clan. Following Xiang Shan's order, their warships would set sail and creep closer to the royal city before rapidly retreating. They would always gain a massive victory every time by using this tactic. They had spent countless resources by attacking the royal city with universe worlds 5 times, but for their troubles, they had managed to kill about 300,000 Black Ink clansmen, including a significant number of feudal lords and 7th Order Black Ink disciples. None of the territory lords and the 8th Order Black Ink disciple were killed. However, they were exhausted from having to deal with the universe worlds that were meant to harass them. Despite the losses, from the looks of it, there were still about 1 million Black Ink clansmen around the royal city, as though there hadn't been a decrease in their number at all. Nonetheless, their collective power had clearly been weakened. Initially, the Black Ink clan soldiers that had gathered together outside the royal city were the best subordinates of the territory lords. After they were killed, they were replaced by the significantly weaker low-rank Black Ink clansmen. Such Black Ink clansmen were basically of no use on the battlefield, though they could make the army look intimidating to the enemy. 20 to 30 years had passed in the outside world, so as the 4 seasons alternated, some 100 years had passed in the small universe. The mountain village remained the same, and although it had grown slightly larger, it was still considered a small village in a remote place. Just like their ancestors, the hunters in the village earned a living by hunting. Before the old hunters passed away, they would give their bows to the next generation. Such inheritance was passed down over the generations. In a certain yard, a family of 3 were having a good time together. 100 years had passed, so the hunter and his wife were old and frail now. Both of them were about 150 years old. They enjoyed a pretty long life, considering the fact that they were ordinary mortals who had never cultivated before. In comparison to her youth, the stout woman had become debilitated. Perhaps she had worried too much about many things when she was young, so she was no longer as stocky as she used to be. Although she was still tall, she was extremely skinny. Her skin was dull, and her eyes were turbid. On the other hand, the hunter was slightly more energetic, but his hair was all gray. They were seated on a chair together as they basked in the afternoon sun, its warm light allowing them to feel at ease. Xiao Xiao squatted in front of them as she took their hands and listened to the hunter talk about trivial things, keeping a smile on her face. The hunter talked about a lot of things, including his experiences around the continent when he was younger and the dangers he faced on the mountain since his return to the village. However, most of the time, he reminisced about what happened after he picked up Xiao Xiao. He recalled the time when Xiao Xiao finally regained consciousness and the first time she called him father. He also remembered the first time he went hunting with her on the mountain. It was as though he was trying to recount all his encounters in his life. As he did that, he was filled with a sense of fulfillment. Xiao Xiao just listened to him in silence, the smile on her face never fading. The stout woman was initially in a dazed state, but she suddenly shook a little and landed a slap on the hunter's thigh and yelled, "It's getting late. Tell Xiao Xiao to come back and have dinner now." Upon impact, the hunter grimaced in pain. Although his wife was no longer as strong as when she was young, her slap was still powerful. For all his life, he had been hit by his wife countless times. Xiao Xiao turned to look at her. "I'm here, mother." Upon hearing that, the stout woman lowered her head. After becoming startled for a moment, she asked with a smile, "Why are you all grown up all of a sudden, Xiao Xiao?" Xiao Xiao replied, "I've grown up because I've eaten a lot of delicious food, mother." The stout woman nodded. "You're right. I'm glad that you're all grown up. It's not like you wouldn't grow up forever. I'm really pleased." 10 years ago, the stout woman started becoming confused. Perhaps this was a common illness that most old people would suffer from. Despite that, she was still concerned that Xiao Xiao just wouldn't grow bigger, though it was something that had happened over 100 years ago. Perhaps this was the thing she was most concerned about and afraid of, so she had never forgotten about it. After the stout woman muttered under her breath for a bit, her turbid eyes brightened all of a sudden. With her mind clearing up, she looked down at the woman before her eyes and called out gently, "Xiao Xiao?" She would always call her Xiao Xiao when the latter was still a young child. "Mother," Xiao Xiao stuck her face close to the stout woman's hand. As she rubbed her delicate face against her mother's rough hand, she felt heartbroken. "You're a grown woman now, Xiao Xiao," the stout woman said gently. Xiao Xiao nodded in response. "You have to take good care of yourself," the stout woman advised. "Don't worry, mother. I'll take good care of myself," Xiao Xiao repeatedly nodded. "If you find someone you love, don't hesitate to marry him. A woman will never be complete without a family of her own." "I'll remember." "I know you're an obedient child," the stout woman appeared gratified. "I'm a little tired, so I'll get some rest now." Xiao Xiao lifted her head. "I'll sing you a song." "All right," the stout woman bowed her head with a smile. It was then Xiao Xiao started humming a song. It was a lullaby her mother would always sing to her at night when she was a child. By the time she was done humming the lullaby, the stout woman had closed her eyes as her head rested on the hunter's shoulder. Although she was sound asleep, she kept a faint smile on her face. The hunter let out a breath and said in a small voice, "Your mother has told you everything you need to know. You're a grown woman now, so there's no more advice I can give you. However, there's one thing I want you to do. This village is too small, so go out and have a look. We have held you up for far too long, so it's time you leave this place and explore the world." Xiao Xiao repeatedly shook her head. "Nothing could make me happier other than being your child." The hunter put on a happy smile. "Since you've said so, I have no more worries." A moment later, he went on to say gently, "Although your mother is strong, she's most afraid of being alone. I'll keep her company. Go to your own things." Then, he extended his hand and hugged his lifelong partner tightly. After snuggling up to her, he closed his eyes as well. Xiao Xiao stared fixedly at them. Although her heart ached terribly, there was nothing she could do. She was now in the Emperor realm. Others might not be able to notice it, but as an Emperor realm master, she could see that vitality was rapidly leaving her parents. Although she had given them a lot of foods and tonics that could lengthen their lives over the years, they were still just ordinary mortals. There would come a day when they reached the end of their lives, and no one could change that. It was thanks to her efforts that they managed to live up to 150 years old. If not for the fact that she had given them countless precious herbs and elixirs, they would have passed away when they were just past 100 years old. A moment later, Xiao Xiao heard footsteps approaching her from behind. She turned around as her tears slid down her face. While sobbing, she said to the person, "Sir, my parents are gone." Yang Kai nodded and walked up to her. "They've passed away peacefully. They have no more worries in life." The next instant, Xiao Xiao crashed into his arms and started bawling her eyes out. "I no longer have parents." Patting her back, Yang Kai placated her by saying, "You had your parents, and that's enough." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.